Stans, a surname. Stamway, a surname. Stamways, plural of Stanway. Stamwell, a suburban village in Spelthorne Borough, Surrey, England, just south of Heathrow Airport. OS grid ref TQ0673. Stamwicks, a place name. Stamwicks is plural of Stanwicks. Stanwood, a surname. Stanwoods, plural of Stanwood. Stanwer, a surname from Old English. Stanworths, plural of Stanworth. Stanion, a surname. Stanions, plural of Stanion. Stabel, alternative form of Staniel. Stanels, plural of Staniel. Stemet, a surname. Stemetas, plural of Stanian. Stanza, a unit of a poem written or printed as a paragraph, equivalent to a verse. Stanza, divided into stanzas. Stanzaic, of or pertaining to stanzas. Stanzaical, alternative form of stanzaic. Stanzaically, in stanzas. Stanzali, resembling or characteristic of a stanza. Stanzas, plural of stanza. Standini, a surname from Italian. Standiones, plural of stanzas, plural of stanza. Standini, a surname from Italian. Standiones, plural of stanzioni. Stanzo, a verse as stanza. Stanzos, plural of stanzo. Stanzos, plural of stanzo. Stap, pronunciation spelling of stop. Stap me, an expression of shock or surprise, sometimes used as an oath. Stap me vitals, alternative form of stap my vitals. Stap my vitals, an exclamation of surprise or anger, sometimes used as an oath. Stay, a staple. Stapedectomies, plural of stapedectomy. Stapedectomy, the surgical removal of the stapes of the middle ear. Stapes, plural of stapes. Stapedial, of or pertaining to the stapes. Stapediferous, having a stapes. Stapiform, stirrup-shaped. Staptii, plural of staptius. Stapiostibular, of or relating to the stadium and the vestibule of the inner ear. Statius, a small muscle of the middle ear that arises from the wall of the tympanum and is inserted into the neck of the stapes by a tendon that sometimes contains a slender spine of bone. It is the smallest skeletal muscle in human body, serving to stabilize the stapes to check and dampen its vibration. Stapetotomies, plural of stapetotomy. Stapetotomy, a surgical operation in which a tiny hole is made in the footplate of the stapes, and a prosthesis is placed to touch this area with movement of the tympanic membrane. Sapel, a surname. Stapledon Hall, former name of Exeter College, Oxford. Stapley, a hamlet and civil parish served by Stapley and District Parish Council in Cheshire East District. Cheshire, England. OS grid ref SJ 6749. Stapleys, plural of Stapley. Stapelia, any of the genus Stapelia of low-growing succulent plants, predominantly from South Africa and often giving off an odor of rotten flesh. Stapelias, plural of Stapelia. Stapels, plural of stapel. Stapenhill, a suburban village and civil parish in East Staffordshire District, Staffordshire, England, across the river from Burton-upon-Trent. OS Grid Ref SK 2521. Stapes, a small stirrup-shaped innermost ossicle of the middle ear of mammals, transmitting vibrations from the incus to the inner ear. Edaph, Staphylococcus bacteria and the infection it causes. Staphylococcus epidermidis. Estaphyli, a triterpenoid alkaloid 1921 dihydro-21 methylstaphamine present in Delphinium staphysagria. Staphylokinase, misspelling of staphylokinase. Staphylopang, any of a family of endopeptidases present in Staphylococcus. Staphopanes, plural of Staphopane. Staphorst, a village and municipality of Overijssel, Netherlands. Staphystatin, any of a group of proteinase inhibitors present in Staphylococcus. Staphystatins, plural of staphystatin. Staphs, plural of staph. Staphyla, a cluster of gonolidia. Staphyli, plural of staphyla. Staphyle, the uvula of the soft palate. Staphylaceous, of or relating to the Staphylaceae. Staphylectomies, plural of staphylectomy. Staphylectomy, the resection of the soft palate and uvula. Staphyles, plural of staphyle. Staphyline, of or pertaining to the uvula or the palate. Staphylinid, any of the beetle family Staphylidae, the roe beetles. Staphylinidologist, an entomologist who studies staphylinid beetles. Staphylinidologists, plural of staphylinidologists. Staphylinids, plural of staphylini. Staphylini, any beetle of the insect superfamily Staphylinoidea. Staphylinids, plural of staphylinoid. Staphylo, pertaining to a microorganism cluster with a grape-like arrangement. Staphylobactin, a siderophora obtained from the bacterium Staphylococcus aureus. Staphylocidal, killing staphylococci. Staphylococylase, an enzyme secreted by the bacterium Staphylococcus aureus that causes clotting of the blood. Staphylococcal, relating to Staphylococcus. Staphylococcal scalded skin syndrome, a dermatological condition caused by Staphylococcus aureus bacteria. Staphylococcemia, the presence of staphylococci in the blood. Staphylococcemias, plural of Staphylococcemia, referring to types or instances thereof. Staphylococci, plural of Staphylococcus. Staphylococcic, relating to Staphylococcus. Staphylococcicidal, staphylocidal. Staphylococcin, any bacteriocin produced by Staphylococcus. Staphylococcins, plural of Staphylococcin. Staphylococcosis, plural of Staphylococcosis, referring to types or instances thereof. Staphylococcosis, clinically apparent staphylococcal infection, disease caused by Staphylococci. Staphylococcus, a spherical gram-positive parasitic bacterium of the genus Staphylococcus, causing blisters, septicemia, and other infections. Staphylococcus, plural of Staphylococcus. Staphylophorin, any of a class of Ceterophenidioides produced by Staphylococcus aureus. Staphylophorans, plural of staphylophorin. Staphylokinase, a kinase from Staphylococcus bacteria that activates plasminogen to form plasmin. Staphylokinases, plural of staphylokinase. Staphylolysin, a hemolysin produced by a Staphylococcus bacteria. Staphylytic, relating to staphylolysis. Staphyloma, an abnormal protrusion of the uveal tissue through the eyeball. Staphylomas, plural of staphyloma. Staphylomata, plural of staphyloma. Staphylomatic, staphylomatus. Staphylomatus, relating to or affected with staphyloma. Staphylophage, a phage associated with Staphylococcus bacteria. Staphylophages, plural of staphylophage. Staphylopi, an opine metallophore present in Staphylococcus aureus. Staphyloplastic, relating to staphyloplasty. Staphyloplasties, plural of staphyloplasty. Staphyloplasty, plastic surgery to replace or repair the uvula and the soft palate. Staphylorrhaphies, plural of staphylorrhaphy. Staphylorrhaphy, alternative form of staphylorrhaphy. Staphylorrhaphies, plural of staphylorrhaphy. Staphylorrhaphy, the operation of uniting a cleft palate by paring and bringing together the edges of the cleft. Staphylothrombin, a complex formed of coagulase and prothrombin. Staphylothrombins, plural of staphylothrombin. Staphylotum, synonym of uvulatum. Staphylotomes, plural of staphylotum. Staphylotomies, plural of staphylotomy. Staphylotomy, the removal of a staphyloma. Staphylotoxin, any of various toxins produced by Staphylococcus bacteria. Staphylotoxins, plural of staphylotoxin. Staphyloxanthin, a carotenoid pigment produced by some strains of Staphylococcus aureus, which acts as a virulence factor. Staple, a village and civil parish in Dover District, Kent, England, OS Grid Ref TR 2756. Staple character, a stock character, especially one that is overused. Staple characters, plural of staple character. Staple gun, a heavy-duty device for driving staples directly into wood or other material. Staple guns, plural of staple gun. Staple Hill, a suburban area in Staple Hill and Mangotsfield Parish, South Gloucestershire District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 6576. Staple Hill and Mangotsfield, a civil parish in South Gloucestershire, Gloucestershire, England, that includes the named places. Staple Polar, a staple remover. Staple polars, plural of staple polar. Staple punch, a device for forcibly inserting staples. Staple punches, plural of staple punch. Staple remover, a device with two jaw-like pincers which is used to remove staples. Staple removers, plural of staple remover. Staple, simple past and past participle of staple. Stapleton, a surname. Stapletons, plural of Stapleton. Staplefield, a village in Anstey and Staplefield Parish, Mid Sussex District, West Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 2728. Stapleford. A number of places in England. Staple gun. Alternative form of staple gun. Staple guns. Plural of Staplegon. Staplehurst. A place name. Staplehursts. Plural of Staplehurst. Stapleless. Without staples. Staple-like. Resembling or characteristic of a staple fastening. Stapler. A device which binds together sheets of paper by driving a thin metal staple through the sheets and simultaneously folding over the ends of the staple against the back surface of the paper. Staplers. Plural of stapler. Staples. A surname. Staplesees. Plural of staples. Stapleton. A place in England. Stapletons. Plural of Stapleton. Stapley. A surname. Stapleys. Plural of Stapley. Stapling. Present participle and gerund of staple. Staplings. Plural of stapling. Staplow. A village and civil parish in Bedfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 140,685. Is that a surname? Is that simple past and past participle of step. Stabbing. Present participle and gerund of stab. Stabble. The stem of a pipe. Stabbles. Plural of stapple. Isdathus. Plural of stap. Idathus. Third person singular simple present indicative of stap. Stapleton. A surname. Stapletons. Plural of Stapleton. State. A surname from French. STAR. Acronym of Special Task and Rescue. STAR. A very massive ball of plasma with strong enough gravity to have ongoing fusion of hydrogen or heavier elements in its core. In strict technical usage, the sun is included. Star 69. To press the keys *69 in succession on the keypad of a telephone, usually after a missed call, which results in a last call return by automatically dialing the telephone number of the last caller. Star 69 ed. Simple past and past participle of star 69. Star 69 ing. Present participle and gerund of star 69. Star 69's. Third person singular simple present indicative of star 69. Star anise. A plant, Elysium verum, used primarily for its star-shaped seed which resembles anise in scent and flavor, and which is used as a spice. Star aniseed. Synonym of star anise. Star aniseeds. Plural of star aniseed. Star anises. Plural of star anise. Star apple. A tropical tree, Chrysophyllum caneto, of the Sapitaceae. Star apples. Plural of star apple. Star attraction. The most famous person or thing at an event, likely to draw the largest crowds. Star attractions. Plural of star attraction. Star base. A base for furniture, where multiple arms radiate out from a central post that supports the furniture. Star begonia. The American flowering plant Begonia heraclifolia. Star begonias. Plural of star begonia. Star billing. Top billing. Star billings. Plural of star billing. Star cacti, plural of star cactus. Star cactus, any of species Astrophytum asterias of North American cactuses. Star chamber, a legal or administrative body with strict, arbitrary rulings and secretive proceedings. Star chambers, plural of star chamber. Star chart, a radar chart. Star charts, plural of star chart. Star cities, plural of star city. Star City, a small town in Saskatchewan, Canada, named after the first postmaster, Walter Starkey. Star City, galaxy. Star clock, synonym of nocturnal device for telling time. Star clocks, plural of star clock. Star cloud, a large group of many stars spread over very many light years of space. The stars are not part of any structure but are in an area of greater than average stellar density. Star clouds, plural of star cloud. Star cluster, a group of gravitationally bound stars and other material such as nebulae and planets, conventionally with one generation of similarly aged stars from the same pre-stellar nebula. Star clusters, plural of star cluster. Star-crossed, alternative spelling of star-crossed. Star cucumber, Ciceos angulatus, an annual vine in the cucumber family, native to eastern North America. Star cucumbers, plural of star cucumber. Star dry, alternative form of star dry. Star dries, plural of star drive, alternative form of star drives. Star duckweed, the aquatic plant Lemon-trisulca. Star factories, plural of star factory. Star factory, synonym of stellar nursery. Starfinch, an Australian species of estrilded finch, Neochimia rufocauda. Starfinches, plural of starfinch. Starfleet, alternative form of starfleet. Starfort, a fort surrounded on the exterior with projecting angles. Starforts, plural of starfort. Starframe, an instance where every player in a group of four makes a birdie or better. Starframes, plural of starframe. Starfruit, the fruit of the carambola tree, of Varroa carambola. Starfruits, plural of starfruit. Star gauge, a long rod with adjustable points projecting radially at its end for measuring the size of different parts of the bore of a gun. Star gauges, plural of star gauge. Star grass, any of several grasses or grass-like plants. Star grasses, plural of star grass. Star height, a measure of the structural complexity of a regular expression equal to the maximum nesting depth of stars in the expression. Star heights, plural of star height. Star hyacinth, a bulbous-rooted plant, is species of squill, Scilla verna, with pinkish-purple flowers, found in the Mediterranean, Turkey, and the Caucasus, and along the south coast of England. Star hyacinths, plural of star hyacinth. So in the east, a discreet warning that one's trouser fly is undone. Star Island, a neighborhood of Miami Beach, Miami-Dade County, Florida, United States, on a man-made island. Star, to appear as a star actor, especially on a provincial tour. Star jasmine, Trichelospermum jasminoides, a flowering plant in the family Apocynaceae, native to eastern and southeastern Asia. Star jasmines, plural of star jasmine. Star jelly, a gelatinous substance that, according to folklore, is deposited on the earth during meteor showers. Star jump, a form of exercise where one touches one's toes, then jumps up. Star jumps, plural of star jump. Star lifting, a hypothetical process wherein a portion of a star's mass is removed, generally to serve as an energy source. Star lizard, a kind of lizard, the stellium. Star lizards, plural of star lizard. Star macromolecule, a macromolecule having a single branch point from which linear chains or arms emanate. Star macromolecules, plural of star macromolecule. Star magnolia, Magnolia stellata, a slow-growing shrub or small tree native to Japan with large, showy white or pink flowers. Star magnolias, plural of star magnolia. Star mangrove, a species of mangrove, Soneraceae alba, native to the tropics and subtropics of East Africa, Asia, Australasia, and the Western Pacific. Star mangroves, plural of star mangrove. Star meat, the meat of rats used as food. Star nut, a banknote that is printed to replace a faulty one and used as a control mechanism for governments or monetary authorities to know the exact number of banknotes being printed. Star notes, plural of star note. Star of Bethlehem, the bright star in the Gospel of Matthew that lead the wise men from the east to travel to Bethlehem. Star of David, a symbol of Jewish identity and Judaism, having the shape of a hexagram, the compound of two equilateral triangles. Star of Lakshmi, a special octagram, a regular compound polygon, represented by Schläfli symbol 8/2 or 2/4, made from two congruent squares with the same center at 45 degrees angles. Star of Life, a blue six-pointed star outlined with a white border and usually featuring the rod of Asclepius in the center. The symbol was originally designed and governed by the U.S. National Highway Traffic Safety Administration (NHTSA) under the jurisdiction of the United States Department of Transportation (DOT). It has since become a symbol of the emergency medical services in multiple countries. Star of the Sea, synonym of Mary, Mother of Jesus. Star of Virginia, synonym of Virginia's son. Star Packer, a sheriff in the Wild West. Star Packers, plural of Star Packer. Star Pagoda, a gold coin pagoda issued by the British East India Company at Madras in the 18th and early 19th centuries. Star pagodas, plural of star pagoda. Star pass, the transfer of jammer status to a team's pivot, accomplished by passing a helmet cover marked with a star. Star passes, plural of star pass. Star picket, a type of pointed metal fence post consisting of 3 strips of metal at equal angles to each other. Star pickets, plural of star picket. Star pine, synonym of Norfolk Island pine. Star pines, plural of star pine. Star plate, a star-shaped anchor plate used in conjunction with a tie rod. Star plates, plural of star plate. Star plot, a graphical representation of multivariate data. Star plots, plural of star plot. Star polygon, a geometric figure formed by connecting, with straight lines, every vertex of a p-sided regular polygon to the qth vertex beyond it proceeding consistently, either clockwise or anticlockwise. Star polygons, plural of star polygon. Star polyhedra. Plural of star polyhedron. Star polyhedron. A polyhedron that is partially non-convex. Star polymer. A polymer composed of star macromolecules. Star polymers. Plural of star polymer. Star prisoner. A person in prison for the first time. Star prisoners. Plural of star prisoner. Star prize. Synonym of grand prize. Star prizes. Plural of star prize. Star projector. The device used to project images of celestial objects onto the dome in a planetarium. Star projectors. Plural of star projector. Star quality. A person's characteristics, such as charisma and physical attractiveness, that may help them become a popular celebrity. Star quartz. A quartz exhibiting asterism. Star quartzes. Plural of star quartz. Star ring. A network topology consisting of a physical star and a logical ring. Star rings. Plural of star ring. Star rise. Alternative spelling of starize. Star rises. Plural of star rise. Star wrath. Synonym of star jelly. Star route. A postal delivery route by means other than railroad or steamboat. Star routes. Plural of star route. Star rubies. Plural of star ruby. Star ruby. A ruby exhibiting asterism. Star sapphire. A sapphire exhibiting asterism. Star sapphires. Plural of star sapphire. Star schema. A denormalized database schema consisting of one or more fact tables referencing any number of dimension tables. Star schemas. Plural of star schema. Star Scout. The third highest rank in the Boy Scouts of America, below Life and Eagle but above First Class, and the lowest to require earning merit badges. Star Scouts. Plural of Star Scout. Star sedge. A sedge species, Carex etianata. Star sedges. Plural of star sedge. Star sea. A person who lived a previous lifetime in one star system but was then reincarnated in another star system. Star seeds. Plural of star seed. Star shell. A type of ammunition shell which bursts to release a shower of stars for illuminating enemy positions, etc. Star shells. Plural of star shell. Star shot. Synonym of star jelly. Star shower. Synonym of meteor shower. Star showers. Plural of star shower. Star sign. Any of the 12 astrological signs. Star signs. Plural of star sign. Star 69. Alternative form of asterisk 69. Star stream. A line of stars originally from a dwarf galaxy that have been captured by gravitational interaction with the Milky Way. Star streams. Plural of star stream. Star system. A group of stars and possibly smaller bodies such as planets or asteroids that orbit one another. Star systems. Plural of star system. Star the glaze. To break a window in order to commit robbery. Star thistle. Alternative spelling of star thistle. Star thistles. Plural of star thistle. Star topologies. Plural of star topology. Star topology. a physical network topology in which all nodes are connected to a central connectivity device, for example, a hub. Star tracker, a navigational device which measures the angular separation of stars with reference to a known time and place in order to achieve precise navigation. Star trackers, plural of star tracker. Star trail, the line of light recorded on a photographic medium when a time exposure is made of a star in the nighttime sky using a camera on a fixed mount, caused by the rotation of the Earth during the period of time when the camera's shutter is held open. Star trails, plural of star trail. Star Trek, a popular sci-fi media franchise set in the future, primarily focusing on the adventures of the personnel of a space navy of an interstellar political federation of which Earth is a charter member. Star Trek Day, synonym of First Contact Day, 5th of April, an annual day for Trekkies to celebrate Star Trek. Star Trekker, a fan of the Star Trek franchise. Star Trekkers, plural of Star Trekker. Star Trekian, of or relating to the Star Trek media franchise. Star Trekish, especially of style or technology, like that of the fictional world of the Star Trek media franchise. Star Trekkie, of pertaining to or characteristic of the science fiction franchise Star Trek. Statekian, alternative form of Star Trekian. Star Trekish, alternative form of Star Trekish. Star turn, an acting performance which causes the performer to become renowned. Star turns, plural of star turn. Star up, to transfer an incarcerated juvenile offender to an adult prison earlier than the usual age of 18 or 21. Star vault, a vault whose rids radiate to form patterns reminiscent of stars. Star vaults, plural of star vault. Star vehicle, a movie, play, TV series, or other production that enhances an actor's career. Star vehicles, plural of star vehicle. Star vessel, synonym of starship. Star vessels, plural of star vessel. Star violet, synonym of dewdrop the plant Dalabarter repens. Star violets, plural of star violet. Star visitor, an extraterrestrial person who visits from a different star system. Star visitors, plural of star visitor. Star Wars, an American epic space opera franchise centered on a film series created by George Lucas in a setting where futuristic technology coexists with a semi-sentient form of magic/religion called the Force. Star Wars Day, a fan holiday celebrating the Star Wars franchise on May 4th. Star Wars Y, alternative form of Star Warsy. Star Warsest, reminiscent of the Star Wars franchise. Star Warsian, resembling or characteristic of the Star Wars franchise. Star Warsy, of pertaining to or characteristic of the science fiction franchise Star Wars. Star Wars-esque, alternative form of Star Wars-esque. Star Wars Y, alternative form of Star Warsy. Star Wheel, alternative form of Star Wheel. Star Wheels, plural of Star Wheel. Star Witness, a witness who provides crucial information in a criminal case. This N2 is a translation hub. Star Word, a spiritual practice observed around Epiphany, involving a member of a congregation receiving a star-shaped piece of paper. Star Words, plural of Star Word. Star 69, alternative form of star 69. Star 69 ed. Simple past and past participle of star 69. Star 69 ing. Present participle and gerund of star 69. Star 69's third person singular simple present indicative of star 69. Star cities, plural of star city. Star city, alternative form of star city. Star cover, synonym of asterisk, an instrument with radiating arms resembling a star which is placed over the discos. Star covers, plural of star cover. Star cross, ill-fated by destiny, the fate of the person being written in the stars. Star drive, alternative form of star drive. Star drives, plural of star drive, alternative form of star drives. Star forming, describing a region of space in which new stars are being formed. Starfucker, alternative spelling of starfucker. Starfuckers, plural of starfucker. Star maker, alternative form of star maker. Star makers, plural of star maker. Star map, a map detailing the distribution of prominent stars in the night sky. Star maps, plural of star map. Star-nosed mole, a mole of species Candylra cristata identified by the 22 sensory appendages around the snout. Star-nosed moles, plural of star-nosed mole. Star of Bethlehem, any of the genus Ornithogalum of perennial plants mostly native to southern Europe and southern Africa with clusters of typically white star-shaped flowers. Staravera, synonym of Buck's horn plantain Plantago coronapus. Starry, a South American plant, Aristolochia matthewsii sin. Aristolochia fragrantissima used in Peru against dysentery, etc. Star-shaped, alternative form of star-shaped. Star-shell, alternative form of star-shell. Star-shells, plural of star-shell. Star-shower, alternative form of star-shower. Star-showers, plural of star-shower. Star 69, alternative form of asterisk 69. Star-spangled banner, a nickname for the national flag of the United States of America. Starstrewn, covered with stars. Starstruck, under the malevolent influence of the stars or of one's horoscope. Star-studded, having a large number of celebrities colloquially stars. Star-thistle, alternative spelling of star-thistle. Star-thistles, plural of star-thistle. Star-trekkie, alternative form of star-trekkie. Star-vehicle, alternative form of star-vehicle. Star-vehicles, plural of star-vehicle. Star-warsy, alternative form of star-warsy. Stara Gradiška, a municipality of Croatia. Stara Novoselja, a town in Croatia. Stara Zagora, a city in central Bulgaria. Steres, a surname from Italian in turn from Greek. Stereses, plural of steres. Starbase, a subdivision of Cameron County, Texas, United States. Starbases, plural of starbase. Starba, a period spent exposed as by starbathing to starlight. Starbathe, to expose one's body to starlight in order to relax, or in the belief that it has positive effects. Compare sunbathe, Starbathe. Simple past and past participle of starbathe. Starbathes. Third person singular simple present indicative of starbathe. Starbathing. Present participle and gerund of starbathe. Starbaths. Plural of starbath. Starbeam. An intense and visible ray of starlight, a ray or rays emitted from the star. Starbeams. Plural of starbeam. Starbay. A suburban area in Harrogate, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 3256. Starbies. Starbecks. Starbird. A surname. Starbirds. Plural of starboard. Starbird. The formation of a star. Starbirths. Plural of starboard. Starboard. The right-hand side of a ship, boat, or aircraft when facing the front or fore or bow. Used to unambiguously refer to directions according to the sides of the vessel rather than those of a crew member or object. Starboard side. Alternative form of starboard side. Starboard. Simple past and past participle of starboard. Starboarding. Present participle and gerund of starboard. Starboards. Plural of starboard. Starboard side. The starboard side of a boat. Starboard sides. Plural of starboard side. Starbolin. Alternative form of starboline. Starbolins. Plural of starbolin. Starbathen. A small village in Kettlewell with Starberton Parish, North Yorkshire, England, previously in Craven District. OS Grid Ref SD 9574. Starbound. Synonym of starward. Starboline. Any of the men in the starboard watch. Starbolines. Plural of starboline. Starboy. A young male celebrity. Starbuzz. Plural of starboy. Starbuck. A surname. Starbucks. A widespread chain of coffee shops. Starbuckses. Plural of Starbucks. Starbucksification. The increased homogeneity of an area as a result of big business to the detriment of local character and diversity. Starburst. A violent explosion, or the pattern likened to the shape of a star supposed to be made by such an explosion. Starburst display. A display with 14 segments that can be turned on or off to produce letters and numerals. Starburst displays. Plural of starburst display. Starburst galaxies. Plural of starburst galaxy. Starburst galaxy. A galaxy that is undergoing a high rate of star formation. Starbursted. Simple past and past participle of starbursts. Starbursting. Present participle and gerund of starbursts. Starbursts. Third person singular simple present indicative of starbursts. Starcasts. A cast of celebrity actors in a film or play. Starcasts. Plural of starcast. Starch. A widely diffused vegetable substance found especially in seeds, bulbs, and tubers, as extracted for example from potatoes, corn, rice, etc., in the form of a white, glistening, granular or powdery substance, without taste or smell, and giving a very peculiar creaking sound when rubbed between the fingers. It is used as a food in the production of commercial grape sugar, for stiffening linen in laundries, in making paste, etc. Starch generator, synonym of leucoplastid. Starch hyacinth, grape hyacinth muscari spp, Pseudomuscari spp, and Leopoldia spp. Starch hyacinths, plural of starch hyacinth. Starch root, a plant native to woodlands of northern Europe, Arum maculatum. Starch roots, plural of starch root. Starchable, suitable for starching. Starch, simple past and past participle of starch. Starchily, with stiff formality. Starchiness, the quality or state of being starched, stiffness in manners. Formality. Starcher, a surname. Starchers, plural of starcher. Starches, plural of starch. Sorry, comparative form of starchy, more starchy. Ist, superlative form of starchy, most starchy. Starchily, in a starchy or formal manner. Starchiness, the papity of being starchy. Starching, present participle and gerund of starch. Stachead, a commune of Prahova County, Romania. Starchaduct, a celebrity architect. Starchaducts, plural of starchaduct. Starchecture, large, unusual building projects designed by celebrity architects. Starchectures, plural of starchecture. Starchless, without starch. Starchlessness, absence of starch. Starch-like, resembling starch. Starchly, in a starched or starchy manner, stiffly, formally. Starchman, a confectionery worker involved in making candy from syrups or gels with the addition of cornstarch. Starchman, plural of starchmen. Starchness, stiffness of manner, preciseness. Starkroot, alternative form of starchroot. Starkroots, plural of starkroot. Starchwort, the plant cucupint, the tubers of which were once used to make starch. Starchworts, plural of starchwort. Starchy, of or pertaining to starch. Star, a surname. Starks, plural of stark. Starcraft, the art of interpreting or reading the stars, astrology. Starcrafter, a player of the StarCraft franchise of video games. Starcrafters, plural of Starcrafter. Starcrafts, plural of Starcraft. Stargrass, a village and civil parish in Tainbridge District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 9781. Starcrest, alternative spelling of Starcross. Starcruiser, a spaceship analogous to a cruiser. Starcruisers, plural of Starcruiser. Stardate, a date according to the fictional system of time measurement developed for Star Trek. Stardates, plural of Stardate. Starde, pronunciation spelling of started. Stardock, a round dock with secured vessels resembling a star. Stardocks, plural of stardock. Stardom, the status or position of a performer acknowledged to be a star, fame, celebrity. Stardoms, plural of stardom. Stardrift, the apparent shared motion of stars in the same cluster. Stardrive, a device used to propel a spacecraft through interstellar distances. Star drives, plural of star drive. Stardust, small fragments of dust-like material found in space, specifically, a type of cosmic dust that formed from cooling gases ejected from prosolar stars, which was then incorporated into the cloud from which the solar system condensed. Stardusts, plural of stardust. There, a surname. Stare, a village and municipality in Okres Michalov's Kashis Kraj, eastern Slovakia, first mentioned in 1273. Stare at the wall. To be bored and idle. Stare daggers, synonym of look daggers. Stare decisis, the principle of following judicial precedent. Stare down, to overcome or make uncomfortable by staring intently. Stare into space, to stare in an absent-minded or unfocused way. Stare like a stuck peg, to be dumbstruck. Stare out, synonym of out. Stare. Stare someone in the face, to be extremely visible and obvious to someone. Stereator, a snaggletooth. Stereators, plural of stereator. Stare, simple past and past participle of stare. Stare daggers, simple past and past participle of stare daggers. Stare down, simple past and past participle of stare down. Stared out, simple past and past participle of stare out. Stared someone in the face, simple past and past participle of stare someone in the face. Stare down, a confrontation in which each party waits for the other to yield. Stare downs. Plural of stare down. Stary, one who is stared at. Staries, plural of stary. Starer, one who stares. Starers, plural of starer. That, plural of stare. Stares daggers. Third person singular simple present indicative of stare daggers. Stares down. Third person singular simple present indicative of stare down. Stare out. Third person singular simple present indicative of stare out. Stares someone in the face. Third person singular simple present indicative of stare someone in the face. Thereist. Second person singular simple present indicative of stare. Stara. Third person singular simple present indicative of stare. Staraton, a hamlet in Stolney Parish, Warwick District, Warwickshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 3371. Starets, an Eastern Orthodox elder, typically a monk or higher a monk, often renowned for holy wisdom, who functions as an advisor and teacher. Starets, plural of starets. Starets, alternative form of starets. Staretses, plural of starets. Stareworthy, worthy of being stared at, admirable. Stare, characterized by staring. Starfall, a great number of stars descending downward within outer space or the atmosphere, a meteor shower. Starfalls, plural of starfall. Starfarer, someone who travels between stars. Starfarers, plural of starfarer. Starfaring, traveling among the stars. Starfield, a starry backdrop. Starfields, plural of starfield. Starfighter, the Lockheed F-104 Starfighter, a jet fighter interceptor. Starfighters, plural of starfighter. Starfield, full of stars, starry. Starfinch, alternative form of starfinch. Starfinches, plural of starfinch. Starfish, any of various echinoderms, not in fact fish with usually 5 arms, many of which eat bivalves or corals by everting their stomach. Starfish-associated densivirus, synonym of sea star-associated densivirus. Starfish-associated densiviruses, plural of starfish-associated densivirus. Starfish flower, either of 2 species of flowering plant. Starfish flowers, plural of starfish flower. Starfish site, any of the decoy cities built in the British countryside and set on fire during nearby bombing raids to divert German bombers away from their intended targets. Starfish sites, plural of starfish site. Starfish wasting disease, synonym of sea star wasting disease. Starfish wasting diseases, plural of starfish wasting disease. Starfish-associated densivirus, synonym of sea star-associated densivirus. Starfish-associated densiviruses, plural of starfish-associated densivirus. Starfished, simple past and past participle of starfish. Starfishes, plural of starfish. Starfishing, present participle and gerund of starfish. Starfish-like, resembling or characteristic of a starfish. Starfleet, a fleet of starships. Starfleets, plural of starfleet. Starflower, Borage Borrego officinalis, an annual herb, and its product. Starflower oil family Boraginaceae. Starflowers, plural of starflower. Star-forming, alternative spelling of star-forming. Starfrutilus, any of several species of South American hummingbirds in the genus Coeligina. Starfrutlets, plural of starfrutlets. Starfruit, alternative spelling of starfruit. Starfruits, plural of starfruit. Starfuck, to have sex with or attempt to have sex with celebrities simply because they are stars. Starfucked, simple past and past participle of starfuck. Starfucker, one who obsessively seeks sex or association with stars or celebrities. Starfuckers, plural of starfucker. Starfucking, seeking inordinate personal benefits from the wishes and needs of a celebrity. Starfucks, third person singular simple present indicative of starfuck. Starful, full of stars. Stargard, a city in West Pomeranian Voivodeship, Poland. Stargardt, a surname. Stargardt disease, an inherited disease characterized by macular degeneration leading to progressive loss of vision. Stargate, a hypothetical device consisting of a traversable portal, typically a wormhole that can send one to another location light years away nearly instantaneously. Stargates, plural of Stargate. Stargateverse, the fictional universe of Stargate films, TV series, video games, etc. Stargaze, to look at the stars at night. Stargaze, simple past and past participle of stargaze. Stargazer, someone who gazes at the stars, an astronomer or astrologer, now especially an amateur one. Stargazers, plural of stargazer. Stargazes, third person singular simple present indicative of stargaze. Stargazy pie, alternative form of stargazy pie. Stargazy pies, plural of stargazy pie. Startisan, a brain-specific transmembrane protein associated with a form of epilepsy. Stargazing, present participle and gerund of stargaze. Stargazings, plural of stargazing. Stargazens, plural of stargazen. Stargazy pie, a Cornish dish of baked pilchards covered with a pastry crust, arranged with their tails toward the center of the pie and their heads poking up through the crust. Stargazy pies, plural of stargazy pie. Stargel, a surname. Stargel, a surname. Stargels, plural of stargel. Stargels, plural of stargel. Stargrass, alternative form of stargrass. Stargrasses, plural of stargrass. Star, the state of being a star, whether an astronomic object or a celebrity. Stari Grad, a town in Croatia. Stari Jankovci, a municipality of Croatia. Stari Mikanovci, a municipality of Croatia. Comparative form of stary, more stary. Teist, superlative form of stary, most stary. Starographic, misspelling of stratigraphic. Star, pronunciation, spelling of staring. Staring, a surname. Staring contest, a game in which two people maintain eye contact for as long as possible, the loser being the one who is the first to blink or look away. Staring contests, plural of staring contests. Staring daggers, present participle and gerund of stare daggers. Staring down, present participle and gerund of stare down. Staring out, present participle and gerund of stare out. Staring someone in the face, present participle and gerund of stare someone in the face. Staring spell, staring into space and failing to respond to speech or touch, an absence seizure. Staring spells, plural of staring spell. Staringly, in a staring way. Starings, plural of staring. Starjump, alternative spelling of starjump. Starjumps, plural of starjump. Star, a surname. Stark Bollock, naked, not wearing clothes. Stark County, one of 102 counties in Illinois, United States. County seat, Toulon. Stark effect, the splitting and shift of a spectral line into several components in the presence of an electric field. Stark naked, completely naked. Stark raving mad, completely insane. Stark staring mad, completely insane, out of one's mind. Stark-Einstein law, a photochemical principle stating in essence that every photon that is absorbed will cause a primary chemical or physical reaction. Stark-Keegner theorem, a theorem that states precisely which quadratic imaginary number fields admit unique factorization in their ring of integers. Starkobo, a surname. Star, a surname from German. Stark County, a county of Indiana, United States. County seat, Knox, named after John Stark. Stark, simple past and past participle of Stark. Starken, to make unbending or inflexible, stiffen, make obstinate. Starkened, simple past and past participle of starken. Starkening, present participle and gerund of starken. Starkens, third person singular simple present indicative of starken. Star, a surname. Starker exchange, a process similar to 1031 exchange but involving the non-simultaneous sale and purchase of real estate rather than an actual exchange. Starker exchanges, plural of Starker exchange. Starkers, completely nude. Starks, a surname. Starkesses, plural of Starks. Stargus, superlative form of Stark, most Stark. Starky, a surname. Stegia, a monoclinic prismatic white mineral containing hydrogen, magnesium, oxygen, and sulfur. Starking, present participle and gerund of stark. Startish, somewhat stark. Starkling, any of the 6 children of Ned Stark in the A Song of Ice and Fire novel series and its television adaptation Game of Thrones. Starklings, plural of starkling. Starkly, in a stark manner, with great contrast. Stardman, a surname from German. Stardmans, plural of Starkman. Starkness, the state or quality of being stark. Starknesses, plural of starkness. Starks, a surname. Starkses, plural of Starks. Starkville, a place in the United States. Starkwater, starling. Cutwater structure protecting a bridge. Starkwaters, plural of Starkwater. Starkweather, a surname. Starkweathers, plural of Starkweather. Starl, a female given name. Starland County, a municipal district of Alberta, Canada, Centre, Morin. Starless, without visible stars. Starlessly, without stars. Starlessness, absence of stars. Starlet, a young actress with a promising career ahead of her. Starlet sea anemone. Nema estella vetensis, a small sea anemone in a family Etwitsi native to the east coast of the United States. Starlet sea anemones, plural of starlet sea anemone. Starlets, plural of starlet. Starlight, light emitted from stars other than the sun. Starlight blue, any of various, usually pale, shades of blue, suggesting a starlit sky. Starlight blues, plural of starlight blue. Starlight problem, the conflict between young Earth creationism asserting that the universe is thousands of years old and the starlight-related measurements that show the universe to be billions of years old. Starlight tour, a practice in which Saskatoon police drove Aboriginal people out of the city and left them to freeze. Starlight tours, plural of starlight tour. Starlighted, illuminated by starlight. Starlights, plural of starlight. Starlight, convex, having the property that any line segment joining any mapped point to a specified point in the domain lies entirely in the domain. Starlightness, the property of being stellate. Starlin, a surname. Starlena, a female given name. Starline, a hypothetical or theoretical line connecting a series of stars within a cluster or constellation. Star-lined, lined or studded with stars. Starliner, a large starship capable of transporting many passengers. Starliners, plural of starliner. Starlines, plural of starline. Starling, an English surname transferred from the nickname for a gregarious person. Starlinglike, resembling or characteristic of a starling. Starlings, plural of starling. Starlins, plural of starlin. Starlipper, a surname. Starlippers, plural of starlipper. Starless, illuminated by starlight. Starlight, an intumescent material said to be able to withstand and insulate from extreme heat. Starlit, starless. Starlore, the study, knowledge, or science of stars, astrology, astronomy. Starlores, plural of starlore. Starly, of pertaining to or characteristic of a star or stars, astral. Starmaker, one who works at turning others into famous and successful entertainers. Starmakers, plural of starmaker. Starmaking, the process of turning somebody into a famous and successful entertainer. Starman, a surname from German. Starmans, plural of starman. Star matter, the material or matter from which stars are made or of which they consist. Star stuff. Starman, plural of starman. Starmer, a surname. Starmergeddon, a supposed disaster predicted to take place after the 2024 election of Labour Party leader Keir Starmer as Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Sumerian, of or pertaining to Keir Starmer, born 1962, British Labour politician and Prime Minister since 2024. Starmerize, a supporter of Keir Starmer, British Prime Minister since 2024. Starmerites, plural of starmerite. Starmers, plural of starmer. Starmonger, a fortune teller and an astrologer. Starmongers, plural of starmonger. Star, a star. Starner, a surname. Starners, plural of starner. Starns, a surname. Starny, a small star. Starnies, plural of starny. Starnose, star-nosed mole. Starnoses, plural of starnose. Starns, plural of starn. Staro Petrovo Selo, a municipality of Croatia. Starobelsk, a city and reign of Luhansk Oblast, Ukraine. Staroben, a surname. Starobens, plural of Staroben. Stak is the antonyms, a city in Cage Maliski of Last Ukraine. Starolaspa, a village in Boykovsk settlement Hermata, Kalmiask Rayon, Donetsk Oblast, Ukraine, founded in 1778, controlled by the Donetsk People's Republic since 2014. Starin, a surname from Polish. Starinizh Steblievskaya, a rural locality in the Krasnoarmysky district of Krasnodar Krai, Russia, population 10,260. Starans, plural of starin. Staruviatsi, the old believers. Starosporine, misspelling of storosporine. Starost, a Polish nobleman who possessed a starosti. Starosta, alternative form of sterost. Sterostes, plural of steroste. Sterostes, plural of sterosti. Sterestin, a surname. Sterostes, plural of steroste. Sterostes, plural of sterosti. Sterestin, a surname from Russian. Sterestin Cape, a cape in Svalbard, Norway, known for its geological and paleontological value, today better known as Cap Linné. Sterosts, plural of sterost. Sterosti, in Poland, a castle and domain conferred on a nobleman for life. Starostinski, alternative spelling of Starostinski. Starostinski, belonging to or administered by a starosta or starosti. Starosty and S letter to B9KYJ. Alternative spelling of Starostinski. Suroy, the name of numerous settlements in Russia, including Starpacker, alternative form of Starpacker. Starpackers, plural of Starpacker. Starplot, alternative form of Starplot. Starblots, plural of Starplot. Starport, a port for interstellar craft. Starports, plural of starport. Starproof, impervious to the light of the stars. Starquake, a violent tremor or quake that occurs on or near the surface of a star, especially a collapsed star. Starquakes, plural of starquake. Star, a surname. Star County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Rio Grande City. Star Gate, a locality and named road in the south of Blackpool, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 3031. Ithera, plural of star. Star, archaic spelling of star. Starred, simple past and past participle of star. Started, simple past and past participle of start. Start up, simple past and past participle of star up. Ithera, a film featuring a particular movie star. Staras, plural of stara. Stars, plural of star. Staris, a surname. Starets, plural of staret. Sorry, comparative form of starry, more starry. Sariet, superlative form of starry, most starry. Starify, decorated with stars, covered with stars. Starifies, third person singular simple present indicative of starify. Starify, to cover or decorate with stars. Starifying, present participle and gerund of starify. Starrily, in a starry way. Starriness, the state or quality of being starry. Starrinesses, plural of starriness. Starring, present participle and gerund of star. Starring is, present participle and gerund of star. It. Starring up, present participle and gerund of star up. Starrings, plural of starring. Starize, the time of day or night when a given star appears above the horizon. Starizes, plural of starize. Starish, like, resembling, or relating to a star, starlight. Stars, plural of star. Starry, a surname. Starry ba, a species of skipper butterfly, Iambrix stellifer, family Hesperiidae, of Southeast Asia, having dark underwings marked with a few star-like spots. Starry bobs, plural of starry bob. Starry campion, the plant Silene stellata. Starry eyes with exaggerated starry highlights with an expression of wonder or delight. Starry flounder, Platychthes stellatus, a common flatfish found around the margins of the North Pacific. Starry flounders, plural of starry flounder. Starry ray, a European skate Amblyrodger radiata with stellate bases on the dorsal spines. Starry rays, plural of starry ray. Starry sturgeon, Sevruga acipinter stellatus. Starry sturgeons, plural of starry sturgeon. Starry weaver, the fish Trachinius radiatus. Starry, having naively optimistic hopes or outlooks. Starry gazy pie, alternative form of stargazy pie. Starry gazy pies, plural of starry gazy pie. Stars, plural of starry. Stars, the 53rd surah chapter of the Quran. Stars align, events or circumstances combine fortuitously. Stars and bars, the first national flag of the Confederate States. Stars and stripes, the flag of the United States. Stars are aligned, present conditions are favorable, future prospects are good. Stars in one's eyes, the state of being overly or extremely impressed with something, enchanted with romance. Stars, a third person singular simple present indicative of starred. Stars of David, plural of Star of David. Stars of Virginia, plural of Star of Virginia. Stars up, third person singular simple present indicative of star up. Starscape, a picture or view of a field of stars. Starscapes, plural of starscape. Starzy, alternative form of starseed. Starseeds, plural of starseed. Starset, the time of day or night when a given star disappears below the horizon. Starsets, plural of starset. Starjet, a form of coronagraph disk designed to prevent starlight from interfering with the observation of exoplanets. Starshades, plural of starshade. Star-shaped, having the shape of a stylized or symbolic star with radiating points. Stardow, alternative form of star shell. Starjals, plural of starshell. Starshina, a sergeant major in Russia. Starshinas, plural of starshina. Star-high, starlight. Starship, a type of spacecraft capable of traveling to the solar systems of other stars. Starships, plural of starship. Starsnout, any of various fishes in the genus Bathyergonus. Starsnouts, plural of starsnout. Starspot, the equivalent of a sunspot on another star. Starspots, plural of starspot. Starston, a small village and civil parish in South Norfolk District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TM 2384. Starstone, and gemstone that exhibits asterism. Starstones, plural of starstone. Starstruck, alternative form of starstruck. Star-studded, alternative form of star-studded. Star stuff, the material composition of stars. Matter originated from stars, star matter. START, acronym. of simple triage and rapid treatment. Start. A typical button for video games, originally used to start a game, now also often to pause or choose an option. Start a family. To conceive one's first child. Start a fresh hair. To divert a discussion or argument from its conclusion. Start a hair. To introduce a conversational topic. Start a hair running. Alternative form of start a hair. Start afresh. To start or restart doing something from the beginning or with a clean slate. Start back. To begin a return trip to a starting point. Start back in. To resume insulting, confronting and slash or shouting at someone. Start back on. To resume talking about a topic, most often in an argument, criticism, or interrogation. To resume nagging or complaining about a topic. Start button. A labeled button in some versions of the Windows operating system that opens the Start menu. Start buttons. Plural of start button. Start codon. The codon at which translation of mRNA into protein starts, encoding the first amino acid. Start codons. Plural of start codon. Start from where you are. Achievement requires realism. Start in. To begin to do something, to get started. Start in on. To make a start on, to begin to tackle. Start into. To begin to eat. Start key. Synonym of Windows key. Start keys. Plural of start key. Start menu. A menu in some operating systems that is launched by pressing an on-screen button and provides a central launching point for applications and tasks. Start menus. Plural of start menu. Start naked. Obsolete form of start naked. Start off. To begin. Start off on the right foot. To begin well. Start off on the wrong foot. To begin badly. Start on. To criticize. Start on at. Synonym of start on to criticize. Start out. To emerge suddenly, to jump out. Start over. To begin again. To return to the beginning. Start page. Home page. Start pages. Plural of start page. Start point. A promontory in the South Hams district of Devon, England. Start the ball rolling. Synonym of get the ball rolling. Start time. Synonym of starting time. Start times. Plural of start time. Start up. To rise suddenly. Start up on. To begin again at criticizing someone or something. Start with a clean sheet. To go back to square one. Start all over again. Start with a clean sheet of paper. Alternative form of start with a clean sheet. Start with a clean slate. Alternative form of start with a clean sheet. Start up. Alternative spelling of startup. Startups. Plural of startup. Startable. That can be started. Start box. The compartment of a maze etc. into which the animal subject in a psychology experiment is initially placed. Start boxes. Plural of start box. Started. Simple past and past participle of start. Started a family. Simple past and past participle of start a family. Started a fresh hair. Simple past and past participle of start afresh hair. Started afresh. Simple past and past participle of start afresh. Started back. Simple past and past participle of start back. Started back in. Simple past and past participle of start back in. Started back on. Simple past and past participle of start back on. Started in. Simple past and past participle of start in. Started in on. Simple past and past participle of start in on. Started into. Simple past and past participle of start into. Started off. Simple past and past participle of start off. Started off on the wrong foot. Simple past and past participle of start off on the wrong foot. Started on. Simple past and past participle of start on. Started on at. Simple past and past participle of start on at. Started out. Simple past and past participle of start out. Started over. Simple past and past participle of start over. Started the ball rolling. Simple past and past participle of start the ball rolling. Started up. Simple past and past participle of start up. Started up on. Simple past and past participle of start up on. Started with a clean sheet. Simple past and past participle of start with a clean sheet. Started with a clean slate. Simple past and past participle of start with a clean slate. Starter. Someone who starts or who starts something. Starter batteries. Plural of starter battery. Starter battery. Synonym of car battery. Starter bra. Synonym of training bra. Starter bras. Plural of starter bra. Starter cable. Synonym of jumper cable. Starter cables. Plural of starter cable. Starter castle. Synonym of McMansion. Starter castles. Plural of starter castle. Starter dough. A small amount of live dough used in traditional bakery to start the fermentation process necessary for preparing sourdough. Starter doughs. Plural of starter dough. Starter for 10. Something, especially a question or problem, to be tackled first. Starter home. A relatively small and inexpensive home, typically the first that a person or family can afford to purchase. Starter homes. Plural of starter home. Starter house. Synonym of starter home. Starter houses. Plural of starter house. Starter kit. A kit with the basic items and instructions needed to begin something. Starter kits. Plural of starter kit. Starter marriage. A first marriage for an individual or couple that either was short-lived or is expected to be unsuccessful, especially when viewed as serving as preparation for a subsequent marriage. Starter marriages. Plural of starter marriage. Starter motor. An electrical motor, part of a modern car or truck, etc., which is used to initially turn the internal combustion engine of the vehicle to make it start. Starter motors. Plural of starter motor. Starter pack. A collection of things that are essential when beginning a job or other practice. Starter packs. Plural of starter pack. Starter pistol. A handgun that fires blanks in order to start races. Starter pistols. Plural of starter pistol. Starter signal. Synonym of starting signal. Starter signals. Plural of starter signal. Starter strip. Roll roofing or shingle strips applied along the downslope eave line before the first course of roofing and intended to fill spaces between cutout and joints of the first course. Starter strips. Plural of starter strip. Starter's pistol. Alternative spelling of starting pistol. Starter's pistols. Plural of starter's pistol. Starter pack. Alternative form of starter pack. Starter packs. Plural of starter pack. Starters. Plural of starter. Starters for 10. Plural of starter for 10. Startus. Second person singular simple present indicative of start. Starta. Third person singular simple present indicative of start. Startful. Tending to be startled, skittish. Startfulness. Tendency to be startled, skittishness. Starthistle. Any of the genus Centaurea of herbaceous thistle-like flowering plants. Star thistles. Plural of star thistle. Starthroat. Any hummingbird of the genus Heliamaster with throat feathers having a glittering luster. Starthroats. Plural of starthroat. Startin. Pronunciation spelling of starting. Starting. Present participle and gerund of start. Starting a family. Present participle and gerund of start a family. Starting a fresh hair. Present participle and gerund of start a fresh hair. Starting afresh. Present participle and gerund of start afresh. Starting back. Present participle and gerund of start back. Starting back in. Present participle and gerund of start back in. Starting back on. Present participle and gerund of start back on. Starting bar. A hand lever for working the valves when starting a steam engine. Starting bars. Plural of starting bar. Starting berth. An appearance in a match from the kickoff. Starting berths. Plural of starting berth. Starting block. A peg or angled block of wood or metal pedal used by track and field athletes, mainly sprinters, for getting a quick start in a race. Starting blocks. Plural of starting block. Starting five. The 5 players who are initially playing for a team at the start of a game. Starting fives. Plural of starting 5. Starting fluid. A volatile, flammable liquid which is used to aid the starting of internal combustion engines, especially during cold weather. Starting fluids. Plural of starting fluid. Starting gate. A machine used to ensure a fair start in horse or dog racing by opening doors to allow all the racing animals out at the same time. Starting gates. Plural of starting gate. Starting grid. The part of the track on which the vehicles line up in order, according to their performance in qualifying. Starting grids. Plural of starting grid. Starting gun. A gun fired to start a race. Starting guns. Plural of starting gun. Starting handle. A crank handle fitted to or supplied with older vehicles for the purpose of starting the engine, even if fitted with a starter motor. Starting handles. Plural of starting handle. Starting hole. A loophole, evasion. Starting holes. Plural of starting hole. Starting in. Present participle and gerund of start in. Starting in on. Present participle and gerund of start in on. Starting into. Present participle and gerund of start into. Starting lineup. An official list of the set of players who will participate in the event when the game begins. Starting lineups. Plural of starting lineup. Starting off. Present participle and gerund of start off. Starting off on the wrong foot. Present participle and gerund of start off on the wrong foot. Starting on. Present participle and gerund of start on. Starting on at. Present participle and gerund of start on at. Starting out. Present participle and gerund of start out. Starting over. Present participle and gerund of start over. Starting pistol. Starter pistol. Starting pistols. Plural of starting pistol. Starting pitcher. A pitcher who is usually used to start a game, a member of a team's rotation. Compare relief pitcher. Starting pitchers. Plural of starting pitcher. Starting point. The place where a journey starts. Starting points. Plural of starting point. Starting posts. A post or pole to mark the place where a race starts, especially in horse racing. Starting price. The opening price for an item at an auction. Starting prices. Plural of starting price. Starting signal. A railway signal controlling the starting of trains from a station or some other location, nowadays usually a color light signal. Starting signals. Plural of starting signal. Starting the ball rolling. Present participle and gerund of start the ball rolling. Starting time. The moment in time at which something is scheduled or supposed to begin. Starting times. Plural of starting time. Starting up. Present participle and gerund of start up. Starting up on. Present participle and gerund of start up on. Starting with a clean sheet. Present participle and gerund of start with a clean sheet. Starting with a clean slate. Present participle and gerund of start with a clean slate. Startingly. By sudden fits or starts. Spasmodically. Startings. Plural of starting. Startish. Easily startled, skittish or shy, said especially of a horse. Startle. To move suddenly or be excited. On feeling alarm, to start. Startle reflex. A brainstem reflectory reaction that serves to protect vulnerable parts, such as the back of the neck and the eyes, and facilitates an escape from sudden stimuli. Startle reflexes. Plural of startle reflex. Startle up. To flush a target, usually birds and often accidentally. Startle. Surprised and slightly frightened. Startledly. In a startled manner. Startlement. An instance of being startled, surprise. Startlements. Plural of startlement. Startler. One who, or that which, startles. Startlers. Plural of startler. Startles. Plural of startle. Start line. A line marking the start of something, such as a race. Start lines. Plural of start line. Startling. Present participle and gerund of startle. Startlingly. In a startling manner, surprisingly, shockingly. Startliness. The quality of being startling. Startlings. Plural of startling. Startlish. Easily startled, skittish. Startlishness. The quality of being startlish. Startless. The list of cyclists who are to start a race. Start lists. Plural of start lists. Startness. The condition of being started. Start point. The point in time or space from which something starts. Start points. Plural of start point. Star tracker. An optical device that measures the positions of stars using photocells or a camera. Star trackers. Plural of star tracker. Starts. Plural of start. Starts a family. Third person singular simple present indicative of start a family. Starts a fresh hair. Third person singular simple present indicative of start a fresh hair. Starts afresh. Third person singular simple present indicative of start afresh. Starts back. Third person singular simple present indicative of start back. Starts back in. Third person singular simple present indicative of start back in. Starts back on. Third person singular simple present indicative of start back on. Starts in. Third person singular simple present indicative of start in. Starts in on. Third person singular simple present indicative of start in on. Starts into. Third person singular simple present indicative of start into. Starts off. Third person singular simple present indicative of start off. Starts off on the wrong foot. Third person singular simple present indicative of start off on the wrong foot. Starts on. Third person singular simple present indicative of start on. Starts on at. Third person singular simple present indicative of start on at. Starts out. Third person singular simple present indicative of start out. Starts over. Third person singular simple present indicative of start over. Starts the ball rolling. Third person singular simple present indicative of start the ball rolling. Starts up. Third person singular simple present indicative of start up. Starts up on. Third person singular simple present indicative of start up on. Starts with a clean sheet. Third person singular simple present indicative of start with a clean sheet. Starts with a clean slate. Third person singular simple present indicative of start with a clean slate. Start scum. To start and quit the game repeatedly in order to obtain a favorable starting situation is being generated at random for each game. Start scummed. Simple past and past participle of start scum. Start scummer. A player who start scums. Start scummers. Plural of start scummer. Start scumming. Present participle and gerund of start scum. Start scums. Third person singular simple present indicative of start scum. Startsy. Plural of starets. Startup. The act or process of starting a process or machine. Startup time. The boot time of a system in addition to the amount of time required for the operating system to load and initialize all its services and programs. Startup times. Plural of startup time. Startuber. Alternative form of startupper. Startubers. Plural of startuber. Startupper. A person who is passionate and enthusiastic about the creation, development, and preservation of startup companies. Startuppers. Plural of startupper. Startups. Plural of startup. Startward. a string of letters that identifies the beginning of a valid sequence in a specified language. Start words, plural of start word. Starts, a surname. Stara, a surname. Stara, a transliteration of the Ukrainian surname Stu Starks. Staruosporine, misspelling of Storosporine. Starve, synonym of starve. Starvate, simple past and past participle of starvate. Starvates, third person singular simple present indicative of starvate. Starvating, present participle and gerund of starvate. Starvation, a condition of severe suffering due to a lack of nutrition. Starvation marrow, synonym of gelatinous bone marrow transformation. Starvation wage, a wage so low that it can barely support a person. Starvation wages, plural of starvation wage. Starvational, of or pertaining to starvation. Starvations, plural of starvation. Starve, to die because of lack of food or of not eating. Starve acre, alternative form of starve acre. Starve the beasts, to progressively weaken or destroy a dangerous or powerful entity through attrition. Starve acre, a type of crowfoot Ranunculus arvensis, known for growing on impoverished soil. Starve acre, alternative form of starve acre. Starve, approaching starvation, emaciated and malnourished. Starved the beasts, simple past and past participle of starve the beasts. Starvedly, in the condition of one starved or starving, parsimoniously. Starveling, one who is thin from lack of food. Starvelings, plural of starveling. Starren, past participle of starve. Starver, one who starves. Starvers, plural of starver. Stars, third person singular simple present indicative of starve. Stars the beasts, third person singular simple present indicative of starve the beasts. Starves, second person singular simple present indicative of starve. Stareth, third person singular simple present indicative of starve. Starving, pronunciation spelling of starving. Starvin' Marvin, extremely hungry. Starving, present participle and gerund of starve. Starving artist, a person who works as an artist or performer despite making little or no money for it, therefore suffering in poverty. Starving artists, plural of starving artists. Starving the beasts, present participle and gerund of starve the beasts. Starving time, a period of starvation during the winter of 1609-1610 in Jamestown in the colony of Virginia. Starvingly, while or as if starving, very hungrily. Starvings, plural of starving. Star violet, any plant of species of genus Hediotes. Star violets, plural of star violet. Starward, toward the stars. Starwards, toward the stars. Star watcher, one who watches stars, stargazer. Star watchers, plural of star watcher. Starway, a route or pathway between stars. Starways, plural of starway. Starry, Cerastium fontanum, a mat-forming plant, native to Europe, with small white flowers and tear-shaped leaves that grow opposite one another in a star pattern. Star wheel, a star-shaped disc used as a kind of ratchet wheel in repeating watches and the feed motions of some machines. Star wheels, plural of star wheel. Starwise, in the manner of a star, so as to form a star shape. Starward, alternative form of starward. Starwards, plural of starward. Starward, any of several not closely related plants that have star-shaped flowers or leaves, but especially members of the genus Stellaria. Starworts, plural of starwort. Ptheri, alternative spelling of steri. Serikrim, a city in Crimea in southern Ukraine. Sterisaltiv, a rural settlement, the administrative center of the settlement Ramada of the same name, Chuhuiv Rayon, Kharkiv Oblast, Ukraine, first mentioned in the 1627 book of the Grade Drawing, in which it was already described as an old settlement. Sterizembe, a city in Lviv Oblast in western Ukraine. Starzau, the ship of characters Billy Batson, Captain Marvel, Shazam, and Courtney Whitmore Stargirl, both from DC Comics. Starze, a surname from Polish. Starzek, plural of Starzek. Thus, initialism of spread through air spaces. Thus, a transliteration of the Russian or Ukrainian male given name diminutive Stas, Stas. Stasis, plural of stasis. Idash, a surname from German. Stash away, synonym of shut up to put someone or something in a secure enclosed space, such as a room or container. Statit, shut up, stop talking. Stashable, capable of being stashed or packed away. Stash box, a box used to store a stash of something, especially illicit narcotics. Stash boxes, plural of stash box. Is backed, simple past and past participle of stash. Stashed away, simple past and past participle of stash away. Stasher, agent noun of stash. One who stashes. Stayers, plural of stasher. Status, plural of stash. Stashes away. Third person singular simple present indicative of stash away. Stashing, present participle and gerund of stash. Stashing away, present participle and gerund of stash away. Stati, Hanse, Dase, the Ministry for State Security, secret police and intelligence organization of the German Democratic Republic, East Germany. Statiak, a surname. Statiaks, plural of Stasiak. Stasiak, leader of a sedition. Stasiaks, plural of Stasiak. Stasabasophobia, the fear of standing and walking. Sassidia, plural of Sassidian. Sassidian, synonym of kathisma hinge seat used in monastic churches. Stase, a male surname from Polish. Stasimon, plural of Stasimon. Stasimon, a song of the chorus during a tragedy continued without the interruption of dialogue or anapaestics. Stasimorphy, any deviation from the normal form of a bodily organ due to arrested development. Stasiality, the study of political parties. Stasopatric, synonym of parapatric. Stasophobia, a morbid fear of standing upright. Stasis, a slackening or arrest of the blood current, due not to a lessening of the heart's beat, but to some abnormal resistance of the capillary walls. Stasis, lock, an induced state of suspension or inactivity. Stasis locks, plural of stasis lock. Stasis papillomatosis, a disease characterized by chronic congestion of the extremities, with blood circulation interrupted in a specific area of the body. Stasko, a surname. Staskos, plural of Stasko. Stany, a surname from Czech. Stasfertai, a fibrous variety of borosite. Stase, a surname from Italian. Stasis, plural of Stasi. Stasny, a surname from Czech. Stasnys, plural of Stasny. Svetha, a transliteration of the Russian or Ukrainian female given name diminutive sta acute s ya Stasya. Stazak, a surname. Stazaks, plural of Stasak. Stazo, a town and county of Holy Cross Voivodeship, Poland. Is that immediately now? Stat dec, clipping of statutory declaration clipped compound. Stat holiday, synonym of stat a statutory public holiday in Canada. Stat holidays, plural of stat holiday. Stat match, statistical mechanics. Stat out, synonym of stat to assign statistics to a monster, etc. in a game. Stat patter, someone who practices stat padding. Stat patters, plural of stat patter. Stat padding, an action that improves a player's statistics despite being of little benefit to his or her team or its chance of winning. Stat whore, to guide one's actions based on the usually public statistical results in which those actions will generate. Stat horde, simple past and past participle of stat whore. Stat whores, plural of stat whore. Stat whoring, present participle and gerund of stat whore. Statable, capable of being stated. Statal, pertaining to a state of the American Union in contrast to the federal government. Statampere, the CGS unit of electrical current. Statamperes, plural of statampere. Statin, standing on all 4 feet or paws. Statarianly, fixedly, steadily. Statary, fixed, settled. Is dash. Statutory. Statgolam, the CGS unit of electrical charge, equal to 33.35640 picocoulombs. Statgoulombs, plural of statcoulomb. State, a current governing polity, country, city, state, or community. State A, any aid given by a state or government. State and ancientry, dignified, old-fashioned style. State capital, the capital city of a state national subdivision. State capitalism, the form of capitalism where for-profit commercial activities are undertaken by the state, either via corporatized government agencies or via ownership or control of nominally private organizations. State capitalisms, Plural of state capitalism. State capitalists. Characteristic of or supportive of state capitalism. State capitals. Plural of state capital. State capture. A type of systemic political corruption in which a small number of private businesses influence government policy to their own advantage. State church. A church established by or controlled by the government of a country. State churches. Plural of state church. State college. A home rule municipality in Centre County, Pennsylvania, United States. State Department. The United States Department of State, an executive department of the U.S. federal government responsible for foreign policy and international relations. State diagram. A diagram showing the states of a system and their interactions. State diagrams. Plural of state diagram. State electrician. A person hired by a state government to execute condemned criminals in the electric chair. State electricians. Plural of state electrician. State enterprise. Synonym of state-owned enterprise. State enterprises. Plural of state enterprise. State examination. In Germany, the graduation not under the auspices of an educational institution but conditional on governmental interference regulating the admission to a profession, if immediately following education in an academic institution, successful completion of such an examination concludes academic studies and is equivalent to a level 7 academic degree, otherwise it usually immediately follows preparatory service for public office, referendariat. Not mutually exclusively undergoing two is regular for certain professions in all or some states. State examinations. Plural of state examination. State fair. Alternative letter case form of state fair. State fair. An annual competitive and recreational gathering of a U.S. state's population, usually held in late summer or early fall. State fairs. Plural of state fair. State flower. The flower officially chosen as a symbol for a state of the United States. State flowers. Plural of state flower. State funeral. A public funeral ceremony held to honor individuals of national significance. State funerals. Plural of state funeral. State House. A state legislature of one of the 50 United States, or government generally. State houses. Plural of state house. Stated. To assume state or dignity. State line. The border between two states in the United States of America. State lines. Plural of state line. State liquor agencies. Plural of state liquor agency. State liquor agency. Synonym of liquor store located in Ohio. State machine. Ellipsis of finite state machine. State machines. Plural of state machine. State of affairs. A specific situation. A set of circumstances. State of aggregation. Synonym of state of matter. State of alarm. A state of emergency. State of being. The overall physical condition of a person as opposed to mental condition, state of mind. State of beingness. The quality of state of being. State of emergency. An unusually difficult or dangerous situation in which a government gives itself special powers or suspends normal legal procedures so as to regain control. State of Eritrea. Official name of Eritrea, a country in East Africa. State of exception. A condition in which ordinary laws or norms have been suspended by a political authority. State of flux. Status of being prone to change. State of grace. A condition free from mortal sin in which one has the favor of God and enjoys unmerited divine assistance. State of Hawaii. Synonym of Hawaii. State of Israel. Official name of Israel, a country in Western Asia, in the Middle East. State of Japan. De facto official name of Japan under the Constitution of Japan 1947. State of Kuwait. Official name of Kuwait, a country in Western Asia in the Middle East. State of Libya. Official name of Libya, a country in North Africa. State of Manchuria. Official name of Manchukuo from 1932 to 1934. State of matter. Any of the different phases of matter whose properties are dependent on the motions and forces of the molecules of which they are composed. State of Mexico. A state of Mexico. Capital, Toluca, the most populous of the 32 federal entities of the country of Mexico and surrounding Mexico City. State of mind. The psychological state of someone's cognitive processes at a certain time. The condition or character of a person's thoughts or feelings. State of Mississippi. Formal name of the U.S. state of Mississippi. State of motion. A motion as it appears having any numerical value of velocity as far as the velocity stays constant. State of nature. The way that people lived before there was any organized society. State of New York. A state of the United States of America and former colony. State of Palestine. Official name of Palestine, a country in Western Asia in the Middle East. State of play. The current situation typically in sports. State of Qatar. Official name of Qatar, a country in Western Asia on the Arabian Peninsula. State of siege. An exceptional evil condition in which constitutional limits on the powers of the government are suspended, usually owing to military necessity and implying martial law. State of the art. The condition of scientific or technical knowledge, particularly the peak or highest level thereof at a particular time. State of the Union. The State of the Union Address, an annual event in which a President of the United States reports the status of the country, normally to a joint session of the United States Congress. State of Virginia. The U.S. State of Virginia, officially the Commonwealth of Virginia. State of war. A state of armed conflict between states, irrespective of a declaration of war. State of Washington. Alternative form of Washington State. State-owned enterprise. Alternative form of state-owned enterprise. State-owned enterprises. Plural of state-owned enterprise. State-owned ownership. Ownership of an industry by the people or the state. Nationalization. State park. A park managed by the federal state in which it is situated. State parks. Plural of state park. State pattern. A behavioral design pattern similar to the strategy pattern that is used to represent the state of an object. State patterns. Plural of state pattern. State police. Outside the USA or Australia, the national police, i.e. the police force belonging to the national state government. State police officer. Synonym of state trooper. State polices. Plural of state police. State religion. A religious body or creed officially officially endorsed by the state. State religions, plural of state religion. State school, a government-funded school, paid for by taxes. State schools, plural of state school. State secret, alternative form of state secret. State secrets, plural of state secret. State socialism, a type of socialism wherein some or many of the means of production are controlled by the state in turn being operated by or on behalf of the workers. State socialisms, plural of state socialism. State socialists, a supporter of state socialism. State socialists, plural of state socialists. State space, a mathematical space of all possible states of a system or process. State spaces, plural of state space. State store, a liquor store selling wine and spirits but not beer, run by an administrative board of the state government. State stores, plural of state store. State trooper, alternative letter case form of state trooper. State trooper, an officer of the state police. State troopers, plural of state trooper. State troopers, plural of state trooper. State Union of Serbia and Montenegro, official name of Serbia and Montenegro, a former country existing in Southeast Europe on the Balkan Peninsula from 1992 through 2006, composed of the modern states of Serbia and Montenegro, a rump state of the former Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, which used the official name Federal Republic of Yugoslavia until 2003. State variable, a variable that describes the state of a dynamical system. State variables, plural of state variable. State visit, a formal visit by a head of state or a cabinet minister to another nation. State hits, plural of state visit. State within a state, a powerful entity that is only partially controlled by the government, especially one that is nominally governmental itself, a deep state. State's evidence, court testimony from a person involved in a criminal activity case implicating other people in crimes, usually given in exchange for leniency from the prosecutor. State assisted, funded, or subsidized by a government. State capitalists, alternative spelling of state capitalist adjective. State-level cities, plural of state-level city. State-level city, a city that holds a significant administrative status within a particular state or region. These cities often have a higher level of autonomy and authority compared to other cities within the state. State-level municipalities, plural of state-level municipality. State-level municipality, synonym of state-level city. State of the art, alternative form of state of the art. State-owned, owned and controlled by the country's government. State-owned enterprise, a commercial business wholly or partly owned and operated by a government. State-owned enterprises, plural of state-owned enterprise. State-run, which is run by the state. Stateable, alternative form of stateable. State card, a diagram of the state S of a system. State cards, plural of state card. Statecraft, synonym of statesmanship, the ability to guide a state well. Statecraft, plural of statecraft. Statecraftship, statecraft. Statecrafty, able in statecraft, politically adept. Stated, Simple past and past participle of state. Stated income. A quantity of income alleged by its earner without proof. Stated income loan. Synonym of liar loan. Stated income loans. Plural of stated income loan. Stated the obvious. Simple past and past participle of state the obvious. Statedly. At stated times, regularly. Statedness. The state or condition of having been stated or spoken. Statum. The state of being as state a polity. State finder. A kind of geometrical parameter used in studying dark energy models. State finders. Plural of state finder. Stateful. That supports different states, reacting to the same input differently depending on the current state. Statefully. In a stateful manner. Statefulness. The state or condition of being stateful. State function. With function. State functions. Plural of state function. State graph. A graphical form of a state diagram. State graphs. Plural of state graph. Statehood. The property of being a state, an autonomous subdivision of a federal country. Statehood Day. Any of various public holidays that commemorate the date when a territory became a state. Statehooder. A person who promotes or supports statehood for a certain territory. Statehooders. Plural of statehooder. Statehoods. Plural of statehood. State house. Alternative spelling of state house. State houses. Plural of state house. Stater. Any of 3 women of the Achaemenid dynasty of ancient Persia. Statism. Alternative form of statism. Statisms. Plural of statism. Stateless. Of a system or protocol, such that it does not keep a persistent state between transactions. Stateless capitalism. Anarcho-capitalism. Stateless person. A person who is not a citizen of any country. This entity is a translation hub. Statelessly. In a stateless manner. Statelessness. The property of being stateless. Statelet. A very small nation state, or a region that acts like a nation state. Statelets. Plural of statelet. Statelier. Comparative form of stately, more stately. Stateless. Superlative form of stately, most stately. State-like. Resembling or characteristic of a state geopolitical entity. Stately. In a stately manner. State line. A census-designated place in Douglas County, Nevada, United States. Stateliness. The quality or state of being stately. Statelinesses. Plural of stateliness. Stateling. A statelet, a very small nation state, or a region that acts like a nation state. Statelings. Plural of stateling. Stately. Worthy of respect. Dignified. Regal. Stately bush brown. Bicyclist zinnias, a species of tropical African butterfly. Stately elm. Synonym of European white elm. Stately elms. Plural of stately elm. Stately home. Synonym of country house, especially one owned by the aristocracy. Stately homes. Plural of stately home. Stateman. Synonym of statesman. Stateme. One who comes from the same state. Statemates, plural of statemate. Statement, plural of statement. Statement, a declaration or remark. Statement of accounts, account statement. Statement of affairs, a financial accounting listing all assets and debts that is used as part of a bankruptcy proceeding. Statement of claim, a statement issued in civil court proceedings by a plaintiff. It sets forth the complaints against the defendants and the prayers for relief from the court. Statement of intent, a formal statement that the author has a serious intention of doing something under specified conditions and at a specified time. Statemental, pertaining to a statement or to statements. Statemented, having been provided with a statement of educational needs. Statementing, formal official assessment of a child as having special needs. Statements, plural of statement. Statements of affairs, plural of statement of affairs. Statements of claim, plural of statement of claim. Statements of intent, plural of statement of intent. Statemonger, a statesman. Statemongers, plural of statemonger. Staten, a surname. Staten Island, a borough and island of New York City, New York, United States, one of 5, situated south-southwest of Manhattan. It is coterminous with Richmond County. Staten Islander, a native or inhabitant of Staten Island, New York. Staten Islanders, plural of Staten Islander. Statens, plural of Staten. Statendale, an unincorporated community, a census-designated place, the county seat of Echols County, Georgia, United States. State prison, a prison maintained by the state. State prisons, plural of state prison. Stater, a gold, silver, or electrum coin of ancient Greece. Stateroom, an apartment in a palace or great house for use on ceremonial occasions. Staterooms, plural of stateroom. Staters, plural of stater. States, ellipsis of United States. States General, an ad hoc consultative assembly in pre-revolutionary France uniting representatives of the 3 estates of clergy, nobles, and commons. States of affairs, plural of state of affairs. States of aggregation, plural of state of aggregation. State of being, plural of state of being. States of emergency, plural of state of emergency. States of exception, plural of state of exception. States of matter, plural of state of matter. States of mind, plural of state of mind. States of motion, plural of state of motion. States of nature, plural of state of nature. States of siege, plural of state of siege. States of the Church, the Papal States. States of war, plural of state of war. States the obvious, third person singular simple present indicative of state the obvious. States within a state, plural of state within a state. States within states, plural of state within a state. States' writer, a supporter of states' rights. States' writers, plural of states' writer. States' rights, Rights reserved to the 50 state governments of the United States that allow each one to set policy on some issues rather than being subject to federal policy, especially in reference to their right to allow slavery before the Civil War. Statesboro, a city, the county seat of Bullock County, Georgia, United States. Statescraft, alternative form of statecraft. Statescraft, plural of statescraft. Stateship, a high position or officiality of state. Stateships, plural of stateship. Stateside, alternative letter case form of stateside. Statesider, alternative letter case form of statesider. Statesiders, plural of statesider. Statesman, a man who is a leader in national or international affairs. Statesmanlike, like a statesman demonstrating the skills and qualities of a respected leader. Statesmanly, befitting a statesman. Statesmanship, the skill of being a good statesman, the ability to perform well in political office. Statesmanships, plural of statesmanship. Statesman, plural of statesman. Statesmonger, alternative form of statemonger. Statesmongers, plural of statesmonger. Statespace, alternative form of statespace. Statespaces, plural of statespace. Statespeople, plural of statesperson. Statesperson, a politician who is a leader in national or international affairs. Statesperson-like, resembling or characteristic of a statesperson. Statespersons, plural of statesperson. Stateville, a city, the county seat of Iredell County, North Carolina, United States. Stateswoman, a woman who is a leader in national or international affairs. Stateswoman-like, resembling or characteristic of a stateswoman. Stateswomen, plural of stateswoman. State vector, an abstract vector describing probability amplitudes for possible quantum states. State vectors, plural of state vector. Statewide, happening in or affecting an entire state political subdivision of a federal union. Statewide, plural of statewide. Statewise, in terms of the state by state. Statey, alternative form of statey. Statfarad, a CGS unit abbreviated stat-F equivalent to the capacitance of a capacitor with a charge of 1 stat-coulomb across a potential difference of 1 statvolt. Statfarads, plural of statfarad. Stadthold, a locality in Thorpe Constantine Parish, Lichfield District, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 2307. Stata, a surname from Old English. Stathams, plural of statham. Sted, a landing place, wharf. Stated, a person with a keen interest in statistics, particularly in sport. Stateds, plural of stated. Stathurian, of a geologic period within the Paleoproterozoic era from about 1,800 to 1,600 million years ago. Staurin, a protein that prevents the precipitation of calcium phosphate in saliva, leaving it available for remineralization of tooth enamel. Stathern, a village and civil parish in Melton Borough, Leicestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 7731. 31. 7731. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31. 31 plural of stay. Statize, a surname from Greek. Statizes, plural of stathize. Stathmin, a protein that regulates microtubule activity. Stathmins, plural of stathmin. Stathmograph, a device for recording the speed of a railway train. Stathmographs, plural of stathmograph. Stavmoi, plural of stathmos. Stathmokinesis, an interruption to mitosis. Stathmokinetic, relating to or producing stathmokinesis. Stathmos, a day's military march. Stathopoulos, a surname from Greek. Stathopouloses, plural of stathopoulos. Stati, plural of status. Stati quo, plural of status quo. Statia, synonym of Sint Eustatius, a dependent territory and special municipality of the Netherlands, an island in the northern Leeward Islands portion of the West Indies in the Caribbean. Station, a word relating to the island of Sint Eustatius. Stations, plural of station. Stay, unchanging, that cannot or does not change. Static binding, a form of binding that occurs before the program is run, typically at compile time. Static caravan, a mobile home installed permanently at a campsite. Static caravans, plural of static caravan. Static class, a class that can be instantiated. Static classes, plural of static class. Static cling, the tendency for an object with a buildup of static electricity to stick or cling to other objects. Static dispatch, a dispatch method where the implementation of a function or method is assigned during compile time. Static dispatches, plural of static dispatch. Static efficiencies, plural of static efficiency. Static efficiency. Static efficiency refers to the efficiency of a firm at a certain point in time given what resources and technology they have available. Static electricity. An electric charge that has built up on an insulated body, often due to friction. Static equilibria, plural of static equilibrium. Static equilibrium, any system in which the sum of the forces and torque on each particle of the system is zero, mechanical equilibrium. Static equilibriums, plural of static equilibrium. Static fire, a type of test where a fully fueled launch vehicle's engines are fired at full thrust for several seconds while the vehicle is firmly clamped to the launch pad. Static fire, simple past and past participle of static fire. Static fires, plural of static fire. Static firing, present participle and gerund of static fire. Static friction, friction between two or more solid objects that are not moving relative to each other. Static IP address, an IP address which is permanent and unchangeable when each time a user connects to their internet service provider. Static IP addresses, plural of static IP address. Static kill, a method of closing an oil well in which the blowout preventer has been tripped and has closed off oil flow by pumping and drilling fluid synthetic mud through the blowout preventer down the bore hole to push down the artesian oil to contain the oil in its reservoir and following with concrete cement to plug the hole. Static kills, plural of static kill. Static language, a programming language that analyzes code without executing the code itself. Static languages, plural of static language. Static line, the cord attached from the parachute pack to the plane used to automatically deploy the parachute. Static lines, plural of static line. Static load, any load as on a structure that does not change in magnitude or position with time. Static loads, plural of static load. Static memory allocation, the process of allocating fixed memory at compile time. Static memory allocations, plural of static memory allocation. Static port, a port on the side or belly of an airplane used to measure the ambient air pressure for determination of altitude. Static ports, plural of static port. Static random access memory, a type of semiconductor memory that uses bistable latching circuitry flip-flop to store each bit. Static scope, synonym of lexical scoping. Static scopes, plural of static scope. Static scoping, the property of being statically scoped. Static separation of duty, a form of separation of duties which is enforced at the user role assignment level rather than dynamically based on previous user actions. Static site, a website that does not make use of server-side scripting or coding to display information, and thus has no interactivity beyond the user's choice of hyperlink to follow. Static sites, plural of static site. Static typing, a system in which type checking is performed during compilation and not at runtime, opposed to dynamic typing. Static fire, alternative form of static fire. Static fire, simple past and past participle of static fire. Static fires, third-person singular simple present indicative of static fire. Static firing, present participle and gerund of static fire. Statical, statically, in a static manner. Statically scoped, of an identifier, having its scope limited to the block of source code text declares or defines the identifier. Statically typed, alternative spelling of statically typed. Statically typed, having or relating to a type system that checks the variable types at compile time. Status, plants of the genus Limonium having spikes of white or mauve flowers. Statuses, plural of status. Staticity, the condition of being static. Staticization, the process of making or becoming static. Staticize, to make static. Staticize, simple past and past participle of staticize. Staticizer, a device or process that makes something static. Staticizers, plural of staticizer. Staticizes, third-person singular simple present indicative of staticize. Staticizing, present participle and gerund of staticize. Obsolete form of static. Staggy, resembling or containing static. Statically, misspelling of statically. Static proof, resistant to static electricity. Statics, the branch of mechanics concerned with forces in static equilibrium. Staticity, synonym of staticky. Stati, alternative letter case form of stati. States, plural of stati. Statilian, pertaining to one or more of the Roman senators bearing the name Statilius. is statin. Any of a class of drugs, chiefly lactans or purels, that lower the amount of cholesterol in the blood by inhibiting an enzyme involved in its biosynthesis. Statin, an unusual amino acid 4-amino 3-hydroxy 6-methylheptanoic acid that is a component of pepstatin, any of several derivatives of this compound. Statins, plural of statin. Stating, statement. Stating the obvious. Present participle and gerund of state the obvious. Statings, plural of stating. Statins, plural of statin. Station, a stopping place. Station bill, a bill posted in the crew's quarters and other conspicuous places, listing the station of the crew at maneuvers and emergency drills, sometimes called the muster roll. Station bills, plural of station bill. Station break, a short intermission between programs in a radio or television broadcast to identify the network, station, or channel. Station breaks, plural of station break. Station car, a station wagon. Station chef, a chef in charge of a particular area of production in the kitchen, such as fish or roast meats. Station chefs, plural of station chef. Station hand, a person employed to work on a cattle station. Station hands, plural of station chef. Station hand, a person employed to work on a cattle station. Station hands, plural of station hand. Station house, a structure or other area set aside for storage of fire extinguishing equipment. Station houses, plural of station house. Station pointer, a surveyor's instrument for locating on a chart the position of a place from which the angles subtended by 3 distant objects whose positions are known have been observed. Station pointers, plural of station pointer. Station sedan, a station wagon. Station sedans, plural of station sedan. Station staff, an instrument for taking angles in surveying. Station staffs, plural of station staff. Station staves, plural of station staff. Station throat, the often constricted area at the end of a railway station where running lines divide into platform tracks. Station throats, plural of station throat. Station time, the period during which a television or radio station can air its own local content rather than material provided by the network. Station to station, alternative spelling of station to station. Station wagon, a body style for cars in which the roof is extended rearward to produce an enclosed area in the position and serving the function of the boot trunk of a sedan or saloon. Station wagons, plural of station wagon. Station church site, a barangay of Libmanan, Camarines Sur, Philippines. Station house, alternative form of station house. Station houses, plural of station house. Station to station, a contronym which may mean stational, of or relating to a station. Stationaries, plural of stationary. Stationarily, in a stationary manner. Stationariness, the state or quality of being stationary. Stationarities, plural of stationarity. Stationarity, the condition of being stationary. Stationary, not moving. Stationary air, the air which under ordinary circumstances does not leave the lungs during respiration. Stationary bicycle, a device with saddle, pedals, and some form of handlebars arranged as on a bicycle, but used as exercise equipment rather than transportation. Stationary bicycles, plural of stationary bicycle. Stationary bike, alternative form of stationary bicycle. Stationary bikes, plural of stationary bike. Stationary distribution, a row vector pi whose entries sum to one that satisfies the equation pi p equals pi, where p is the transition matrix of the Markov chain. Stationary distributions, plural of stationary distribution. Stationary engine, an engine that remains in a fixed position and is not part of a moving object. Stationary engines, plural of stationary engine. Stationary front, a boundary between air masses that is neither advancing nor retreating. Stationary fronts, plural of stationary front. Stationary phase, the solid or liquid phase of a chromatography system on which the materials are to be separated or selectively absorbed. Letter 1D4 to letter 1D5-6. Stationary phase approximation, a principle of asymptotic analysis that relies on the cancellation of sinusoids with rapidly varying phase. Stationary phase approximations, plural of stationary phase approximation. Stationary phases, plural of stationary phase. Stationary point, a point on a curve where the gradient is zero. This point can be a maximum, a minimum, or a point of inflection. Stationary points, plural of stationary point. Stationary wave, a waveform which occurs in a limited, fixed medium in such a way that the reflected wave coincides with the produced wave. A common example is the vibration of the strings on a musical stringed instrument. Stationary waves, plural of stationary wave. Stationed, simple past and past participle of station. Stationer, a person or business that sells stationery. Stationers, a shop that sells stationery. Stationaries, plural of stationery. Stationers, plural of stationer. Stationers, plural of stationers. Stationary, writing materials, envelopes, office materials. Stationful, as much as fits in a station. Stationfuls, plural of stationful. Station house, alternative form of station house. Station houses, plural of station house. Stationing, present participle and gerund of station. Stationings, plural of stationing. Station keeping, the maintenance of a ship's position relative to others in a fleet or convoy. Stationless, without a station place. Station-like, resembling or characteristic of a station place. Station master, the person in charge of a railroad station, usually an employee of a particular railroad by which the station is owned, but sometimes an employee of a separate corporation, such as one owning a station used by two or more railroads. Station masters, plural of station master. Station mastership, the role or status of station master. Station masterships, plural of station mastership. Station mistress, the woman in charge of a railway station, a female station master. Station mistresses, plural of station mistress. Stations, plural of station. Stations of the Cross, Collectively, the series of normally 14 icons or statues in a church which depict the last days of Jesus and his crucifixion. Stationward, toward a station. Station Y, throughout a station. States, misspelling of status. Statism, synonym of secularism, subservience of religious issues to political officials and expediency. Status ma spore, a spore, such as a puffball, that is not actively discharged from the fungal fruiting body. Status ma spores, plural of status ma spore. Status misporic, that are not forcibly discharged. Statisms, plural of statism. Status, a supporter of statism. Stateste, alternative form of statistical. Statistical, of or pertaining to statistics. Statistical analyses, plural of statistical analysis. Statistical analysis, the process of examining data to draw conclusions or insights and determine cause and effect patterns between events. For example, determining the safety and efficacy of new drugs by drawing out a probability as to whether the fact that the patient got better or worse was due to the drug or some other perhaps random factor. Statistical data binning, synonym of binning data pre-processing technique. Statistical inference, the drawing of conclusions about a population from a random sample drawn from it, or, more generally, about a random process from its observed behavior during a finite period of time. Statistical inferences, plural of statistical inference. Statistical language acquisition, the study of how individuals, particularly infants, learn language by recognizing statistical patterns in linguistic input. Statistical mechanical, of or relating to statistical mechanics. Statistical mechanics, the branch of physics that uses statistical laws to make theoretical predictions about macroscopic systems of particles. Statistical power, the probability that a statistical test will reject a false null hypothesis, that is, that it will not make a type Roman into error, producing a false negative. Statistical powers, plural of statistical power. Statistical process control, a method of monitoring a process through the use of control charts. Statistical randomness, informally, the property of a numeric sequence of containing no recognizable patterns or regularities, exemplified in the results of an ideal die roll, or the digits of pi as far as we can tell. Statistical region, any of 12 regions of Slovenia created in 2007 for administrative, legal, and statistical purposes. Statistical regions, plural of statistical region. Statistical semantics, the study of estimation of the meanings of words by looking at patterns of words in huge collections of texts using statistical methods. Statistical significance, a measure of how unlikely it is that a result has occurred by chance. Statistical significances, plural of statistical significance. Statistical thermodynamics, thermodynamics that studies a thermodynamic system as an ensemble of moving molecules, considering the macroscopic temperature as an average kinetic energy of the microscopic molecules. Statistical tie, a situation in which the difference in popularity of two options in a poll is less than the margin of error. Statistical ties, plural of statistical tie. Statisticality, the property of being statistical. Statisticalization, a making statistical, application of statistics to something. Statistically, in a statistical way. Statistically impalpable phrase. A sequence of words constituting a multi-word phrase occurring exclusively in a certain set of documents, or more commonly in those documents than in wider usage. Statistically impalpable phrases. Plural of statistically impalpable phrase. Statistically significant. Having a p-value of 0.05 or less, having a probability of 5% or less of occurring by random chance. Statisticomes. The quality of relating to statistics. Statistician. A person who compiles, interprets, or studies statistics. Statisticians. Plural of statistician. Statisticism. Excessive reliance on statistics. Statisticization. The act or process of statisticizing. Statisticize. To make statistical, to apply statistical methods to cause, to rely on statistics. Statisticize. Simple past and past participle of statisticize. Statisticizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of statisticize. Statisticizing. Present participle and gerund of statisticize. Statistic. Simple past and past participle of statistic. Statisticking. Present participle and gerund of statistic. Statistics. Obsolete form of statistics. Statistics. A discipline, principally within applied mathematics, concerned with the systematic study of the collection, presentation, analysis, and interpretation of data. Statistology. The study of statistics. Status. Plural of status. Stati. A hypothetical type of artificial satellite that uses light sails to maneuver. Statites. Plural of statite. Stav. A verb asserting, generally intransitively, that a subject has a particular property or status. Stative verb. A verb which generally expresses a state rather than an action or activity, not normally found in a continuous inflection. Stative verbs. Plural of stative verb. Statively. In a stative manner. Status. Plural of stative. Stativity. The property of being statu. Statler. A surname. Statlers. Plural of statler. Statline. The statistics of a given player as recorded in a line in a table. Statlines. Plural of stat line. Stato. Propagules or spores in aquatic organisms. Statocaustic. Relating to both balance/equilibrium and hearing. Statablasts. One of a kind of internal buds, or germs, produced in the interior of certain bryozoa. They are protected by a firm covering and are usually destined to perpetuate the species during the winter season. They burst open and develop in the spring. Statablasts. Plural of statablasts. Staticone. Alternative form of staticonium. Staticones. Plural of staticone. Staticonia. Plural of staticonium. Staticonio. Of or pertaining to a staticonium. Staticonium. Synonym of otolith. Statocracies. Plural of statocracy. Statocracy. Government by the state or by political power in distinction from ecclesiastical power. Statocratic. Of or relating to statocracy or government by the state. Statuses. An organ of balance found in some aquatic invertebrates, consisting of a sac-like structure containing a statolith and numerous innervated setae, ancestral to vertebrate otolith, their organ of hearing and balance. Statocystic, relating to a statocyst. Statocysts, plural of statocysts. Statocyte, a cell containing statoliths, thought to be involved in gravitropic perception in plants. Statocytes, plural of statocyte. Statome, a unit of electrical resistance. Statomes, plural of statum. Stati, any major administrative division of a state. Statoids, plural of statoi. Statokinsogram, a graphical record of the shifts in posture of a person attempting to stand still. Statokinsograms, plural of statokinsogram. Statokinsiogram, alternative form of statokinsogram. Statokinsiograms, plural of statokinsiogram. Statokinetic, describing compensatory movements of the eyes and limbs when the semicircular canals are stimulated by head movements. Statolatry, the worship of the state. Statolith, synonym of otolith. Statoliths, plural of statolith. Statometry, relating to the measurement of body posture. Statin, a surname. Statins, plural of statin. Stator, the stationary part of a motor or other machine. Statoreceptor, a sense organ in some invertebrates that reacts to changes in spatial equilibration and orientation. Statoreceptors, plural of statoreceptor. Stators, plural of stator. Statoscope, an instrument used for indicating or recording small changes in barometric pressure or in the altitude of an aircraft. Statoscopes, plural of statoscope. Statosis, misspelling of steatosis. Statospore, a resting spore formed in the frustules of various marine diatoms. Statospores, plural of statospore. Statozoic, sedentary, especially when attached to a surface. Is that clipping of statistics the subject? Stats out, third person singular simple present indicative of stat out. Stated, simple past and past participle of stat. Stated out, simple past and past participle of stat out. Statter, a surname. Statting, present participle and gerund of stat. Statting out, present participle of stat out. Stato, a person with a keen interest in statistics, particularly in sport. Stat, a surname. Statins, plural of statin. Statos, plural of stato. Study, pertaining to, involving, or interested in the collection or interpretation of statistics. Statu quo, rare form of status quo. Statu quo wise, a supporter of the status quo, one who believes that society is in an acceptable state and should not be changed. Statu quoits, plural of statu quoite. Statua, a statue. Statui, plural of statua. Statuaries, plural of statuary. Statuaris, a maker of statuary. Statuarists, plural of statuaris. Statuary, the craft of making statues. Statuas, plural of statua. Statue, a three-dimensional work of art usually representing a person or animal, usually created by sculpting, carving, molding, or casting. Statue of Liberty, a very large statue in New York Harbor representing the Roman goddess Libertas and considered emblematic of the United States and its attractiveness to immigrants. Statute of Limitations, misspelling of Statute of Limitations. Statured, adorned with statues. Statuehood, the state or condition of being a statue. Statueless, without a statue. Statue-like, like or resembling a statue. Statues, plural of statue. Statuesque, resembling or characteristic of a statue. Statuesquely, in a statuesque way. Statuesqueness, the state or condition of being statuesque. Statuette, a small statue, usually a figure much less than life size, especially when of marble or bronze, or of plaster or clay as a preparation for the marble or bronze, as distinguished from a figure in terracotta, etc. Statuettes, plural of statuette. Statuefy, transformed into a statue. Statuing, present participle and gerund of statue. Stata, a surname. Statuminate, to prop or support. Statuminated, simple past and past participle of statuminate. Statuminates, third person singular simple present indicative of statuminate. Statuminating, present participle and gerund of statuminate. Statums, plural of statum. Statuomania, an obsession with putting up statues, especially with reference to France. Stature, a person or animal's natural height when standing upright. Stature, of or having a certain kind of stature. Statures, plural of stature. Staturopendural, concerning the height and weight of a person. Stas, a person's condition, position, or standing relative to that of others. Stas, plural of status. Status absolutus, synonym of absolute state Latin designation. Status ailment, a negative status effect that adversely affects the afflicted characters, such as being poisoned or blinded. Status ailments, plural of status ailment. Status asthmaticus, an acute exacerbation of asthma which does not respond to standard treatments of bronchodilators and steroids. Status bar, a narrow horizontal information area for text and icons, typically found at the bottom of windows in a graphical user interface. Status bars, plural of status bar. Status conference, a meeting that a court may require to be held between parties to a case to determine whether those parties are prepared to go to trial. Status conferences, plural of status conference. Status constructus, synonym of construct state. Status dramaticus, the supposed illness affecting a patient who behaves in an overdramatic manner to seek attention or complain about their symptoms. Status effect, an effect that modifies a character's status, either positively, for example strength increase, or negatively, for example poisoning. Status effects, plural of status effect. Status epilepticus, a serious and potentially life-threatening condition in which an epileptic seizure becomes prolonged or multiple seizures occur successively without regaining of functions interictally. Status group, A group of people within a society who can be differentiated by non-economic qualities such as honor, prestige, ethnicity, race, and religion. Status groups, plural of status group. Status in quo, alternative form of status quo. Status in quos, plural of status in quo. Status line, a line of information on a computer screen that shows the current state of an application, window, or computer. Status lines, plural of status line. Status mixtus, a state of armed conflict not at the level of war but involving more hostility than neutrality or peace. Status offender, one who commits a status offense, especially a juvenile delinquent taken into state care for uncontrollable behavior at home. Status offenders, plural of status offender. Status offense, an action that is prohibited to a certain class of people, such as consumption of alcohol by minors or mixed-race marriages under apartheid. Status offenses, plural of status offense. Status quo, the state of things, the way things are as opposed to the way they could be, the existing state of affairs. Status quo ante, the state of things as they were before, a pre-existing state of affairs. Status quo antebellum, a situation as it existed prior to the war, often implying the withdrawal of enemy troops and the restoration of pre-war leadership so that no side gains or loses any rights or territory as a result of the war. Status quo antes, plural of status quo ante. Status quo warrior, a person who zealously promotes or defends socially static or regressive policies, the antithesis of social justice warrior. Status quoism, a policy that favors the status quo. Status quois, a supporter of the status quo. Status quoists, plural of status quois. Status quos, plural of status quo. Status rectus, synonym of governed state Latin designation. Status report, a report describing the current situation regarding a business, matter, project, etc. Status reports, plural of status report. Status strip, synonym of status bar. Status strips, plural of status strip. Status symbol, a visible possession that is a sign of one's personal wealth or social status. Status symbols, plural of status symbol. Status zero, alternative form of status zero. Status zero, a status of having no employment and not in any educational or training program. Status 0, a status at the lowest point of a ranking system. In particular, statuses, plural of status. Statuses quo, plural of status quo. Statusful, carrying a high or privileged status. Statusless, devoid of status. Statuslessness, lack of status. Status max, to improve one's sexual market value by making money and increasing one's social status. Status max, simple past and past participle of status max. Status maxes, third person singular simple present indicative of status max. Status maxing, present participle and gerund of status max. Statusy, suggesting status, social rank. Statutable, in conformity to statutes regarding size, quality, etc. Statutableness, the quality of being statutable. Statutably, in line with a statute. Statute, a written law or ordinance passed by a legislative body. Statute book, all the statutes and laws of a given jurisdiction, whether or not listed in an actual book. Statute books, plural of statute book. Statute fair, a fair where laborers would gather to offer their services for hire and where fixed labor rates were announced. Statute fairs, plural of statute fair. Statute law, a law enacted by a legislative body as opposed to a regulation made by the executive branch or case law made by court precedent. Statute laws, plural of statute law. Statute mile, the mile of 5,280 feet or 1,760 yards, distinguished from the traditional mile of 5,000 feet employed before the 1,593 Weights and Measures Act. Statute miles, plural of statute mile. Statute of frauds, a statute that bars enforcement of an oral contract. Statute of limitations, a law passed by a legislative body that sets a maximum time limit after an incident in which legal proceedings may be initiated. Statute of repose, a law that sets a time limit for legal liability starting from the occurrence of a specified act, typically completion of a product or point of sale. Statutes, plural of statute. Statutes at large, published collections or series of legislative acts in certain jurisdictions. Statutes of frauds, plural of statute of frauds. Statutes of limitations, plural of statute of limitations. Statutes of repose, plural of statute of repose. Statutorily, in a statutory manner, according to statute, lawfully. Statutoriness, the state, quality, or condition of being statutory. Statutarization, alternative form of statutarization. Statutarization, the process of making something statutory. Statutarize, to make statutory. Statutarize, simple past and past participle of statutarize. Statutarizes, third person singular simple present indicative of statutarize. Statutarizing, present participle and gerund of statutarize. Statutory, of, relating to, enacted or regulated by a statute. Statutory authorities, plural of statutory authority. Statutory authority, a body set up by law which is authorized to enforce legislation on behalf of the relevant country or state. Statutory board, a quasi-government body corporate constituted under legislation and tasked to perform some functions. Statutory boards, plural of statutory board. Statutory declaration, a legal document that is affirmed rather than being sworn under oath. Statutory declarations, plural of statutory declaration. Statutory deposit, an amount of money that a bank or insurance company is legally required to keep on hand rather than investing. Statutory exclusion, the legal requirement that under specified circumstances a juvenile be tried as an adult without the possibility of judicial discretion. Statutory exclusions, plural of statutory exclusion. Statutory act, synonym of era law. Statutory as, plural of statutory air. Statutory holiday, a public holiday that is enacted by law. Statutory holidays, plural of statutory holiday. Statutory instrument, in some common law jurisdictions, a form of delegated legislation enacted under a power derived from an act of Parliament. Statutory instruments, plural of statutory instrument. Statutory law, a law enacted by a legislative body. Statutory laws, plural of statutory law. Statutory rape, an illegal act of sexual intercourse by an adult with a person under the legal age of consent for sex, or with another adult who is not able to consent because of intellectual disability. Statutory rapes, plural of statutory rape. Statuvolism, self-hypnosis. Statvolt, a unit of voltage and electrical potential in the CGS system, equivalent to 299.792458 volts. Statvolts, plural of statvolt. Statwise, in terms of statistics, statistically. Stas, a surname. Statzer, a surname from German. Statzers, plural of statzer. Statses, plural of stats. Stau, a slepton which is the hypothetical superpartner of a tau lepton. Zdar, a surname from German. Stabai, a surname from German. Stauder, a surname. Stauders, plural of stauder. Stave, a surname. Staubens, plural of stauben. Stauds, plural of stau. Stauchwal, the lower end of the loosened slab of snow in an avalanche. Stauchwals, plural of Stauchwal. Staudascher, a surname from German. Staudaschers, plural of Staudascher. Stauder, a surname from German. Stauders, plural of Stauder. Staudinger, a surname. Staudingers, plural of Staudinger. A surname. Stauts, plural of Staut. Stauffer, a surname. Stauffer syndrome, a constellation of signs and symptoms of liver dysfunction, typically as a result of renal cell carcinoma. Stauffers, plural of Stauffer. Stahlenken, a house that will receive stolen goods. Stahlenkens, plural of Stahlenken. Is staunch, not permitting water or some other liquid to escape or penetrate, watertight. Staunchable, able to be staunched. Staunch, simple past and past participle of staunch. Stauncher, comparative form of staunch, more staunch. Staunchers, plural of stauncher. Staunches, third person singular simple present indicative of staunch. Staunchest, superlative form of staunch, most staunch. Staunching, present participle and gerund of staunch. Staunchings, plural of staunching. Staunchly, comparative form of staunchly, more staunchly. Staunchliest, superlative form of staunchly, most staunchly. Staunchly, in a staunch manner. Staunchness, papdiavi staunch. Staunchnesses, plural of staunchness. Staunchly, synonym of milfoil. Staunton, a civil parish without a council in Newark and Sherwood District, Nottingham. England. The local village is named Staunton in the Vale. Staunton Colford, a civil parish in Forest of Dean District, Gloucestershire, England. Staunton Gambit, a chess opening gambit characterized by the moves 1.d4 f5 2.e4. Staunton Harrow, a hamlet and civil parish without a council in Northwest Leicestershire District, Leicestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 3720. Staunton in the Vale, a small village in Staunton Parish, Newark and Sherwood District, Nottinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 8043. Staunton Piece, a form of chess piece now mandated for most chess competitions, which were first designed by Nathaniel Cook and sold in 1849 and named for Howard Staunton, the best player of the time. Staunton Pieces, plural of Staunton Piece. Stauntons, plural of Staunton. Stauntosai, a particular steroid glycoside. Storocasaur, any dinosaur in the family Storocasauridae, as synonym of the Heterosauridae. Storocasaurids, plural of Storocasaurid. Stora, cross-shaped. Storabari, Parmatome. Storogram, a ligature of the Greek letters tau and rho or Coptic letters letter 2Ca7 and letter 2Ca3, later used as a symbol of the cross in early Christianity and remaining in use as a ligature in abbreviations of the words sigma tau alpha epsilon rho omicron sigma and sigma tau alpha epsilon rho omicron omega. Storograms, plural of storogram. Storolatry, idolatrous worship of the cross or crucifix. Staurolite, a dark brown nesosilicate mineral that has crystals that cross and intergrow. Staurolites, plural of staurolite. Staurolytic, of or relating to staurolite, resembling or containing staurolite. Storumjusa, any jellyfish of the order Staurazoa. Storumjuicy, plural of Storumjusa. Storumjuicin, relating to the order Storumjuicy stalked jellyfishes. Storumjuicins, plural of Storumjuicin. Storopegia, plural of Storopgian. Storopedial, of or pertaining to a Storopgian. Storopche. Storopedial. Storopgian. In Eastern Orthodoxy, the placement of a cross by a bishop which symbolizes his approval of the construction of a church or monastery on the site the cross is placed. Stauropolyp, a polyp of a Storumjusa. Stauropolyps, plural of Stauropolyp. Storoscope, an optical instrument used in determining the position of the planes of light vibration in sections of crystals. Storoscopes, plural of storoscope. Storoscope, relating to the storoscope. Storoscopically, by means of the storoscope. Starspore, a septate fungal spore in the form of a pinwheel. Storospores, plural of storospore. Storosporin, alternative form of storosporine. Storosporine, an alkaloid derived from the bacterium Streptomyces storosporius that has antifungal and antihypertensive properties. Storosporines, plural of storosporine. Staurosporus, relating to staurospores. Storothek, a reliquary containing fragments of the true cross. Storothex, plural of storothek. Storotai, staurolite. Storotides, plural of storotai. Storozelin, any member of the Class Storozoa, a stalked jellyfish. Storozoans. Plural of storozoan. Stads, plural of stow. Spy, a surname. Stavanger, a city and municipality in Rogaland, Norway. It is the third largest city in Norway after Oslo and Bergen. Stavarasi, a particular steroid glycoside. Thayer, a surname. Stave acre, alternative form of starve-acre. Stave church, a wooden church with a medieval post and lintel construction. Stave churches, plural of stave church. Stave in, to stave from the outside, to crush inward, to cause to collapse inward. Stave off, to prevent something from happening, to obviate or avert. Stave rhyme, alternative form of stave rhyme. Stave rhymes, plural of stave rhyme. Stave acre, alternative form of starve acre. Stave rhyme, a stressed word that rhymes with another in that it begins with the same consonant, consonant cluster, or vowel. Stave rind, simple past and past participle of stave rhyme. Stave rhymes, plural of stave rhyme. Staved, simple past and past participle of stave. Stave in, simple past and past participle of stave in. Staved off, simple past and past participle of stave off. Staveless, staffless, stavely. A place name. Staelin Cartmel, a small village and civil parish in West Royland and Furness, Cumbria, England, previously in South Lakeland District OS Grid Ref SD 3786. Stavleys, plural of Stavely. Stavely, a surname. Stavleys, plural of Stavely. Staver, a surname originating as an occupation. Stavers, plural of staver. Staver, a surname. Staverton, a village and civil parish in South Hams District, Devon, England OS Grid Ref SX 7964. Staverwort, alternative form of staggerwort. Staves, a surname. Staves in, third person singular simple present indicative of stave in. Staves off, third person singular simple present indicative of stave off. Stavesagre, a highly toxic perennial plant with purple flowers. Staphysagria macrosperma, sin. Delphinium Staphysagria. Stavesagers, plural of stavesucker. Stavezes, plural of staves. Stavesman, an official bearing a stave or wand. Stavesman, plural of stavesman. Stavewood, Cimaralba amara or Quassia amara, a tall tree of tropical America, one of the trees that yield quassia. Stavewoods, plural of stavewood. Staving, present participle and gerund of stave. Staving in, present participle and gerund of stave in. Staving off, present participle and gerund of stave off. Stavings, plural of staving. Stavinoha, a surname from Czech. Stavinohas, plural of Stavinoha. Istata, Soviet Armed Forces headquarters during World War II, directly under the control of Stalin. Stavnsband, a serfdom-like institution in Denmark. Stavrides, a surname from Greek. Stavridizes, plural of Stavrides. Stavropegia, plural of Stavropgian. Stavropigul, alternative form of Storopigul. Stavropgic, alternative form of Storopgic. Stavropgian, alternative form of Storopgian. Stavropeia, alternative form of Storopgian. Stavropol, a cry of Russia. Stavropol cry, a cry of Russia. Stavropol, alternative form of Stavropol. Stavropoulos, a surname from Greek. Stavropouloses, plural of Stavropoulos. Stavros, a transliteration of the Greek male given names sigma tau alpha epsilon rho omicron sigma Stavros. Stavroviatokia, plural of Stavroviatokian. Stavroviatokian. A hymn to Mary, the Theotokos, that refers to the crucifixion of Christ. Stavudi, a synthetic antiretroviral nucleoside drug CHN2O4 that is an analog of thymidine and a reverse transcriptase inhibitor administered orally against HIV infection. Stawiki, a surname. Stawikis, plural of Stawiki. Stawley, a small village and civil parish in Somerset West and Taunton District, Somerset, England OS Grid Ref SD 0622. Stosdy, a surname from Polish. Stoskis, plural of Stoski. Stosa, disgusting, repugnant to the taste or appetite, sickening. Sunax, initialism of streaming API for XML. Stash says, Themeruj, a surname. Stay and play, the treating of casualties at the scene of an accident or injury, rather than transporting them to a hospital or other facility. Stay at home, alternative spelling of stay at home. Stay at homes, plural of stay at home. Stay away, to avoid or not go anywhere near someone or something. Stay back, to remain at work, school, organization, country, etc. after normal hours. Stay behind, alternative form of stay behind. Stay behinds, plural of stay behind. Stay bolt, alternative form of stay bolt. Stay bolts, plural of stay bolt. Stay classy, sarcastic response to an action or remark perceived as trashy. Stay frosty, to be alert and ready for action without letting one's fear or other emotions get in the way. Stay hungry, to maintain a strong motivation to achieve or compete, to avoid complacency. Stay in, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see stay in. Stay in one's lane, to keep to one's own kind, to avoid intermixing or associating with other types of people. Stay loose, synonym of hang loose. Stay on, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see stay on. Stay out, to spend time out of one's house. Stay over, stay overnight in a place away from one's home, sleep over. Stay put, to remain in one fixed place. Stay tackle, a large hoisting tackle fixed by a pendant to the mainstay of a ship. Stay tackles, plural of stay tackle. Stay the course, to persist or continue. especially in the face of difficulties. Stay the distance. Synonym of stay the course. Stay the night, to spend a night at someone else's home. Stay time, of the usage of a rocket engine, the mean value of the amount of time spent by each gas molecule or atom within the chamber volume. Stay times, plural of stay time. Stay together, to remain loyal in times of stress or difficulty, to avoid separation despite pressure to do so. Stay tuned, to remain as a listener or viewer of the particular radio station or television channel to which one is currently paying attention. Stay up, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See stay up. Stay within the lines, synonym of toe the line. Stay, simple past and past participle of stay. Stay at home, of a parent, not employed and rather devoting more time to one's children. Stay at home dad, a father who is the main caregiver of the children and is generally the homemaker of the household. Stay at home dads, plural of stay at home dad. Stay at home order, an order requiring citizens to remain at home unless absolutely necessary. Stay at home orders, plural of stay at home order. Stay at homer, a stay at home parent. Stay at homers, plural of stay at homer. Stay at homes, plural of stay at home. Stay away, of a person or other object or property that avoids or stays away. Stay behind, one who remains when expected to leave or after others have left. Stay behinds, plural of stay behind. Stay button, a button on a corset. Stay buttons, plural of stay button. Stay cation, alternative form of staycation. Stay cations, plural of stay cation. Stay dry, of a fabric, permeable, referring to a material that allows liquid to wick through. Stay lace, alternative form of stay lace. Stay laces, plural of stay lace. Stay stomach, as in that. Stay stomachs, plural of stay stomach. Stay abilities, plural of stay ability. Stay ability, the probability that a cow will remain in a herd after it has calved. Stay able, able to be stayed. Stay away, a political protest in which participants do not attend their place of work. Stay away, plural of stay away. Stay bolt, a rod with threaded ends, used as a stay in a boiler, firebox, etc. Stay bolted, fitted with stay bolts. Stay bolts, plural of stay bolt. Staygate, to vacation close to home. Staycation. Staygated, simple past and past participle of staygate. Staygates, third person singular simple present indicative of staygate. Staygating, present participle and gerund of staygate. Staycation, a vacation spent at or close to home. Staycation, simple past and past participle of staycation. Staycationer, a person who takes a staycation. Staycationers, plural of staycationer. Staycationing, present participle and gerund of staycation. Staycations, plural of staycation. Staygay, a staycation. Staygaze, plural of stayke. Stay, simple past and past participle of stay. Stayed at home, simple past and past participle of stay at home. Stayed away, simple past and past participle of stay away. Stayed back, simple past and past participle of stay back. Stayed behind, simple past and past participle of stay behind. Stayed frosty, simple past and past participle of stay frosty. Stayed in, simple past and past participle of stay in. Stayed in one's lane, simple past and past participle of stay in one's lane. Stayed loose, simple past and past participle of stay loose. Stayed on, simple past and past participle of stay on. Stayed out, simple past and past participle of stay out. Stayed over, simple past and past participle of stay over. Stayed put, simple past and past participle of stay put. Stayed the course, simple past and past participle of stay the course. Stayed the distance, simple past and past participle of stay the distance. Stayed the night, simple past and past participle of stay the night. Stayed together, simple past and past participle of stay together. Stayed tuned, simple past and past participle of stay tuned. Stayed up, simple past and past participle of stay up. Stayed up late, simple past and past participle of stay up late. Stayed within the lines, simple past and past participle of stay within the lines. Stayedly, obsolete form of stayedly. Stayness, stayness. Stayer, a surname. Stayers, plural of stayer. Stayus, second person singular simple present indicative of stay. Stay, third person singular simple present indicative of stay. Stay fall, a wire cable used to support the mainmast when it is lowered. Stay falls, plural of stay fall. Staying, present participle and gerund of stay. Staying at home, present participle and gerund of stay at home. Staying away, present participle of stay away. Staying back, present participle and gerund of stay back. Staying behind, present participle and gerund of stay behind. Staying frosty, present participle and gerund of stay frosty. Staying in, present participle and gerund of stay in. Staying in one's lane, present participle and gerund of stay in one's lane. Staying loose, present participle of stay loose. Staying on, present participle and gerund of stay on. Staying out, present participle and gerund of stay out. Staying over, present participle and gerund of stay on. Staying out, present participle and gerund of stay out. Staying over, present participle and gerund of stay over. Staying power, endurance, the ability to continue at something for a long period of time. Staying powers, plural of staying power. Staying put, present participle and gerund of stay put. Staying the course, present participle and gerund of stay the course. Staying the distance, present participle and gerund of stay the distance. Staying the night, present participle and gerund of stay the night. Staying together, present participle and gerund of stay together. Staying tuned, present participle and gerund of stay tuned. Staying up, present participle and gerund of stay up. Staying up late, present participle and gerund of stay up late. Staying within the lines, present participle of stay within the lines. Stayings, plural of staying. Staylace, a lace for fastening stays. Staylaces, plural of staylace. Staylace, without stays the item of clothing. Staylessness, absence of stays the item of clothing. Staymaker, someone who makes stays. Staymakers, plural of staymaker. Stayman, a surname. Stamens, plural of stamen. Stain, obsolete form of stain. Stained, simple past and past participle of stain. Stains, plural of stain. Staining, present participle and gerund of stain. Stout, a form of boycott in which people refuse to attend their usual workplace or school. Stayouts, plural of stayout. Stayover, a stopover. Stayovers, plural of stayover. Staypack, a form of heat-stabilized compressed wood. Staypacks, plural of staypack. Stair, obsolete form of stair. Stairs, plural of stair. Stays, plural of stay. Stays at home. Third person singular simple present indicative of stay at home. Stays away. Third person singular simple present indicative of stay away. Stays back. Third person singular simple present indicative of stay back. Stays behind. Third person singular simple present indicative of stay behind. Stays frosty. Third person singular simple present indicative of stay frosty. Stays in. Third person singular simple present indicative of stay in. Stays in one's lane. Third person singular simple present indicative of stay in one's lane. Stays loose. Third person singular simple present indicative of stay loose. Stays on. Third person singular simple present indicative of stay on. Stays out. Third person singular simple present indicative of stay out. Stays over. Third person singular simple present indicative of stay over. Stays put. Third person singular simple present indicative of stay put. Stays the course. Third person singular simple present indicative of stay the course. Stays the distance. Third person singular simple present indicative of stay the distance. Stays the night. Third person singular simple present indicative of stay the night. Stays together. Third person singular simple present indicative of stay together. Stays tuned. Third person singular simple present indicative of stay tuned. Stays up. Third person singular simple present indicative of stay up. Stays up late. Third person singular simple present indicative of stay up late. Stays within the lines. Third person singular simple present indicative of stay within the lines. Staysel, a staysail. Staysels, plural of stays. Staysail, a fore and aft rigged sail whose luff can be affixed to a stay running forward from a mast to the deck, the bowsprit, or to another mast. Staysails, plural of staysail. Staystitch, a kind of straight stitch through a single layer, mainly used to stabilize curves. Is stay stitched. Simple past and past participle of stay stitch. Stay stitches, plural of stay stitch. Stay stitching. Present participle and gerund of stay stitch. Staythorpe, a small village and civil parish served by Everham, Kellam, and Staythorpe Parish Council in Newark and Sherwood District, Nottinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 7553. Stayen, a surname. Staytons, plural of Stayton. SEB, initialism of straight to base. SEBD, abbreviation of starboard. SEB, plural of SDB. SDBY, standby. SEC, initialism of subject to check. SECA, initialism of short-term conflict alert, a system for automatically warning air traffic controllers if radar data indicates that two or more aircraft will pass dangerously close to one another or potentially collide in flight. SECA, plural of SDCA. SDCHI, alternative spelling of SHCHI. SED, alternative form of SDD standard. SED, abbreviation of standard. SDD error, standard error, a stream to which error messages are sent, often the same stream as SDD out. SDN, standard input, a stream mapped to the primary input device, typically a keyboard. SDD out, standard output, a stream mapped to the primary output device, typically a screen. SDD, plural of SDD. The abbreviation of Suite SD is preferred by the United States Postal Service. Compare STI and STI. The abbreviation of Standard English. The abbreviation of Suite. The alternative form of STI abbreviation for Suite, etc. The Genevieve, a city, the county seat of STI, Genevieve County, Missouri, United States. The Genevieve County, one of 114 counties in Missouri, United States. County seat, STI, Genevieve. The Genevieve, a resident of STI, Genevieve. The Genevievans, plural of STI, Genevieve. Daisy, a tetragonal ditrigonal diuranyl mineral containing calcium, manganese, oxygen, potassium, silicon, sodium, and thorium. Sted, a surname. Sted, obsolete spelling of stead. Stead, simple past and past participle of stead. Steadass, fixed or unchanging, steady. Steadfaster, comparative form of steadfast, more steadfast. Steadastus, superlative form of steadfast, most steadfast. Steadfastly, in a steadfast manner, firmly, with conviction. Steadfastness, loyalty in the face of trouble and difficulty. Steadfastnesses, plural of steadfastness. Stedau, a surname. Stedams, plural of stedam. Steadicam, a stabilizing camera mount for handheld film or video shooting, a camera mounted thus. Steadicams, plural of steadicam. Steady, simple past and past participle of steady. Steady the ship. Simple past and past participle of steady the ship. Steady. Comparative form of steady, more steady. Steadiers. Plural of steadier. Steadies. Third person singular simple present indicative of steady. Steadies the ship. Third person singular simple present indicative of steady the ship. Teist. Superlative form of steady, most steady. Steadily. In a steady manner, with a steady progression. Steadiness. The state of being steady. Steadinesses, plural of steadiness. Steading, a farmhouse and outer buildings such as barns, stables, cattle sheds, etc. A farmstead, a homestead, an onstead, and estate. Steadings, plural of steading. Stedman, a surname. Stedmans, plural of Stedman. Stead, plural of stead. Steady, firm in standing or position, not tottering or shaking, fixed firm. Steady as a rock, extremely stable physically. Steady as she goes, a cry to a helmsman to keep on the current course. Steady Brook, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Steady. Fidel Ramos, 12 letter 1D57 aspirated President of the Philippines. Steady is, plural of steady Eddie. Steady hand at the tiller, synonym of steady hand on the tiller. Steady hand on the tiller, reliable, composed control of an organization or situation. Steady hands at the tiller, plural of steady hand at the tiller. Steady hands at the tillers, plural of steady hand at the tiller. Steady hands on the tiller, plural of steady hand on the tiller. Steady hands on the tillers, plural of steady hand on the tiller. Steady on indicates a need not to exaggerate or be excessive. Steady palm pie pie. Calm, self-assured. Steady state. Any state that does not change over time or is in a dynamic equilibrium. Steady state theory. A cosmological model of the universe in which matter is continuously created as the universe expands. Steady stater. A believer in the steady state theory. Steady staters, plural of steady stater. Steady states, plural of steady state. Steady the ship, to bring under control. Steady as he goes. Steady, careful, avoiding sudden change. Steady going, of steady habits or action. Steady-handed, capable of smooth, sure movements. Steady-handedness, the quality of being steady-handed. Steady state, characteristic of a steady state. Steady-handed, alternative form of steady-handed. Steady, present participle and gerund of steady. Steady a ship, present participle and gerund of steady. The ship. Steady, in a steady manner. Steady is, plural of steadying. Te, somewhat steady. Stedall, a surname. Steenalls. Plural of Stegall. Stay, a relatively large. Thick slice or slab cut from another animal, a vegetable, etc. Steak and Blowjob Day, a satirical unofficial holiday on March 14, on which women are supposed to provide a man with a steak dinner and oral sex. sex by way of compensation for the gifts given by men to women on Valentine's Day. Steak and kidney pie, a savory pie made from beef, kidney, gravy, and other ingredients. Steak and kidney pies, plural of steak and kidney pie. Steak and kidney pudding, a dish resembling steak and kidney pie but in the form of a steamed pudding. Steak and kidney puddings, plural of steak and kidney pudding. Steak au poivre, a steak that is coated with crushed peppercorns, fried, and finished with a cream and brandy sauce. Steak au poivres, plural of steak au poivre. Steak bake, a savory pastry made with beef. Steak bakes, plural of steak bake. Steak bomb, a hot submarine sandwich with steak, salami, provolone cheese, and vegetables. Steak bombs, plural of steak bomb. Steak chips, steak fries. Steak commando, someone who advocates for conflict and radical action while themselves living in relative peace and luxury. Steak commandos, plural of steak commando. Steak Diane, a filet mignon often cooked at the table in a restaurant, seasoned with garlic and black pepper, fried quickly in butter and flambéed in brandy. Steak fork, synonym of meat fork. Steak forks, plural of steak fork. Steak fries, thick-cut French fries without the skin, typically served with a steak. Steak hammer, a meat tenderizer in the form of a hammer. Steak hammers, plural of steak hammer. Steak house, alternative form of steakhouse. Steak houses, plural of steak house. Steak knife, a table knife with a sharp, narrow, and often serrated blade designed for cutting tougher foods such as cooked meats. Steak knives, plural of steak knife. Steak on the hoof, light cattle. Steak sauce, a tangy condiment typically made with tomatoes, spices, and vinegar designed to accompany steak. Steak sauces, plural of steak sauce. Steak set, a set of steak knives. Steak sets, plural of steak set. Steak tartare, a French dish made of raw minced beef steak, often served with onions, capers, and other ingredients. Steak tartares, plural of steak tartare. Steak and kidney pie, alternative form of steak and kidney pie. Steak and kidney pies, plural of steak and kidney pie. Steak and kidney pudding, alternative form of steak and kidney pudding. Steak and kidney puddings, plural of steak and kidney pudding. Steak pie, of fries/chips, cut thickly into steak fries. Steak fork, synonym of meat fork. Steak forks, plural of steak fork. Steak burger, a burger made with ground beef from a better than usual cut. Steak burgers, plural of steak burger. Steak, simple past and past participle of steak. Steakette, a patty formed from ground steak. Steakettes, plural of steakette. Steak fish, any of various firm textured fish. Steakhouse, a restaurant that specializes in good cuts of meat, particularly steak. Steakhouses, plural of steakhouse. Steakier, comparative form of steaky, more steaky. Steakiest, superlative form of steaky, most steaky. Steaking, present participle and gerund of steak. Steakless, without steak. Steaklet, synonym of steakette patty formed from ground steak. Steaklets, plural of steaklet. Stakely, a surname from German. Stakelies, plural of stakely. Stakely, resembling or characteristic of steak. Steak maker, any of various devices for forming or cooking steak. Steak makers, plural of steak maker. Steaks, plural of steak. Steaks au poivre, plural of steak au poivre. Steaks Diane, plural of steak Diane. Steaks tartare, plural of steak tartare. Steaky, reminiscent of steak. Steal, to take illegally, or without the owner's permission, something owned by someone else without intending to return it. Steal a glance, to look quickly at someone or something, hoping that nobody notices the action. Steal a kiss, to kiss someone secretly or discreetly. Steal a march, to gain an advantage unobserved. Steal away, to leave secretively. Steal someone's heart. To captivate someone, to mesmerize someone. Steal someone's identity, to assume another person's identity, usually to gain access to that person's finances or to frame a person for a crime, to commit identity theft. Steal someone's thunder, to appropriate someone's ideas or information, typically in order to look better at that person's expense. Steal the bacon, a traditional children's game, a variant of tag in which teams try to steal a flag or other item the bacon from the field without being tagged. Steal the scene, to dominate a performance through charisma, humor, or powerful acting. Steal the show, to be the best performer during a performance. Steal ability, ability to be stolen. Stealable, able to be stolen. Stealables, plural of stealable. Stealage, theft. Obsolete form of steal. Steelection, a rigged election, especially the 2020 United States presidential election as viewed by supporters of Donald Trump. Steelections, plural of steelection. Steal, simple past and past participle of steal. Stealer, one who steals, a thief. Stealers, plural of stealer. Stealership, a car or motorcycle dealership, seen as charging exorbitant prices and trying to rip off customers. Stealerships, plural of stealership. Steals, third person singular simple present indicative of steal. Stealess, second person singular simple present indicative of steal. Stealeth, third person singular simple present indicative of steal. Stealin, pronunciation spelling of stealing. Stealing, the action of the verb to steal, theft. Stealing a glance, present participle and gerund of steal a glance. Stealing a march, present participle and gerund of steal a march. Stealing away, present participle and gerund of steal away. Stealing someone's heart, present participle and gerund of steal someone's heart. Stealing someone's identity, present participle and gerund of steal someone's identity. Stealing someone's thunder, present participle and gerund of steal someone's thunder. Stealing the scene, present participle and gerund of steal the scene. Stealing the show, present participle and gerund of steal the show. Stealingest, most inclined to steal, most thievish. Stealingly, by stealing moving stealthily, furtively or sneakily. Stealings, plural of stealing. Steals, third person singular simple present indicative of steal. Steals a glance, third person singular simple present indicative of steal a glance. Steals a march, third person singular simple present indicative of steal a march. Steals away, third person singular simple present indicative of steal away. Steals one's thunder, third person singular simple present indicative of steal one's thunder. Steals someone's heart, third person singular simple present indicative of steal someone's heart. Steals someone's identity, third person singular simple present indicative of steal someone's identity. Steals someone's thunder, third person singular simple present indicative of steal someone's thunder. Steals the scene, third person singular simple present indicative of steal the scene. Steals the show, third person singular simple present indicative of steal the show. Is thought, simple past and past participle of steal. Stealth, the attribute or characteristic of acting in secrecy or in such a way that the actions are unnoticed or difficult to detect by others. Stealth bomber, a bomber military aircraft with a smaller than usual radar signature due to its body shape, outer coating, and thermal dissipation. Stealth bombers, plural of stealth bomber. Stealth camper, one who takes part in stealth camping. Stealth campers, plural of stealth camper. Stealth camping, camping out of sight on land not designated as a campsite, especially on land not used for habitation, agriculture, etc. Stealth fighter, a fighter aircraft with a smaller than usual radar signature because of its unique body shape, outer coating, and thermal dissipation. Stealth fighters, plural of stealth fighter. Stealth game, a type of video game in which the player primarily uses stealth to avoid or overcome antagonists. Stealth games, plural of stealth game. Stealth nerf, to cripple or weaken an element of a video game such as a character, a weapon, or a spell without announcing the change to the player base. Stealth nerfs, third person singular simple present indicative of stealth nerf. Stealth tax, a new or increased tax or other similar charge introduced so as to prevent people from noticing it. Stealth taxation, the imposition of a stealth tax. Stealth taxes, plural of stealth tax. Stealth wealth, monetary wealth that its owner keeps secret or discreet rather than flaunting it. Quiet luxury, as a fashion style, preferring neutral colors, no visible logos, and subtle finishes. Stealth tax, to enact or collect a stealth tax. Stealth bin, synonym of shadow bin. Stealth bend, simple past and past participle of stealth bin. Stealth binning, present participle and gerund of stealth bin. Stealth bins, third person singular simple present indicative of stealth bin. Stealth, simple past and past participle of stealth. Stellen, to add stealth to, make stealthy. Steldens, third person singular simple present indicative of Stelden. Steller, one who engages in stealthing, the secretive or deceptive removal of a condom. Stellars, plural of stellar. Stealthful, stealthy. Stealthfully, with stealth. Stealthfulness, the quality of being stealthy. Stealthy, a picture of the photographer and another person, taken without the subject's knowledge, especially using a smartphone. Stealther, comparative form of stealthy, more stealthy. Stealthies, plural of stealthy. Stealthiest, superlative form of stealthy, most stealthy. Stealthily, in a stealthy manner, furtively. Stealthiness, the property of being stealthy. Stealthinesses, plural of stealthiness. Stealthing, present participle and gerund of stealth. Stealthless, without stealth. Stealth-like, seeming to exhibit stealth. Stealths, plural of stealth. Stealth-wise, stealthily. Stealthy, characterized by or resembling stealth or secrecy. Stea, initialism of serial time encoded amplified microscopy. There, the hot gaseous form of water formed when water changes from the liquid phase to the gas phase at or above its boiling point temperature. Steam accumulator, a kind of energy storage device consisting of an insulated pressure tank containing hot water and steam under pressure. Steam accumulators, plural of steam accumulator. Steam age, the time when trains were powered by steam locomotives. Steam ahead, to move forward very quickly, to proceed despite obstacles. Steam bath, a room or building filled with steam, in which people sit and sweat. Steam baths, plural of steam bath. Steam beer, a kind of beer made by fermenting lager yeast at a higher temperature than normal. Steam beers, plural of steam beer. Steam boiler, a boiler that is designed to produce steam. Steam boilers, plural of steam boiler. Steam carriage, a steam-powered carriage able to travel on normal roads. Steam carriages, plural of steam carriage. Steam chest, a chamber in a steam engine or locomotive from which steam from the boiler is distributed to the cylinders. Steam chests, plural of steam chests. Steam coal, a coal which has a grade between bituminous coal and anthracite, and which was once widely used as a fuel for steam engines in ships and locomotives. Steam coals, plural of steam coal. Steam condenser, a device designed to turn steam back into water by condensation. Steam condensers, plural of steam condenser. Steam cracker, a petroleum refining plant that carries out steam cracking. Steam crackers, plural of steam cracker. Steam cracking, the cracking of petroleum hydrocarbons at high temperature in the presence of steam in order to produce ethylene, propylene, and other light alkenes. Steam crane, a once common but now obsolete type of crane powered by a steam engine, with the steam usually supplied from a vertical boiler. Steam cranes, plural of steam crane. Steam devil, a spiraling wind caused by rising thermals off a warm body of water's surface that has been enveloped by a layer of very cold air, which also causes the humidity in the thermal to turn to mist, highlighting the whirl of the column, the equivalent of a dust devil over water. Steam digester, an early kind of autoclave. Steam digesters, plural of steam digester. Steam distillation, a technique in which the volatile components of a material are separated by passing steam through the heated material. Steam distillations, plural of steam distillation. Steam dome, a dome fitted to the top of a boiler where steam is collected before being used in the cylinders. Steam domes, plural of steam dome. Steam donkey, synonym of donkey engine. Steam donkeys, plural of steam donkey. Steam dryer, a form of mild superheater that adds additional heat to wet or saturated steam, thus ensuring that all water in the steam is evaporated and avoiding problems with water droplets in the cylinders or turbine. Steam dryers, plural of steam dryer. Steam drum, a reservoir of water and steam at the top end of the water tubes in a boiler. It acts as a phase separator for the steam/water mixture. Steam drums, plural of steam drum. Steam engine, any heat engine that uses steam as its primary working fluid to do mechanical work. Steam engines, plural of steam engine. Steam fire, synonym of sea smoke. Steam generator, a type of boiler fitted in a diesel locomotive or another rail vehicle, which provided steam heating in steam-heated passenger trains that had previously been hauled by steam locomotives. Steam generators, plural of steam generator. Steam gun, a gun that fires a missile by means of steam power. Steam guns, plural of steam gun. Steam hammer, an industrial machine designed to produce a hammer action through steam power. Steam hammers, plural of steam hammer. Steam heater, a space heater that functions by itself, being heated by steam passing through it. Steam heaters, plural of steam heater. Steam heating, a system of heating interior spaces in which steam from a boiler is piped to radiators. Steam iron, a smoothing iron that includes a system for spraying steam into the item being ironed. Steam irons, plural of steam iron. Steam jack, a roasting jack powered by steam. Steam jacket, a hollow casing surrounding any vessel and into which steam may be admitted. Steam jackets, plural of steam jacket. Steam jacks, plural of steam jack. Steam loco, flipping of steam locomotive. Steam locomotive, a locomotive usually for use on a railway that is powered by steam. Steam locomotives, plural of steam locomotive. Steam locos, plural of steam loco. Steam navies, plural of steam navy. Steam navy, a steam-powered excavator used in making docks, canals, etc. Steam off, to anger someone, to make someone irate. Steam organ, synonym of calliope. Steam organs, plural of steam organ. Steam piano, synonym of calliope. Steam pianos, plural of steam piano. Steam pipe, alternative form of steam pipe. Steam pipes, plural of steam pipe. Steam power, power derived from water heated into steam, usually converted to motive power by a reciprocating engine, a steam engine, or turbine, a steam turbine. Steam punk, alternative spelling of steampunk. Steam radio, radio sound broadcasting, considered as old-fashioned compared to television. Steam reforming, the production of hydrogen and carbon monoxide from water and methane at high temperature. Steamroller, alternative form of steamroller. Steamrollers, plural of steamroller. Steam room, a sauna. A hot room that is filled with steam in which people sit for health reasons. Steam rooms, plural of steam room. Steam ship, alternative spelling of steamship. Steam ships, plural of steam ship. Steam shovel, an excavating machine designed to effect a shoveling action through steam power. Steam shoveled, simple past and past participle of steam shovel. Steam shoveling, present participle and gerund of steam shovel. Steam shoveled, simple past and past participle of steam shovel. Steam shoveling, present participle and gerund of steam shovel. Steam shovels, plural of steam shovel. Steam table, a serving table or counter with heaters traditionally using steam to keep food warm. Today sometimes synonymous with a bain-marie or a hot bar. Steam tables, plural of steam table. Steam tractor, a tractor powered by steam. Steam tractors, plural of steam tractor. Steam train, a train pulled by a steam locomotive. Steam trains, plural of steam train. Steam tunnel, a tunnel which allows workers to maintain pipes which transport steam between a central boiler and buildings to be heated or cooled, usually in a campus setting. Steam tunnels, plural of steam tunnel. Steam turbine, a system of angled and shaped blades arranged on a rotor through which steam is passed to generate rotational energy. Today, normally used in power stations. Steam turbines, plural of steam turbine. Steam up, to become steamy. Steam wagon, an early steam-powered road vehicle for carrying freight. Steam wagons, plural of steam wagon. Steam yacht, a class of luxury or commercial yacht with primary or secondary steam propulsion in addition to the sails usually carried by yachts. Steam yachts, plural of steam yacht. Steamboat, alternative spelling of steamboat. Steamboats, plural of steamboat. Steam crack, to crack using steam cracking. Steam cracked, simple past and past participle of steam crack. Steam cracking, present participle and gerund of steam crack. Steam cracks, third person singular simple present indicative of steam crack. Steam engine, alternative form of steam engine. Steam engines, plural of steam engine. Steam hauled, pulled by a steam locomotive. Steam heat, to heat with the use of steam. Steam heated, simple past and past participle of steam heat. Steam heating, present participle and gerund of steam heat. Steam eats, third person singular simple present indicative of steam heat. Steam packet, a packet boat powered by steam. Steam packets, plural of steam packet. Steam powered, using steam power. Steamjet, alternative spelling of steamship. Steam hips, plural of steamship. Steam shovel, alternative form of steam shovel. Steam shovel, simple past and past participle of steam shovel, alternative form of steam shoveled. Steam shoveling. Present participle and gerund of steam shovel. Alternative form of steam shoveling. Steam shoveled. Simple past and past participle of steam shovel. Alternative form of steam shoveled. Steam shoveling. Present participle and gerund of steam shovel. Alternative form of steam shoveling. Steam shovels. Third person singular simple present indicative of steam shovel. Alternative form of steam shovels. Steamall. Suitable for steaming. Steam bath. Alternative spelling of steam bath. Steam baths. Plural of steam bath. Steamboat. Ellipses of Steamboat Springs, a city, the county seat of Routt County, Colorado, United States. Steamboat Springs, a hot spring field in Routt County, Colorado, United States. Steamboated, simple past and past participle of steamboat. Steamboater, someone who pilots a steamboat. Steamboaters, plural of steamboater. Steamboating, steamboat traffic. Steamboatings, plural of steamboating. Steamboatman, a person employed in the steamboat industry, especially one working on a steamboat. Steamboatman, plural of steamboatmen. Steamboats, drunk, intoxicated. Steam, cooked by steaming. Steamed ahead. Simple past and past participle of steam ahead. Steamed egg, an East Asian dish of beaten eggs and water steamed until firm, with a spongy texture. Other ingredients may be added. Steamed eggs. Alternative form of steamed egg. Steamed off. Simple past and past participle of steam off. Steamed pudding, a dessert made from flour, butter, and sugar with added dried fruit, syrup, etc. that is cooked by steaming. Steamed puddings, plural of steamed pudding. Steamed up, simple past and past participle of steam up. Steamer, a device or object that works by the operation of steam. Steamer chair, a folding chair like a deck chair but sturdier, with wooden support rather than canvas. Steamer chairs, plural of steamer chair. Steamer duck, a bird of the genus Tachyrs in the family Ennetidae, the family of duck, goose, and swan. Steamer ducks, plural of steamer duck. Steamer trunk, a kind of chest for luggage, having a flat or slightly curved top and usually covered in canvas, leather, or patterned paper. Steamer trunks, plural of steamer trunk. Steamer duck, alternative form of steamer duck. Steamer ducks, plural of steamer duck. Steamer, simple past and past participle of steamer. Steamerful, enough to fill a steamer steamship. Steamerfuls, plural of steamerful. Steamering, present participle and gerund of steamer. Steamos, without a steamer. Steamaload, enough to fill a steamer steamship. Steamaloads, plural of steamaload. Steamers, plural of steamer. Steamus, second person singular simple present indicative of steam. Stema, third person singular simple present indicative of steam. Steamfitter, a person qualified to handle the installation and maintenance of pipes that carry steam. Steamfitters, plural of steamfitter. Steam fitting, a part used in the piping for steam. Steam fittings, plural of steam fitting. Steampunk, a subgenre of science fiction that combines elements of steampunk with a focus on black culture and Afrofuturism. Steamy, a public area for washing clothes. Steamy, comparative form of steamy, more steamy. Steamies, plural of steamy. Steamiest, superlative form of steamy, most steamy. Steamy, in a steamy manner. Steaminess, the epithet of being steamy. Steaming, the action of steam on something. Steaming ahead, present participle and gerund of steam ahead. Steaming hot, extremely hot. Steaming off, present participle and gerund of steam off. Steaming up, present participle and gerund of steam up. Steamingly, in a steaming manner. Steamings, plural of steaming. Steamings up, plural of steaming up. Steamus, without steam. Steam-like, resembling steam or some aspect of it. Steamliner, a steam-powered ocean liner. Steamliners, plural of steamliner. Steam pipe, a pipe of a boiler through which steam passes. Steam pipes, plural of steam pipe. Steamproof. Resistant to steam. Steampunk, a subgenre of science fiction that depicts advanced technology combined with Victorian style and aesthetics, such as steam-powered machines and vehicles, visible gears and screws, and people dressed in 19th century attires. Steampunked. Simple past and past participle of steampunk. Steampunk. A fan of the steampunk style or subculture. Steampunkers, plural of steampunker. Steampunking, present participle and gerund of steampunk. Steampunkish, reminiscent of the steampunk genre. Steampunks, plural of steampunk. Steampunky, reminiscent of the steampunk genre. Steamroll, to flatten, as if with a steamroller. Steamroll, simple past and past participle of steamroll. Steamroller, a steam-powered heavy road roller. Steamroller, simple past and past participle of steamroller. Steamrollering, present participle and gerund of steamroller. Steamrollers, plural of steamroller. Steamrolling, present participle and gerund of steamroll. Steamrolls. Third person singular simple present indicative of steamroll. Stairs, plural of steam. Steams ahead. Third person singular simple present indicative of steam ahead. Steams off. Third person singular simple present indicative of steam off. Steams off. Third person singular simple present indicative of steam up. Steamship, a ship or vessel propelled by steam power. Steamships, plural of steamship. Steam sauna, a persona developed to be used within the steampunk subculture. Steam saunas, plural of steam sauna. Stemptable, a serving table that keeps food warm with heated water underneath trays set into its surface. Stemptable, plural of stemptable. Steam tie, so tightly made that steam cannot enter or escape. Steam tug, a tug powered by steam. Steam tugs, plural of steam tug. Steamway, an aperture or conduit for steam. Steamways, plural of steamway. Steamy, warm and humid, full of steam. The thing, a vessel made of clay or stone, a pot of stone or earth. The thing, simple past and past participle of steam. Steening, present participle and gerund of steen. Steenings, plural of steening. Steens, plural of steen. Stevson, a lipase that is secreted from the pancreas to hydrolyze triglycerides to liberate the fatty acids and glycerol. Steepsins, plural of steepsin. There, a surname. Sterard, obsolete form of steerage. Stearages, plural of steerage. Steraldehyde, the aldehyde derived from stearic acid. Stearamide, the acid amide of stearic acid. Stera, any salt or ester of stearic acid. Stearinid, having a dry lubricant sodium stearate mixed with the abrasive. Sterats, plural of stearate. There, simple past and past participle of steer. There, obsolete form of steer. There, simple past and past participle of steer. There, third person singular simple present indicative of stare. There, of or relating to stearin, tallow, etc. Stearic acid, octanoic acid, the most common saturated fatty acid. It is found in all animal and most vegetable oils and fats. It is used in the manufacture of soap, etc. Sterically, misspelling of sterically. Stearidonate, any salt or ester of stearidonic acid. Stearidonic, of or pertaining to stearidonic acid or its derivatives. Stearidonic acid, the polyunsaturated fatty acid also octanoic 6, 9, 12, 15 tetinoic acid. Stearin, solid fat. Stearin, alternative form of stearin. Stearians, plural of stearine. Stearin, present participle and gerund of steer. Stearins, plural of stearin. Stearman, a surname. Stearmans, plural of stearman. Sphere, a surname. Stearns, a surname. Stearns County, one of 87 counties in Minnesota, United States. County seat, St. Cloud. Sterolic, designating an acid of the acetylene series, isologous with stearic acid and obtained from oleic acid. Stera, the ketone of stearic acid, obtained as a white crystalline substance, CH.CO, by the distillation of calcium stearate. Sterons, plural of sterone. Sterapthin, alternative form of steraptine. Steraptine, the more solid ingredient of certain volatile oils contrasted with oleoptine. Steraptines, plural of steraptine. Sterapthins, plural of sterapin. Sterile, the univalent radical derived from stearic acid by loss of the hydroxy group. Sterilated, modified by the addition of sterile groups. Steriles, plural of sterile. Theria, Separia, Ither, plural of steer. Steersman, obsolete form of steersman. Steersman, plural of steersman. Stera, the univalent radical CH derived from stearyl alcohol. Sterilamine, synonym of octadecyllamine. Steros, plural of sterile. Steatite, soapstone often synonymous. More information at soapstone section terminology. Steatites, plural of steatite. Steatite, containing, resembling, or relating to steatite. Steatitis, inflammation of a fatty tissue. Steto, Steatocystoma, a cyst of the sebaceous duct. Stetocystomas, plural of stetocystoma. Stetocystomata, plural of stetocystoma. Stetotism, the symptoms associated with the bite of spiders of the genus Stetota. Stetofibrosis, fibrosis incorporation fat deposits. Stetogenesis, the accumulation of lipids in the testes of non-mammalian vertebrates following spermatogenesis. Stetogenetic, relating to stetogenesis. Stetogenic, relating to or causing stetogenesis. Stetohepatic, relating to fatty liver. Stetohepatitic, of, relating to, or characterized by stetohepatitis. Steatohepatitis, a form of hepatitis characterized by an accumulation of fat. Steatohepatosis, synonym of fatty liver. Stetoma, a sebaceous cyst. Stetomas, plural of stetoma. Steatomata, plural of stetoma. Stetomatus, of the nature of a stetoma. Steatonephrosis, necrosis of fatty tissue. Steatonephropathy, nephropathy associated with fat deposits. Steatopegia, statopegia, an excessive accumulation of fat on the buttocks. Statopegian, relating to statopegia. Statopegias, plural of statopegia. Statopegic, exhibiting statopegia. Statopegus, pertaining to statopegia, having fat or prominent buttocks. Stetornithed, any bird in the family Stetornithidae. Stetornithids, plural of stetornithed. Statoria, the presence of an excessive amount of fat in the feces. Statorias, plural of statoria. Statoria, the presence of excessive amounts of fat in the feces. Statoria, obsolete spelling of steatoria. Statosis, plural of stetosis. Stetosis, the abnormal retention of lipids by a cell or organ. Stetotic, pertaining to or affected by stetosis, infiltrated with fatty nodules used especially of the liver. Stubba, alternative form of Stephen. Stevens, plural of Steven. Stevenson, a surname. Stebbing, a village and civil parish in Uttlesford District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TL 677203. Stebbings, plural of Stebbing. Stebbins, a surname. Stebbenses, plural of Stebbins. Stebbinsville, an unincorporated community within the town of Porter, Rock County, Wisconsin. Steber, a surname from German. Stebers, plural of Steber. Steblat, a surname from Slovene. Stebelovo, a village in the gmina of Suchy Dab, Gdansk County, Pomeranian Voivodeship, Poland. Steblo, either of two villages in Opol Voivodeship, Poland. Stebmek, a city Lviv Oblast, Ukraine. Stepai, a cry used to set a dog on somebody. Ivek, a surname from Polish. Staccarini, plural of staccarino. Staccarino, any of several mushrooms of the family Hydnaceae, especially the edible ones. Ivek, a surname. Stacker, a surname. Stackers, plural of stacker. Stackes, plural of stack. Stackford, a suburb of Birmingham, West Midlands, England. OS Grid Ref SB 1387. Stachiometre, misspelling of stoichiometric. Stackschult, a surname from German. Stackschultz, plural of Stackschultz. Ila, a surname. Steckel, a surname. Steckles, plural of Steckel. Stecker, processed by a plugboard. Steckli, a surname from German. Stecklines, plural of Steckline. Steckler, a surname. Stecklers, plural of Steckler. Tithex, plural of Steck. Tithex, plural of Steck. Este, acronym of Stimulated Emission Depletion Microscope. Ested, simple past and past participle of st. Is that obsolete form of stead? Is that obsolete form of stead? Is that obsolete form of stead? Stead, plural of stead. Is that a simple past and past participle of steady? Status, third person singular simple present indicative of steady. Staddle, alternative form of staddle. Steddle stone, alternative form of staddle stone. Steddle stones, plural of steddle stone. Steddle, plural of steddle. Stead, plural of stead. Steady, obsolete form of steady. Te, present participle and gerund of steady. Steenbroek, a municipality of North Holland, Netherlands. Stadver, a surname. Steedverds, plural of Steedford. Steadass, archaic spelling of steadfast. Steadaster, comparative form of steadfast, more steadfast. Steadastus, superlative form of steadfast, most steadfast. Steadfastly, obsolete form of steadfastly. Steadfastness, obsolete form of steadfastness. Steadily, misspelling of steadily. Stedman, a change ringing method on an odd number of bells. Stedmans, plural of Stedman. Is that plural of stead? Isted, plural of stead. Steady, misspelling of steady. Ithi, a ladder. Ithi, a surname. Stadlas, Horseless. Steely. A surname. Steles, plural of steedly. Steed-like, resembling a steed, horse-like. Ithend, plural of steed. Zdeen. A surname. Stages, plural of stige. To stitch sew with a needle. Steak grass, obsolete form of steakgrass. Alternative form of steeken. Simple past and past participle of steak. Steakgrass, the tropical perennial tussock grass Heteropogon contortus. Steaking, present participle and gerund of steak. Theten, an old liquid measure used in Amsterdam, approximately 19 liters. This third person singular simple present indicative of steak. Stel, a surname. Steel band, a band musical group who perform with steel pens. Steel bands, plural of steel band. Steel beach parties, plural of steel beach party. Steel beach party, synonym of steel beach picnic. Steel beach picnic, an event with food, sporting contests, etc. held on the flight deck of a ship. Steel beach picnics, plural of steel beach picnic. Steel blue, a grayish shade of the color blue, like the metal steel. Steel blues, plural of steel blue. Steel bronze, synonym of bronze steel. Steel cage match, a special match in wrestling where opponents wrestle inside an enclosed cage surrounded by steel. Steel cage matches, plural of steel cage match. Steel drum, synonym of steel pan. Steel drummer, synonym of panist. Steel drummers, plural of steel drummer. Steel drums, plural of steel drum. Steel guitar, a method of playing slide guitar using a steel, a kind of slide. Steel guitarist, someone who plays the steel guitar. Steel guitarists, plural of steel guitarist. Steel guitars, plural of steel guitar. Steel horse, a motorcycle. Steel horses, plural of steel horse. Steel magnolia, a woman unashamed who exemplifies both traditional femininity and an uncommon fortitude. Steel magnolias, plural of steel magnolia. Steel mill, an industrial facility that produces or processes steel. Steel mills, plural of steel mill. Steel pan, alternative form of steel pan. Steel pan orchestra, a band made up of people who play the steel pan. Steel pan orchestras, plural of steel pan orchestra. Steel panis, synonym of panist. Steel panists, plural of steel panis. Steel pans, plural of steel pan. Steel pot, synonym of steel pot helmet. Steel pot helmet, a style of soldier's helmet resembling the helmet used by U.S. soldiers from World War II, the Korean War, and the Vietnam War. Steel pot helmets, plural of steel pot helmet. Steel pots, plural of steel pot. Steel ring, a steel and annulus segment complementing a device. Steel rings, plural of steel ring. Steel square, a tool used to measure out right angles. Steel squares, plural of steel square. Steel string guitar, alternative spelling of steel string guitar. Steel string guitars, plural of steel string guitar. Steel toys, small articles made of steel, such as buttons and buckles. Steel up, to steel oneself to harden or strengthen. Steel wheel, the lowest straight flush, ace 2-3-4-5 all of the same suit. Steel wheels, plural of steel wheel. Steel wine, wine usually sherry in which steel filings were placed for a considerable time, once used as a medicine. Steel wines, plural of steel wine. Steel wool, fine strips or threads of steel, usually formed into pads or balls and used as an abrasive. Steel wools, plural of steel wool. Steel worker, a construction worker specializing in fabricating and erecting steel components. Steel workers, plural of steel worker. Steel blue, alternative form of steel blue. Steel kai, of oats or other grains chopped into small pieces by steel blades. Steel maker, alternative form of steel maker. Steel makers, plural of steel maker. Steel making, alternative form of steel making. Steel ring, alternative spelling of steel ring. Steel rings, plural of steel ring. Steel string guitar, a type of acoustic guitar designed to be strung with metal strings. Steel string guitars, plural of steel string guitar. Steel toe boot, a type of boot with a steel reinforced toe area that protects the foot from falling objects. Steel toe boots, plural of steel toe boot. Steel wool, alternative form of steel wool. Steel worker, alternative form of steel worker. Steel workers, plural of steel worker. Stelva, Alicante is Spanish wine. Steel band, a band in which all musicians play steel pins. Steel bands, plural of steel band. Stelvo, a contract by which goods on a farm such as corn, cattle, implements, etc. remain the property of the landlord and may not be taken away by a departing tenant. Steelby, a member of the Hearts of Steel, a Protestant movement that originated in County Antrim, Ireland, in opposition to high rents and evictions. Steelboys, plural of steelboy. Steel clad, covered with a layer of steel. Steel, simple past and past participle of steel. Steel drum, alternative form of steel drum. Steel drummer, alternative spelling of steel drummer. Steel drummers, plural of steel drummer. Steel drums, plural of steel drum. Steel, an English and Scottish surname originating as an occupation. Steele County, one of 87 counties in Minnesota, United States. County seat, Owatonna. Named after Franklin Steele. Steel, simple past and past participle of steel. Steel the hop, simple past and past participle of steel up. Stela, made of steel. Steller, one who points edges, plates, or covers with steel. Steelers, plural of steeler. Steely, a surname. Steelies, plural of steely. Steelhead, the anadromous form of the rainbow trout. Oncorhynchus micus. Steelheads, plural of steelhead. Steely, a zinc-coated steel 1-cent penny coin produced during World War Roman II because of copper shortages. Svele, comparative form of steely, more steely. Steelies, plural of steely. Ewit, superlative form of steely, most steely. Steelification, the process of becoming steel, or an instance of this. Steelify, simple past and past participle of steelify. Steelifies, third person singular simple present indicative of steelify. Steelify, to convert iron into steel. Steelifying, present participle and gerund of steelify. Steely, in a steely way. Steeliness, toughness, hardness or durability resembling or likened to that of steel. Steeling, present participle and gerund of steel. Steeling up, present participle and gerund of steel up. Steelings, plural of stealing. Steelless, without steel. Steeli, resembling or characteristic of steel. Steelmaker, a person who works with steel. Steelmakers, plural of steelmaker. Steelmaking, the manufacture of steel. Steelman, a surname. Steelman, simple past and past participle of steelman. Steelmaning, present participle and gerund of steelman. Steelmans, plural of steelman. Steelmaster, synonym of steelmaker. Steelmasters, plural of steelmaster. Steelman, plural of steelman. Steelpan, a percussion instrument consisting of a drum made of steel, originally from Trinidad. Steelpanist, alternative spelling of steel panist. Steelpanists, plural of steelpanists. Steelpens, plural of steelpen. Stilver, a mining town in Limpopo, South Africa. Steelring, alternative spelling of steel ring. Steelrings, plural of steel ring. Steels, plural of steel. Steels up, third person singular simple present indicative of steel up. Steelville, a city, the county seat of Crawford County, Missouri, United States. Steelware, articles made from steel. Steelwares, plural of steelware. Steelwool, alternative spelling of steel wool. Steelware, all the steel components of a structure. Steelworker, a member of the North American Trade Union United Steelworkers. Steelworkers, plural of steelworker. Steelworking, the act of working steel. The creation of steelwork or steelwares. Steelworks, a place where steel is manufactured and or shaped. Steely, a surname. Steely hair disease, Manx disease. Steely iron, a compound of iron containing less than 0.5% carbon. Stallions, plural of steely iron. Steely, having a hard, strong, and determined look about oneself. Steely-eyed missile man, an astronaut or engineer who quickly comes up with a solution to a difficult problem while under extreme pressure. Steely-eyed missile man, plural of steely-eyed missile man. Steely nerd, having a hard, strong, and determined mindset with very steady nerves, great patience, and courage. Steely-spined, having a hard, strong, and determined mindset/mentality. Steelyard, a transportable balance with unequal arm lengths. Steelyards, plural of steelyard. Steelies, plural of steely. Ste, a gleam of light, a flame. Steam, simple past and past participle of steam. Steaming, present participle and gerund of steam. Stairs, plural of steam. A surname from Germanic, equivalent to English stone, equivalent of Peter or Peter's Petros stone, rock. Steams Bridge, a hamlet in Humber Parish, Herefordshire, England. OS Grid Ref So 5457. Steenbergen, a surname from Dutch. Steenbergens, plural of Steenbergen. Steenbach, archaic form of Steenbach. Steenbachs, plural of Steenbach. Stanbach, a common small antelope of southern and eastern Africa, Rhaphosaurus campestris. Steenbachs, plural of Steenbach. Steinmers, any of various fish of the sparid genus Lithognathus. Steinbach, alternative form of Steenbach. Steinbachs, plural of Steenbach. Simple past and past participle of Steen. A diminutive of the male given name Stephen. Steining, the hard lining of a well. Steinings, plural of steining. Steendirk, a lace cravat loosely worn. Steenkirks, plural of Steenkirk. Steens, plural of Steen. Stanson, a surname transferred from the given name. Stensons, plural of Steenson. Steenstra, a surname of Danish origin. Steenstrupine, a rare dark brown mineral, Lacana alphi immensi POOF, found in Greenland, occurring in rhombohedral crystals or massive formations. Steinti, the fish Spondyliozoma emarginatum. Steenges, plural of Steengi. Steenwijkerland, a municipality of Overijssel, Netherlands. Of a near vertical gradient, of a slope, surface, curve, etc. that proceeds upward at an angle near vertical. Steep down, having a sheer descent, precipitous. Steep slope roof, according to ASTM Standard E 1918-97, a roof whose uppermost part is installed at a slope of 212.9.5 degrees or more. Steep slope roofs, plural of steep slope roof. Steppable, capable of being steeped. State, simple past and past participle of steep. Steden, to make steeper. Stevent, simple past and past participle of steepen. Stepener, a trade whose terms are based on the assumption that the rate of return will increase. Stepeners, plural of steepener. Steepening, present participle and gerund of steepen. Steepenings, plural of steepening. Steven, third person singular simple present indicative of steepen. Staver, comparative form of steep, more steep. Stavers, plural of steeper. Stavis, superlative form of steep, most steep being steep to the greatest degree. Steve, third person singular simple present indicative of steep. Steepi, obsolete form of steepy. Tater, comparative form of steepy, more steepy. Aviate, superlative form of steepy, most steepy. Steadiness, synonym of steepness. Steeving, a river or drainage channel, usually called the Steeping River in East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England, a continuation of the river limb. Steepings, plural of steeping. Steepish, somewhat steep. Stadel, a hamlet in Steeple with Tyningham Parish, Dorset, England, previously in Purbeck District OS Grid Ref SY 9181. Steeple Eston, a village and civil parish in Cherwell District, Oxfordshire, England OS Grid Ref SB 4725. Steeple Barton, a civil parish and small village in West Oxfordshire District, Oxfordshire, England, which includes the larger village of Middle Barton OS Grid Ref SB 4425. Steeple Bumstead, a village and civil parish in Braintree District, Essex, England OS Grid Ref TL 6841. Steeple Cab, a centrally placed cab on some early electric locomotives. Steeple cabs, plural of steeple cab. Steeple Claydon, a village and civil parish in Buckinghamshire, England OS Grid Ref SB 6926. Steeple engine, a vertical back-acting steam engine having the cylinder beneath the crosshead. Steeple engines, plural of steeple engine. Stable hat, a tall hat with a narrow crown. Stable hats, plural of steeple hat. Steeple keeper, the person responsible for the maintenance and inspection of bells, fittings and ropes in a belfry. Steeple keepers, plural of steeple keeper. Steeple Langford, a village and civil parish in Wiltshire, England, between Warminster and Salisbury OS Grid Ref SU 20337. Steeple Morden, a village and civil parish in South Cambridgeshire District, Cambridgeshire, England OS Grid Ref TL 2842. Steeple with Tyningham, a civil parish without a council in Dorset, England, formed in 2014 when the two named civil parishes were merged. Steeple finger, touching the fingertips together pointed upward while the palms are somewhat separated. Steeplebush, a plant with narrow pyramidal clusters of flowers and a dense woolly tomentum. Steeplebushes, plural of steeplebush. Steeplechase, a horse race, either across open country or over an obstacle course. Steeplechase, simple past and past participle of steeplechase. Steeplechaser, a horse or human athlete who participates in steeplechase racing. Steeplechasers, plural of steeplechaser. Steeplechases, plural of steeplechase. Steeplechasing, the racing of horses over open country or over fences. Steeplechasings, plural of steeplechasing. Stable. Simple past and past participle of steeple. Staple house. A church building. Staple houses. Plural of steeple house. Staplejack. A person whose job involves climbing tall structures like steeples in order to make repairs. Staplejacks. Plural of steeplejack. Staplekeeper. Alternative form of steeplekeeper. Staplekeepers. Plural of steeplekeeper. Stapleless. Lacking a steeple. Staple-like. Resembling or characteristic of a steeple. Sables. Plural of steeple. Stapling. Present participle and gerund of steeple. Stately. In a steep manner. Stainess. The state or quality of being steep. Stainnesses. Plural of steepness. Tedious. Third person singular simple present indicative of steep. Steep. There. A surname. Steer clear. To avoid. To dodge. To sidestep. Steer to. Synonym of steer tube. Steer tubes. Plural of steer tube. Steerabilities. Plural of steerability. Steerability. The quality or degree of being steerable. Sterile. Capable of being steered. Steerable. The property of being capable of being steered. Steerably. In a steerable manner. Theory. That of steering. Steerage way. Alternative form of steerage way. Steerage ways. Plural of steerage way. Steerage way. Alternative form of steerage way. Steerage ways. Plural of steerage way. Steerages. Plural of steerage. Steerage way. The minimum speed of ship, below which it does not answer the helm and cannot be steered. Steerage ways. Plural of steerage way. Steerboard. A kind of old-fashioned rudder for a boat. Steerboards. Plural of steerboard. There. A surname. There. Simple past and past participle of steer. Is there someone or something that steers? Steer to. The part of the fork that is inserted into the head tube of the frame and is used to attach the fork to the frame using a headset. Steerer tubes. Plural of steerer tube. Steers. Plural of steerer. Either. Plural of steer. There's. Second person singular simple present indicative of steer. Stera. Third person singular simple present indicative of steer. Sterai. Emphatic form of strike usually associated with umpires in baseball. Sphere. Pronunciation spelling of steering. Steering. Present participle and gerund of steer. Steering arm. A bar connecting the steering wheel to the torsion bars to steer a car or vehicle. Steering arms. Plural of steering arm. Steering column. A column originating in the dashboard and ending at the steering wheel. Steering columns. Plural of steering column. Steering committee. A committee set up to determine the order of business for another body, or to manage the general course of an operation. Steering committees. Plural of steering committee. Steering group, a committee whose function is to arrange the schedules of business for a legislative assembly or other organization. Steering groups, plural of steering group. Steering head, a motorcycle's equivalent of a bicycle's head tube. Steering heads, plural of steering head. Steering wheel, a wheel-shaped control that is rotated by the driver to steer, existing in most modern land vehicles. Steering wheel becket, a rope with a becket at one end and a hook at the other, used to hold the ship's wheel to helm in fixed position, normally used in pairs, with the becket on a spoke and a hook on a ring in the deck. Steering wheel beckets, plural of steering wheel becket. Steering wheel spinner, synonym of steering wheel spinner knob. Steering wheel spinner knob, an adapted driving device that attaches a spinnable knob to the steering wheel, allowing free spinning for those who can only grip the wheel with one limb, to be well attached to the wheel and allow the wheel to turn fully while gripped. Steering wheel spinner knobs, plural of steering wheel spinner knob. Steering wheel spinners, plural of steering wheel spinner. Steering wheels, plural of steering wheel. Steering wheel, so as to steer or direct. Steerings, plural of steering. Steeras, having no rudder. Steerley, a young or small steer cattle. Steerlings, plural of steerling. Steerman, alternative form of steersman. Steermanship, alternative form of steersmanship. Steerman, plural of steerman. Plural of steer. Steersman, one who steers a ship or other vessel, the helmsman. Steersmanship, the role or status of a steersman. Steersman, one who steers, a steersman, a helmsman. Steersmates, plural of steersmate. Steersman, plural of steersman. Steersperson, a steersman or steerswoman. Steerspersons, plural of steersperson. Steerswoman, a woman who steers a craft. Steerswoman, plural of steerswoman. Today's, plural of stee. Then, a civil parish served by Bolton Percy, Colton and Steeton Parish Council in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Selby District OS Grid Ref SC 5244. Steeton with Eastburn, a civil parish in the Metropolitan Borough of Bradford, West Yorkshire, England, which includes the named places. The angle that a bowsprit makes with the horizon, or with the line of the vessel's keel. Simple past and past participle of Steve. There's third person singular simple present indicative of Steve. Steving, present participle and gerund of Steve. Theas, style, panache. Theas, alternative form of steez. Tese, comparative form of steezy, more steezy. Te, superlative form of steezy, most steezy. Thea, gracefully stylish. Is that a diminutive of the female given name Stephanie? Stefan, a male given name. Stefan Selmer, the name of a number of villages and communes in Romania. Stefan Voda, a city and district of Moldova. Stefan Boltzmann Constant, the constant constant of proportionality involved in the Stefan-Boltzmann law. Stefan-Boltzmann law, a law stating that the total energy radiated per unit surface area of a black body across all wavelengths per unit time is directly proportional to the fourth power of the black body's thermodynamic temperature. Stefanelli, a surname from Italian. Stefanellas, plural of Stefanelli. Stefanescu, a surname from Romanian. Stefanski, a city in Argeș County, Romania. Stefani, a municipality of Boeotia, Greece. Stefaniak, a surname. Stefaniaks, plural of Stefaniak. Stefane, a surname. Stefanex, plural of Stefanek. Stephanie, a female given name from French, a less common spelling of Stephanie, from the French Stéphanie, feminine form of Stephen. Stefane, a surname from Polish. Stefanex, plural of Stefanek. Stefanj, a municipality of Croatia. Stefanko, a surname. Stefankos, plural of Stefanko. Stefanov, a surname from Bulgarian. Stefanos, a transliteration of the Greek male given name sigma tau epsilon phi alpha nu omicron sigma Stefanos. Stefanov, a surname from Bulgarian. Stefanovich, a surname from Polish. Stefanoviches, plural of Stefanovich. Stefanski, a surname from Polish. Stefanskis, plural of Stefanski. Stephanie, a female given name from French of rare usage, variant of Stephanie. Steph, a diminutive of the female given name Stephanie. Steffel, a surname from German. Steffels, plural of Steffel. Stefan, a surname from German. Steffensmeyer, a surname from German. Steffensmeyers, plural of Steffensmeyer. Steffi, a surname. Steffis, plural of Steffi. Steffi, a diminutive of the female given name Stephanie. Steffi, a diminutive of the female given name Stephanie. Steffi, a diminutive of the female given name Stephanie. Steffi, any of a group of recombinant cysteine protease inhibitors. Stephans, plural of Stefan. Stephanol, of or relating to science fiction. Stephanists, alternative form of Esthethanist. Stephanists, plural of Stephanists. Steg, to conceal data by means of steganography. Stedall, a surname. Stedalls, plural of Stegall. Steganalizer, a steganographic analyzer. Steganalizers, plural of steganalizer. Steganalysis, steganographic analysis. Steganalists, a person skilled at finding messages hidden using steganography. Steganalists, plural of steganalists. Steganalytic, relating to steganalysis. Steganalytical, relating to steganalysis. Steganalyze, to perform steganalysis upon. Steganalize, simple past and past participle of steganalize. Steganalizer, a program or algorithm that carries out steganalysis. Steganalizers, plural of steganalizer. Steganalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of steganalize. Steganalizing, present participle and gerund of steganalize. Steganogram, a steganographic image. Steganograms, plural of steganogram. Steganographer, one that practices or studies steganography. Steganographers, plural of steganographer. Steganograph, of or pertaining to steganography. Steganographical, alternative form of steganographic. Steganographically, in a steganographic way. Steganography, the practice of hiding messages so that the presence of the message itself is hidden, often by writing them in places where they may not be found until someone finds the secret message in whatever is being used to hide it. Steganophony, a form of steganography in which messages are hidden in computer audio files. Steganopod, any of the steganopods, a former suborder of birds having 4 toes webbed together. Steganopodus, having all 4 toes webbed together, said of birds of the former suborder Steganopods. Steganopods, plural of steganopod. Stegemann, a surname from German. Stegemann, a surname from German. Stegemans, plural of stegemann. Stegemans, plural of stegemann. Stedger, a surname. Stedgers, plural of stedger. Stagged, simple past and past participle of stay. Staggy, alternative spelling of steggy. Stegging, present participle and gerund of stay. Stadal, a surname. Stadals, a surname. Staggy, an endearing diminutive name given to an individual Stegosaurus. Stagman, a surname from German. Stagman, a surname from German. Stegmans, plural of stegman. Stegmans, plural of stegman. Stegna, a several villages in Poland. Stegner, a surname. Stegmers, plural of stegner. Stegnosis, constipation. Stegnode, antidie or ache. Stego, steganographic, relating to or hidden using steganography. Stegocarpus, describing mosses whose capsules have a distinct operculum. Stegosphalia, any amphibian of the clade Stegosphalia. Stegosphalians, plural of stegosphalien. Stegosphalic, alternative form of stegosphalus. Stegosphallid, any amphipod in the family Stegosphallidae. Stegosphalids, plural of stegosphalid. Stegosphalus, relating to or characteristic of animals of the order Stegosphalia. Stegodon, any member of the extinct genus Stegodon related to modern elephants, a stegodont. Stegodons, plural of stegodon. Stegodont, an extinct relative of the modern elephants, a member of the taxonomic genus Stegodon. Stegodontid, any extinct elephant in the family Stegodontidae. Stegodontids, plural of stegodontid. Stegodonts, plural of stegodont. Stegognathus, having a jaw composed of imbricated plates. Stegocrotaphic, of a caecilian, having a skull with a closed or fused temporal region. Stegocrotaphy. Herpetology, the trait of having a stegocrotaphic skull. Stegopterus, keeping the wings to flexed when at rest. Stegos, plural of stego. Stegosaur, any extinct herbivorous dinosaur of the suborder Stegosauria, having 2 rows of bony plates along the back. Stegosauri, plural of Stegosaurus. Stegosaurian, any dinosaur of the suborder Stegosauria. Stegosaurians, plural of Stegosaurian. Stegosaurid, any member of the family Stegosauridae of dinosaurs. Stegosaurids, plural of Stegosaurid. Stegosaurine, Stegosaurian. Stegosaurians, plural of Stegosaurine. Stegosaurs, plural of Stegosaur. Stegosaurus is stegosaur, a member of the suborder Stegosauria of the order Ornithischia of the Middle Jurassic to Early Cretaceous period. Stegosauruses, plural of Stegosaurus. Stegostem, the posterior innermost portion of the stoma oral cavity of a nematode. Stegostomatal, relating to fish of the genus Stegostoma. Stegodex, a text that contains a secret subtext encoded via steganography. Stegs, plural of steg. Stegural, a membranous outgrowth of the first urodermal in the caudal fin of various fish. Stegurals, plural of stegural. Stel, a surname. Stales, plural of stale. Stalic, a surname. Stalix, plural of stalic. Staling, a surname from German. Stalings, plural of staling. Stamen, a surname from German. Stamens, plural of stamen. Stour, a surname. Steyr, a surname. Stays, plural of stare. Stev, a surname. Stabes, plural of stabe. Steichen, a surname from German. Steichens, plural of Steichen. Stadel, a surname. Stadels, plural of Stadel. Steyr, a surname from German. Stageri, a monoclinic mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, oxygen, and vanadium. Steigers, plural of Steiger. Stagerwald, a surname from German. Stagerwalds, plural of Stagerwald. Stagerwalt, a surname from German. Stagerwaltz, plural of Stagerwalt. Steak, alternative form of steak. Steak, simple past and past participle of steak. Staking, present participle and gerund of steak. Steaks, third person singular simple present indicative of steak. Is that a surname? Istals, plural of stale. Stainber, a surname. Stamel, a surname. Stamels, plural of stamel. Stamel, a surname. Stamels, plural of stamel. Stein, a surname originating as a patronymic from a Scots diminutive of Stephen. Stein-Leventhal syndrome. Misspelling of Stein-Leventhal syndrome. Stein-Leventhal syndrome. Synonym of polycystic ovary syndrome. Steinbach. A surname from German. Steinboss crown cacti. Plural of Steinboss crown cactus. Steinboss crown cactus. Any of species of Eugersinae flowering cactuses. Steinboss crown cactuses. Plural of Steinboss crown cactus. Steinbacher. A surname. Steinbachers. Plural of Steinbacher. Steindashes. Plural of Steinbach. Steinbachs. Plural of Steinbach. Steinbart. A surname. Steinbach. A surname. Steinbeckian, of or pertaining to John Ernst Steinbeck, Jr. 1900–1968, American writer. Steinbecks, plural of Steinbeck. Steinber, a surname. Steinberger, a white wine from Steinberg, Kloster Eberbach. Steinbergers, plural of Steinberger. Steinbergs, plural of Steinber. Steinbach, a type of ibex capra ibex. Steinbachs, plural of Steinbach. Steinbach. Alternative spelling of Steinbach. Steinbachs, plural of Steinbach. Steinborn, a surname from German. Steinborn squat, a form of sideways squat exercise in which the athlete stands the barbell perpendicular to the ground and, positioned beneath it, pulls the barbell like a lever down across the upper back, then stands the weight up, performs squats, and returns the barbell to the floor in reverse fashion. Steinborns, plural of Steinborn. Steinbrecher, a surname. Steinbrechers, plural of Steinbrecher. Steinbrenner, a surname from German. Steinbrenners, plural of Steinbrenner. Stein, lined with stones. Steiner, a surname from German. Steiner education, synonym of Waldorf education. Steiner point, one vertex of a Steiner tree. Steiner points, plural of Steiner point. Steiner system, in combinatorial mathematics, a type of block design, specifically a T-design with lambda equals 1 and T equals 2 or recently T greater or equal to 2. Steiner systems, plural of Steiner system. Steiner tree, the minimum weight connected subgraph of a graph that includes all the vertices of that graph. Steiner trees, plural of Steiner tree. Steiner's spiral nematode, Helicotylenchus dihystera, a nematode that is a plant pathogen. Sphaeria, of or relating to Rudolf Steiner 1861–1925, Austrian philosopher, social reformer, architect, and esotericist. Steinerians, plural of Steinerian. Steiner nematode, any nematode of the family Steiner nematidae. Steiner nematids, plural of Steiner nematid. Steiners, plural of Steiner. Steinert, a surname. Steiner disease, myasthenic dystrophy type 1. Steinerts, plural of Steinert. Steins, a surname from German. Steinses, plural of Steins. Steinfeld, a surname. Steinfelds, plural of Steinfeld. Steinfeld, a surname from German. Steinfels, plural of Steinfeld. Steinfeld, a surname. Steinfel, enough to fill a Stein beer mug. Steinfels, plural of Steinfel. Steinale, alternative form of Staniel. Steingales, plural of Steingale. Steingart, a surname. Steinart, a surname. Steinharts, plural of Steinhart. Steinart, a surname. Steinarts, plural of Steinhart. Steinhauer, a surname. Steinhauers, plural of Steinhauer. Steinhauser, a surname. Steinhausers, plural of Steinhauser. Steinhuber, a surname from German. Steinhubers, plural of Steinhuber. Steinhoff, a surname. Steinhoffs, plural of Steinoff. Steinholding, a bar game where one holds a full Stein beer mug of beer with a straight arm out front for as long as possible without bending, dipping, or spilling beer. Steinian, of or relating to Gertrude Stein 1874-1946, American writer. Stein, a bottle or serving of Steinlager beer. Steinies, plural of Steiny. Steining, alternative form of Steining. Steininger, a surname. Steiningers, plural of Steininger. Steinings, plural of Steining. Steingamp, a surname. Steingamps, plural of Steingamp. Steink, a surname. Steinker, a fossil formed from sediment that filled a hollow structure such as a shell. Steinkerns, plural of Steinkern. Steinks, plural of Steink. Steinkirk, a kind of neckcloth originating in France, worn in a loose and disorderly fashion. Steinkirk, plural of Steinker. Steinkjer, a municipality of Trøndelag, Norway. Steinel, a surname. Steinels, plural of Steinel. Steinman, a surname. Steinman, a surname. Steinmans, plural of Steinman. Steinmans, plural of Steinman. Steinmeier, a surname from German. Steinmetz, a surname from German. Steinmetz coefficient, any of the coefficients of Steinmetz's equation. Steinmetz coefficients, plural of Steinmetz coefficient. Steinmetz solid, the solid body generated by the intersection of 2 or 3 cylinders of equal radius at right angles. Steinmetz solids, plural of Steinmetz solid. Steinmetz's equation, An empirical equation used to calculate the total power loss core losses per unit volume in magnetic materials when subjected to external sinusoidally varying magnetic flux. PV equals KF letter 1D43 B letter 1D47, where PV is the time average power loss per unit volume in milliwatts per cubic centimeter, F is frequency in kilohertz, and B is the peak magnetic flux density. K, A, and B, called the Steinmetz coefficients, are material parameters generally found empirically from the materials BH hysteresis curve-by-curve fitting. Steinmetzian of or relating to Charles Proteus Steinmetz 1865-1923, German-American mathematician and electrical engineer. Steinmeier, a surname. Steinmeiers, plural of Steinmeier. Steins, plural of Stein. Steinsafer, a surname from German. Steinsful, plural of Steinful. Steinstress, a complication of extracorporeal shock wave lithotripsy SL in the treatment of kidney stones, in which multiple small stone fragments line up within the ureter, causing obstruction. Steinway, a piano made by Steinway & Sons, an American-German piano company founded in 1853. Steinways, plural of Steinway. States, a surname. States is, plural of states. Stejaruri, a village in Baculesti, Argeș County, Romania. Stejaru, one of a number of locations in Romania. Stenspel, a surname from Czech. Stejskals, plural of Stejskal. Stecken, alternative form of Steken. Steckens, plural of Stecken. Steckelian, of or relating to Wilhelm Steckel 1868-1940, Austrian physician and psychologist, and one of Sigmund Freud's earliest followers. Stela, an obelisk or upright stone pillar, usually as a primitive commemoration or gravestone. Stele, plural of stella. Stellae, plural of steel. Stellar, of or relating to a steel. Stellus, plural of stella. An upright or formerly upright slab containing engraved or painted decorations or inscriptions, a stela. Stele, obsolete form of steel upright slab, column. Stele, obsolete form of steel upright slab, column. Stele, resembling or used as a stela columnar. Steles, plural of steel. Steles, plural of steel. Steles, plural of stele. Stelfox, a surname. Stelfoxes, plural of stelfox. Stelian, a male given name from Romanian. Stele, synonym of stellar. Stellidia, plural of stellidium. Stellidium, any of the teeth of the column in bulbophyllum. Stellau, a transliteration of the Greek male given name sigma tau epsilon lambda iota omicron stelio, used in Greece. Steliaus, a transliteration of the Greek male given name diminutive sigma tau epsilon lambda iota omicron sigma stelios, used in Greece. Stella, a surname. Stella, a female given name from Latin. Stellaceae, any of a group of metalloproteins containing copper. Stellaceans, plural of stellaceanin. Stele, plural of stella. Stellaluna, a female given name originally originating as a coinage. Stellar, of, pertaining to, or characteristic of stars. Stellar black hole, a black hole formed by the gravitational collapse of a star. Stellar black holes, plural of stellar black hole. Stellar day, the rotational period of Earth, the time in which Earth rotates exactly 360 degrees around its axis, measured relative to the stars. Stellar days, plural of stellar day. Stellar disk, the flat part of a spiral galaxy around the central bulge. Stellar disks, plural of stellar disk. Stellar engine, any of various hypothetical megastructures that could control the motion of a star system. Stellar engines, plural of stellar engine. Stellar mass black hole, synonym of stellar black hole. Stellar mass black holes, plural of stellar mass black hole. Stellar month, synonym of sidereal month. Stellar months, plural of stellar month. Stellar nova, synonym of nova. Stellar nova, plural of stellar nova. Stellar novas, plural of stellar nova. Stellar nurseries, plural of stellar nursery. Stellar nursery, an area of outer space within a dense nebula in which gas and dust are contracting, resulting in the formation of new stars. Stellar system, synonym of star system. Stellar systems, plural of stellar system. Stellar wind, the equivalent of solar wind associated with a star not restricted to be the sun. Stellar winds, plural of stellar wind. Stellarator, a magnetic device used to confine a plasma, especially one used to sustain nuclear fusion. Stellarators, plural of stellarator. Stellar-centric, centered on a star. Stellarite, a type of turbinite which sparks when set on fire. Stellarities, plural of stellarity. Stellarity, a parameter between 0.0 and 1.0 generated by a neural network that seeks to characterize how stellar an observed astronomical object is. Stelloe, in a stellar manner. Stellarton, a town in Nova Scotia, Canada, just outside of the larger town of New Glasgow. Stellary, stellar, astral, relating to the stars. Stellas, plural of stella. Stellastral, the marine stare all 3s, 5s, 9 R10s, 13 R14 R17 R17 E2 R5 R5 6 Steinthal-Hept 3N 2 Il 10 13 9 Pile 2 3 4 5 6 9 11 12 14 15 16 17 Dodecahydro 1 H Cyclopenta Phenanthrin 3 Al. Stellae, shaped like a star, having points or rays radiating from a center. Stellate cell, any cell that has radiating dendritic processes. Stellate cells, plural of stellate cell. Stellate ganglia, plural of stellate ganglion. Stellate ganglion, a composite ganglion formed by fusion of the inferior cervical ganglion and the first thoracic ganglion of the sympathetic chain of a vertebrate animal. Stellated, star-shaped, stellate. Stellately, in a stellate manner. Stellates, plural of stellate. Stellating, present participle and gerund of stellate. Stellation, the construction of a stellated polyhedron or other polytope by extending edges or planes. Stellations, plural of stellation. Stellato, a surname from Italian. Stellato pilos, covered with stellate hairs. Stelletos, plural of stellato. Is thou, a surname from German. Stellectomies, plural of stellectomy. Stellectomize, having undergone a stellectomy. Stellectomy, the excision of the stellate ganglion. Stell, simple past and past participle of stell. Stellenbosch, a town and local municipality in Western Cape Province, South Africa. Stellenbosch, simple past and past participle of Stellenbosch. Stellenbosching, present participle and gerund of Stellenbosch. Stellar, a surname. Stellar sea lion, a species of sea lion, Eumetopias jubatus, the largest of the eared seals. Stellar sea lions, plural of stellar sea lion. Stellar's eider, Polystichta stellari, a migrating Arctic diving duck that breeds along the coastlines of eastern Russia and Alaska. Stellar's jay, Cynosda stellari, a jay native to western North America, related to the blue jay, but with a black head and upper body. Stellar's jays, plural of Stellar's jay. Stellar's C8, a purported marine mammal with a dog-like head, most likely a misidentified northern fur seal. Stellar's sea cow. Hydrotomales gigas, an extinct herbivorous marine mammal related to the dugong. Stellar's sea cows, plural of Stellar's sea cow. Stellar's sea eagle, Haliaetus pelagicus, a large bird of prey that is native to Northeast Asia. Stellar's sea lion. Alternative form of stellar sea lion, Eumetopias jubatus. Stellar's sea lions, plural of Stellar's sea lion. Stellarid, a starfish. Stellarids, plural of stellarid. Stellarine, stellar, a kind of sea cow. Stellarines, plural of stellarine. Stellari, a hydrated calcium aluminous silicate zeolite similar to stilbate. Stellarites, plural of stellari. Stellars, plural of stellar. Staus, plural of stal. Selwe, plural of stellium. Stelliferous, filled with stars, starry. Stelliferous age, the current period in the history of the universe in which matter is organized into stars, planets, and galaxies. Stelliferous era. Synonym of stelliferous age. Stellify, simple past and past participle of stellify. Stellifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of stellify. Stelliform, shaped like a star. Stellify, to transform from an earthly body into a celestial body, to place in the sky as such. Stellifying, present participle and gerund of stellify. Stelligerous, star-bearing or producing. Stelling, a surname. Stellingen, a quarter in Eimsbüttel Borough, Hamburg, Germany. Stellings, plural of stelling. Stellingwerfs, alternative form of Stellingwerfs. Stellingwerfs, a form of Dutch Low Saxon, spoken in the Dutch province of Friesland. Stellio, the agumid lizard Laudachia stellio. Stellian, a lizard Laudachia stellio or Stelligama stellio. It is olive green with small stellate spots, commonly found in the rocky areas around the Mediterranean. Stellanate, any fraud not distinguished by a more special name, chiefly applied to sales of the same property to two different persons, or selling that for one's own which belongs to another, etc. Stellianates, plural of stellionate. Stellians, plural of stellion. Stelli, any of a range of alloys of cobalt and chromium. Stellites, plural of stellite. Stellium, satellitium. Stelliums, plural of stellium. Stellman, a surname. Stello, synonym of astro. Stellocentric, synonym of astrocentric. Stells, plural of stell. Stellular, having the shape or appearance of little stars. Stellate, stellated, radiated. Stellulate, minutely stellate, having the shape of tiny stars. Stellwagen, a surname. Stelli, a surname. Stellies, plural of stelli. Stelo, a monetary unit of Esperantists from 1945 to 1993, one of whose aims was to achieve a single world currency. Stella Ceteris, supported by one or more pillars. Stellography, the art of writing or inscribing characters on pillars. Stellage, plural of stelo. Stelter, a surname. Stelters, plural of stelter. Stelton, an unincorporated community in Edison, Middlesex County, New Jersey, United States. Stelter, a surname. Stellers, plural of stelzer. Stelznerite, synonym of antilrite. Stelli, obsolete typography of stelli. Is the acronym of Scanning Transmission Electron Microscope. Sta, a surname. Stem and leaf. Stem blot. Stem borer, any insect larva or arthropod that bores into plant stems. Stem borers, plural of stem borer. Stem cell, a primal undifferentiated cell from which a variety of other cells can develop through the process of cellular differentiation. Stem cells, plural of stem cell. Stem duchies, plural of stem duchy. Stem duchy, a constituent duchy of the German Empire at the time of the extinction of the Carolingian dynasty, death of Louis the Child in 911, and through the transitional period leading to the formation of the Arthurian Empire. Stem families, plural of stem family. Stem family, a family system in which a couple's firstborn child lives with them in the family home, and that child's spouse moves into the home of said in-laws, so that the younger couple's children are raised in the home of their grandparents. Usually, the younger offspring move out upon marriage. The inheritance, depending on the culture, may or may not be the most favorable to the firstborn. Stem for stem, side by side so that both ships' prows or stems are even with one another, abreast. Stem ginger, a form of confectionery consisting of a ginger root cooked in sugar until soft. Stem group, a paraphyletic group consisting of an ancestor and all its descendants, excluding the living representatives of a collection of species. Stem groups, plural of stem group. Stem mammal, synonym of synapsid. Stem mammals, plural of stem mammal. Stem node, alternative form of leaf node. Stem nodes, plural of stem node. Stem siren. A prostitute. Stem sirens, plural of stem siren. Stem stitch, an embroidery stitch derived from backstitch, in which each stitch overlaps the previous stitch to one side, forming a twisted line of stitching with a thread passing below the needle. Stem stitches, plural of stem stitch. Stem the rose, to have anal sex, to insert one's penis stem into another's anus rose. Stem the tie, to slow or stop the flow of something. Stem and leaf, alternative spelling of stem and leaf. Stem changing verb, synonym of boot verb. Stem clasping, synonym of amplexicol. Stem loop, a short length of intramolecularly bonded single-stranded DNA or RNA. Stem loops, plural of stem loop. Stem mammal, alternative form of stem mammal. Stem mammals, plural of stem mammal. Stem winder, a watch that is wound up by turning a small knob on a stem which holds a gear winding the mainspring. Stem winders, plural of stem winder. Stemmeran, a terpene hydrocarbon created by the biosynthesis of enzyme extracts from rice. Stem bark, the bark from the stem of a woody plant. Stem barks, plural of stem bark. Stembock, alternative spelling of steenbok. Stembox, plural of stembok. Stemborer, alternative form of stem borer. Stemborers, plural of stem borer. Stembridge, a surname from Middle English. Stembridges, plural of stembridge. Stembuck, alternative form of stembuck. Stembucks, plural of stembuck. Stemcell, alternative spelling of stem cell. Stem cellness, the condition of being a stem cell. Stem cells, plural of stem cell. Stea, obsolete form of steam. Steam, simple past and past participle of steam. Steven, a surname. Stevens, plural of stemmen. Stairs, third person singular simple present indicative of steam. Stem flow, the flow of intercepted water down the trunk or stem of a plant. Stem flows, plural of stem flow. Stemmed, the top and foremost end of a stem on a marine vessel. Stemmed, plural of stemmed. Stemme, acronym of SD elevation myocardial infarction. Steaming, present participle and gerund of steam. STEAMinism, the movement to improve the representation of women in STEM fields and to remove professional, academic, and social barriers to women's advancement. STEAMinist, a woman or girl who works in or is interested in a STEM field. STEAminists, plural of STEAminists. Stemme, plural of STEM. Stellar, a surname from German. Stemlers, plural of stemler. Stemless, lacking a stem, either naturally or because it has been removed. Stemless gentian, the plant Gentiana acalis. Stemless gentians, plural of stemless gentian. Stemless thistle, a plant of species Cirsium acal. Stemless thistles, plural of stemless thistle. Stemlessness, absence of a stem. Stemlet, a little stem any sense. Stemlets, plural of stemlet. Stemli, resembling a stem or stalk. Stem line, the line connecting individual letters in agam. Stem lines, plural of stem line. Stem move, alternative form of stem loop. Stem moves, plural of stem loop. Sem law, a self-important, condescending person with a background and a slant or interest in a STEM field, particularly one who disparages the humanities. Sem lards, plural of STM lard. So, abbreviation of science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and medicine. So, a surname. Zda, a family tree or recorded genealogy. Stemma codicum, a schema resulting from the stemmatological process of recension, in which all surviving manuscripts of a given text are represented with their derivation via intermediary hyparchetypes from a single archetype. Stemmas, plural of stemma. Stemmata, plural of stemma. Stemmatocodicum, plural of stemacodicum. Stematic, relating to stemmatics. Stemmatics, the study of multiple surviving versions of the same text with the aim of reconstructing a lost original. Stemmatological, relating to stemmatology. Stemmatologically, in terms of stemmatology. Stemmatologist, one who studies stemmatology. Stemmatologists, plural of stemmatologists. Stemmatology, synonym of stemmatics. Though, obsolete form of stem. Though, having a stem. Stemmed the rose, simple past and past participle of stem the rose. Stem the tie, simple past and past participle of stem the tie. Stemmer, software used to produce the stem from the inflected form of words. Stemmeries, plural of stemmery. Stemmers, plural of stemmer. Stemmery, a building in which tobacco is stemmed. Those, plural of stem. Stellar, comparative form of stemmy, more stemmy. Statist, superlative form of stemmy, most stemmy. Stemminess, the state or condition of being stemmy. Stemme, present participle and gerund of stem. Stemming the rose, present participle and gerund of stem the rose. Stemming the tide, present participle and gerund of stem the tie. Stemmings, plural of stemming. Stellar, a surname from German. Stellars, plural of stemler. Staues, plural of stem. Stamme, resembling or characterized by stems. Stemmes, an essential characteristic of a stem cell that distinguishes it from ordinary cells. Stemmases, plural of stemmes. Stemmastoid, misspelling of sternomastoid. Stemona, any plant in the genus Stemona formerly known as Roxburghia. Stemonaceous, of or relating to the Stemonaceae. Stemonas, plural of stemona. Stau, a surname. Stembel, a surname from German. Stembels, plural of stempel. Steber, a surname from German. Stembers, plural of stemper. Stemvol, a particular resorcinolic lipid. Stemian, a surname from Polish. Stempians, plural of stempian. Stempinski, a surname from Polish. Stempinskis, plural of Stempinski. Stempel, a surname. Stemples, plural of stempel. Stemplot, a means of displaying data used especially in exploratory data analysis. Stemplots, plural of stemplot. Stempost, a vertical post at the front of the keel that forms the main part of the bow. Stemposts, plural of stemposts. Is the plural of STEM, scanning transmission electron microscopes. Those, plural of STEM. Stems and leaves. Plural of stem and leaf. Stems the rose. Third person singular simple present indicative of stem the rose. Stems the tie. Third person singular simple present indicative of stem the tie. Stems and leaves. Plural of stem and leaf. Stemson, a piece of curved timber bolted to the stem, keelson, an apron in a ship's frame near the bow. Stemsons, plural of stemson. Stemward, oriented towards a stem. Stemwards, towards a stem. Stemmer, drinking glasses that have a stem, such as wine glasses or champagne flutes. Stemwares, plural of stemware. Stemwinder, alternative spelling of stemwinder. Stemwinders, plural of stemwinder. Stemwood, the wood of the stem of a tree. The Sten gun, a family of British 9mm submachine guns used extensively by British and Commonwealth forces throughout World War II, the Korean War and other conflicts. Stendu, a party where the bride and groom decide to celebrate their final night of being single together. Stendas, plural of stendu. Stem gun, a family of British 9mm submachine guns used extensively by British and Commonwealth forces throughout World War II and numerous other conflicts. Sten guns, plural of sten gun. Stenber, a surname from Swedish. Stenbergs, plural of stenber. Stenbalone, a particular anabolic stairway. Stencil, a surname. Stencils, plural of stencil. Stench, a strong foul smell, a stink. Stench bomb, synonym of stink bomb. Stench bombs, plural of stench bomb. Stench trap, a device to prevent foul air from rising from the openings of sewers, drains, etc. by means of a water seal. Stench traps, plural of stench trap. Stench trench, a vagina. Stench trenches, plural of stench trench. Stench gore, crust punk music. Stenched, simple past and past participle of stench. Stenches, plural of stench. Stenchful, full of stench, foul smelling. Stentir, comparative form of stenchy, more stenchy. Stenchist, superlative form of stenchy, most stenchy. Stenching, present participle and gerund of stench. Stenchsum, characterized or marked by stench. Stenchy, having a stench or foul odor, malodorous. Stencil, a thin sheet, either perforated or using some other technique with which a pattern may be produced upon a surface, a utensil that contains a perforated sheet. Stencil buffer, a per-pixel buffer in graphics hardware used to limit the area of rendering and to produce various other effects. Stencil buffers, plural of stencil buffer. Stencil duplicator, a mimeograph machine. Stencil duplicators, plural of stencil duplicator. Stencil were, the art of decorating using a stencil. Stenciled, simple past and past participle of stencil. Stenciler, one who or that which stencils. Stencilers, plural of stenciler. Stenciling, present participle and gerund of stencil. Stencilings, plural of stenciling. Stenciled, simple past and past participle of stencil. Stenciler, alternative spelling of stenciler. Stencilers, plural of stenciler. Stenciling, present participle and gerund of stencil. Stencilings, plural of stenciling. Stencil maker, a manufacturer of stencils. Stencil makers, plural of stencil maker. Stencil making, the manufacture of stencils. Stencils, plural of stencil. Stencil work, alternative form of stencil work. Stencil works, plural of stencil work. Extend, to rear or leap. Extend, a town in Latvia. Stender, a surname. Stenders, plural of stender. Stendhal syndrome, a psychosomatic disorder with rapid heartbeat, dizziness, fainting, etc. when a person is exposed to an experience of great personal significance, particularly viewing artworks. Stendhalian, of pertaining to, or in the style of French novelist Marie-Henri Beyle 1783-1842, known as Stendhal. Stend, plural of sten. A surname from Norwegian. Stenelid, any dolphin of the genus Stenella. Stenelids, plural of stenelid. Steens, plural of steen. Stanga, a drink of whiskey and soda. Stengas, plural of stanga. Stengel, a surname from German. Stengel die, a roller coaster feature combining an overbanked turn with a camelback. Stengel dives, plural of Stengel dive. Stengeles, the confusing phrases used by baseball player Casey Stengel. Stengel, plural of Stengel. Stenger, a surname. Stengers, plural of Stenger. Stenhouse, a surname. Stenhousemuir, a town in Falkirk Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NS 8783. Stenhouses, plural of Stenhouse. Stenhausen, of or relating to Lawrence Stenhouse 1926–1982, British educational thinker who sought to promote an active role for teachers in educational research and curriculum development. Sten-agarite, a tetragonal pyramidal bright reddish-orange mineral containing antimony, arsenic, calcium, iron, and oxygen. Then, the final geologic period in the Mesoproterozoic era from 1,200 million to 1,000 million years ago. Stenlake, a surname. Stemikes, plural of stenlake. Stemma, alternative form of silic. Stemox, plural of stenmock. Stat, a surname. Stanit, plural of stanit. Stenian, of a geologic period within the Mesoproterozoic era from about 1,200 to 1,000 million years ago. Steni, Stenhausemir. Steno, a stenographer, someone whose job is to take dictation in shorthand. Stenopad, a pad of paper specially designed for use taking dictation in shorthand. Stenopads, plural of stenopad. Stenopoo, stenographers or more generally very low-level, unskilled office workers taken collectively. Steno, narrow or restricted. Stenobath, alternative form of stenobathic. Stenobathe, able to live only within a limited range of depths of water. Stenoviame, inhabiting very few different biomass. Stenoviant, an organism that is able to tolerate only a limited range of environments. Stenobiantic, able to tolerate only a limited range of environments. Stenocardia, angina pectoris. Stenachillid, any spider of the family Stenachillidae. Stenachillids, plural of stenachillid. Stenochoria, lack of land, a reason for Greek colonization in ancient times. Stenochoric, relating to stenochoria. Stenochrome, an image produced by stenochrome. Stenochromes, plural of stenochrome. Stenochromic, of or relating to stenochrome. Stenochrome, a multicolor printing process using several pigmented blocks. Stenocostal, misspelling of sternocostal. Stenodactylin, a highly toxic ribosome inactivating protein found in the passion flower Adenia stenodactyla. Stenoderm, any of the bats resembling that of the genus Stenoderma. Stenodermatine, any bat of the subfamily Stenodermatinae. Stenodermatines, plural of Stenodermatine. Stenodermine, of or relating to the species Stenoderm marufum red fruit bat or red fig-eating bat or to the subfamily Stenodermatinae, which includes several West Indian and South American noseleaf bats. Stenoderms, plural of stenoderm. Stenoecious, that can live in only a restrictive range of habitats. Stenocy, the condition of being stenoecious. Stenondemic, native to a particular area or culture, originating where it occurs. Stenondemics, plural of stenondemic. Stenar, a stenographer. Stenogamous, requiring no nuptial flight. Stenogamy, the condition of being stenogamous. Stenogastrine, any of the wasps of the subfamily Stenogastrinae. Stenogastrines, plural of stenogastrine. Stenoglosson, any marine snail of the suborder Stenoglossa. Stenoglossans, plural of stenoglossen. Stenogram, a work resulting from using stenography, is shorthand, a transcript. Stenograms, plural of stenogram. Stenograph, a production of stenography, anything written in shorthand. Stenographed, simple past and past participle of stenograph. Stenographer, someone skilled in the writing of shorthand or the use of a stenotype machine, especially for the purpose of rapid transcription of speech. One employed in such a role, a professional transcriptionist who employs shorthand. Stenographers, plural of stenographer. Stenographic, of or pertaining to stenography. Stenographical, alternative form of stenographic. Stenographically, in a stenographic manner. Stenographies, plural of stenography. Stenographing, present participle and gerund of stenograph. Stenographist, a stenographer. Stenographists, plural of stenographists. Stenographs, third person singular simple present indicative of stenograph. Stenography, the practice of transcribing speech primarily for later dictation or testimony, usually using shorthand. Stenogs, plural of stenog. Stenohalai, tolerant of only a narrow range of saltwater concentrations, used of aquatic organisms. Stenoi, synonym of stenotic. Stenocus, alternative form of stenocious. Stenoki, the Papadiavi stenocious. Stenolimate, any bryozoan of the class Stedolimata. Stenometer, a device for measuring distances by adjusting a telescope until two distant objects appear to be superimposed. Stenometers, plural of stenometer. Stenone, any plant of the genus Stenonia. Stenoneds, plural of stenonid. Stenoni, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing aluminum, barium, carbon, fluorine, oxygen, sodium, and strontium. Stenoclusive, of or relating to stenosis and occlusion. Stenope, pertaining to a narrow opening or slit in an opaque barrier that restricts the light which reaches the eye. Stenopaic, alternative form of stenopoeic. Stenopollinous, having a restricted form of pollen. Stenopa, alternative form of stenopoeic. Stenopelmatidae, any member of the family Stenopelmatidae of Jerusalem crickets. Stenopelmatids, plural of stenopelmatid. Stenopteles, having narrow petals. Stenophagus, feeding on a limited variety of food. Stenophagy, eating just a few types of food, generally all of similar types, such as eating only some kinds of termites or some kinds of lily bulbs or some kinds of eucalyptus leaves. Stenophobia, fear of narrow spaces. Stenophilinin, a particular elegitinin. Stenophilus, having narrow leaves. Stenoplesiactid, any extinct side-like mammal in the family Stenoplesiactidae. Stenoplesiactids, plural of stenoplesiactid. Stenopodid, any shrimp in the family Stenopodidae. Stenopodidian, any decapod crustacean of the infraorder Stenopodidia boxer shrimp. Stenopodidians, plural of stenopodidian. Stenopodids, plural of stenopodid. Stenopsaucid, any bark loss in the family Stenopsaucidae. Stenopsaucids, plural of Stenopsaucid. Stenocycid, any caddis fly in the family Stenocycidae. Stenocycids, plural of Stenocycid. Stenopterus, having narrow wings. Stenopterygidae, any ichthyosaur in the family Stenopterygidae. Stenopterygids, plural of Stenopterygidae. Stenos, plural of steno. Stenoscript, a system of English shorthand written using traditional cursive characters with a few variations. Stenos, to cause to undergo stenosis. Stenos, affected by stenosis. Stenoses, plural of stenosis. Stenosing, present participle and gerund of stenos. Stenosis, an abnormal narrowing or stricture in a blood vessel or other tubular organ. Stenospermocarpic, relating to or exhibiting stenospermocarpy. Stenospermocarpy, the development or production of fruit that is seedless or has minute seeds because of the abortion of seed development. Stenosterid, any bird in the family Stenostiridae. Stenostirids, plural of stenosterid. Stenostomatus, having a narrow dilatable mouth. Stenostomid, any member of the family Stenostomidae of flatworms. Stenostomids, plural of stenostomid. Stenodal, a large, penetrant nematocyst of a nematocyte. Stenodals, plural of stenodal. Stenothecid, any extinct mollusk in the family Stenothecidae. Stenothecids, plural of stenothecid. Stenothecoi, any member of the Stenothecoida of extinct mollusks. Stenother, an organism, often specifically an ectotherm, that functions only within a narrow temperature range. Stenothermal, able to tolerate only a narrow range of temperatures. Stenothermally, in a stenothermal way or manner. Stenothermic, stenothermal. Stenothermes, stenothermal. Stenotherms, plural of stenotherm. Stenothermy, the condition of being stenothermal. Stenophricin, a particular peptide antibiotic found in some Streptomyces bacteria. Stenotherid, any freshwater snail in the family Stenotheridae. Stenotherids, plural of stenotherid. Stenotic, of or pertaining to a stenosis. Stenotopic, able to tolerate or adapt to only a small range of environmental conditions. Stenotype, the condition of being stenotopic. Stenotridae, any bee in the family Stenotridae, now subfamily Stenotridae and Calididae. Stenotridids, plural of Stenotridae. Stenotype, a keyboard machine used to record a version of shorthand using a series of phonetic symbols. Stenotyped, simple past and past participle of stenotype. Stenotypes, plural of stenotype. Stenotypic, alternative form of stenotypical. Stenotypical, of, pertaining to, or written with a stenotype. Stenotyping, present participle and gerund of stenotype. Stenotypus, the operator of a stenotype machine. Stenotypus, plural of stenotypus. Stenotypy, the use of the stenotype to take down messages in shorthand. Stenovolant, restricted to few types of environment. Stenoximus, having a narrow range of potential hosts. Stens, plural of sten. Stensland, a surname. Stenslens, plural of Stensland. Stenson, a surname. Stensums, plural of Stenson. Stensrar, a surname from Norwegian. Stensruds, plural of Stensra. Stenstrom, a surname from Swedish. Stenstroms, plural of Stenstrom. That, a surname. Stentectomies, plural of stentectomy. Stentectomy, removal of a stent. Stent, simple past and past participle of stent. Stent graft, a graft of a stent, typically to repair an aneurysm. Stenografts, plural of stent graft. Stenting, the surgical act of placing a stent or supporting tube into an artery, esophagus, or other passage or conduit in the body. Stentings, plural of stenting. Stentless, Alexa Stent. Stenton, a village in East Lothian Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NT 6274. Stentor, a herald in the Iliad celebrated for his loud voice. Stentorian, loud, powerful, booming, suitable for giving speeches to large crowds. Stentoriane, in a stentorian manner. Stentorin, a blue pigment found in some stentors. Stentorins, plural of stentorin. Stentorius, stentorian. Stentoriously, in a stentorious way. Stentoriousness, the quality of being stentorious. Stentoronic, loud, powerful, booming. Stentorophonic, synonym of stentorian. Stentors, plural of stentor. Stents, plural of stent. Steno, a surname. Steno, plural of stenzel. Step, initialism of Smart Traveler Enrollment Program. Step, an advance or movement made from one foot to the other, a pace. Step aerobics, a form of aerobics involving repeated stepping up on and down from a block or platform. Step and repeat, a kind of design, typically for banners or backdrops, consisting of logos or images at fixed offsets. Step aside, to move out of the way of somebody or something. Step back, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See step back. Step between, to intervene in a dispute or act as mediator between two people or groups. Step by step, from one stage to the next in sequence. Step chair, alternative form of step chair. Step chairs, plural of step chair. Step change, a sudden, discontinuous change. Step changes, plural of step change. Step chart, a chart similar to a line graph, but with the line forming a series of steps between data points. Step charts, plural of step chart. Step climb, to periodically climb to higher and higher altitudes during cruise flight as the aircraft becomes lighter from fuel burnoff to take advantage of the reduced drag at higher altitudes, like cruise climbing, but with the aircraft climbing in discrete steps instead of continuously. Step climbed, simple past and past participle of step climb. Step climbing, present participle and gerund of step climb. Step climbs, third person singular simple present indicative of step climb. Step dance, a dance emphasizing the dancer's steps. Step dance, simple past and past participle of step dance. Step dances, plural of step dance. Step dancing, present participle and gerund of step dance. Step deal, a scriptwriter's contract paid in installments as progress is made. Step deals, plural of step deal. Step down, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See step down. Step flashing, individual pieces of sheet metal material used to flash walls around chimneys, dormers, and such projections along the slope of a roof. Individual pieces are overlapped and stepped up the vertical wall. Step flashings, plural of step flashing. Step foot, acorn of set foot. Step forward, to take one or more steps forward, especially in response to a request for identification. Step function, a function from the real line to a finite subset of the real line. Step functions, plural of step function. Step grate, a form of grate for holding fuel, in which the bars rise above one another in the manner of steps. Step grate, plural of step grate. Step in, to act as a replacement or substitute. Step into, to take or assume a role. Step into someone's shoes, synonym of stand in someone's shoes, see from another's point of view. Step into the breach, to do a task that one is not ordinarily expected to do because there is no one else to do it. Step it, to run away, scram. Step ladder, a ladder with steps or treads instead of rungs that is hinged in the middle to form an inverted V, with stays to keep the two halves at a fixed angle. Step ladders, plural of step ladder. Step lively, to move quickly, to hurry along. Step machine, an exercise machine consisting of two pedals on a frame. The user steps on each of the pedals in turn, moving the legs in a way similar to climbing. Step machines, plural of step machine. Step off, to measure by steps or paces, hence to divide a space or to form a series of marks by successive measurements as with dividers. Step on, to adulterate a drug for the purpose of increasing its bulk and there for the profit when sold, to dilute, cut. Step on a duck, to break wind. Step on a frog, to break wind. Step on a rake, to step on the tines of a garden rake, causing the handle of the rake to rise from the ground rapidly, striking the person walking in the face. Step on it, to drive fast, to step on the accelerator. Step on someone's lines, to interfere with someone's role, as in a performance, by interfering with their scripted or intended speech. Step on someone's toes, to cause someone offense, especially by trying to control something that is under their authority or interfering in their private affairs. Step on the gas, synonym of hit the gas. Step on the laughs, to tell jokes too rapidly when performing comedy, failing to milk the maximum laughter from the audience. Step out, to exit a place on foot, often for a short time. Step out of line, to break the rules of society. Step out on someone, to cheat on someone, to be unfaithful to a lover. Step over, a dribbling move or feint in football soccer used to fool a defensive player into thinking the offensive player in possession of the ball, in which the foot is moved over the ball without making contact with it. Step overs, plural of step over. Step pyramid, a pyramid composed of several stacked platforms or mastabas so that each face has steps. Step pyramids, plural of step pyramid. Step rocket, a multi-stage rocket. Step rockets, plural of step rocket. Step short, to diminish the length or rapidity of the step according to the established rules. Step show, a performance or competition of the African American choreographed dance form derived from tap dancing. Step shows, plural of step show. Step stool, a stool of various designs with one or more steps. In some designs, the steps may be folded away underneath the seat when not in use. Step stools, plural of step stool. Step time, a gait cycle, the moment in time from the initial contact of one foot to the moment in time of the initial contact of the opposite foot. Step times, plural of step time. Step 2, to challenge, confront, or fight with someone. Step out, to increase, augment, or advance, especially by one or more steps. Step upon, to challenge or pick a fight with someone. Step up one's game, to improve one's performance or the quality of one's work. Step up to the plate, to initiate action, to assume or take a responsibility. Step, a prefix used before father, mother, brother, sister, son, daughter, child, and so forth to indicate that the person being identified is not a blood relative but is related through the marriage of a parent. Step aunt, alternative form of step aunt. Step aunts, plural of step aunt. Step brethren, plural of step brother. Step brother, alternative form of step brother. Step brothers, plural of step brother. Step by step, proceeding from one step to the next in sequence. Step by steps, plural of step by step. Step climb, alternative form of step climb. Step blind, simple past and past participle of step climb. Step climbing, present participle and gerund of step climb. Step climbs, third person singular simple present indicative of step climb. Step countries, plural of step country. Step country, a person's adopted country. Step cousin, alternative form of step cousin. Step cousins, plural of step cousin. Step dance, alternative form of step dance. Step dances, plural of step dance. Step down, that decreases in stages. Stepfather, alternative form of stepfather. Stepfathers, plural of stepfather, alternative spelling of stepfathers. Step free, without steps or stairs acting as a hindrance or obstacle. Step-grandfather, alternative form of step-grandfather. Step-grandfathers, plural of step-grandfather. Step-grandmother, alternative form of step-grandmother. Step-grandmothers, plural of step-grandmother. Step-ben, an item of clothing which one steps into to put on, specifically women's panties. Step-incest, sexual relations with a step-sibling. Step-ends, plural of step-in. Step-ladder, alternative form of step-ladder. Step-ladders, plural of step-ladder. Stepmother, alternative form of stepmother. Stepmothers, plural of stepmother. Step-nephew, alternative form of step-nephew. Step-nephews, plural of step-nephew. Step-niece, alternative form of step-niece. Step-nieces, plural of step-niece. Step-off, a drop-off, a sudden decrease. Step-offs, plural of step-off. Step-parent, alternative form of step-parent. Step-parents, plural of step-parent. Step-relationship, alternative form of step-relationship. Step-relationships, plural of step-relationship. Step-relative, alternative spelling of step-relative. Step-relatives, plural of step-relative. Step-sibling, alternative form of step-sibling. Step-siblings, plural of step-sibling. Step-sister, alternative form of step-sister. Step-sisters, plural of step-sister. Step-through, an open space in an otherwise solid object through which a person can step or walk. Step-throughs, plural of step-through. Step-through, alternative spelling of step-through. Step-throughs, plural of step-through. Step-uncle, alternative form of step-uncle. Step-uncles, plural of step-uncle. Step-up, that increases in stages. Step-ups, plural of step-up. Step-back, a surname from Polish. Step-backs, plural of step-back. Stepan, a transliteration of the Russian or Ukrainian male given name Steya Pe-a, acute and Stepan. Stepanakert, the capital of the Nagorno-Karabakh Republic. Stepanek, a surname. Stepaneks, plural of Stepanek. Stepanian, a surname from Armenian. Stepanians, plural of Stepanian. Stepanov, a transliteration of the Russian surname Steya Pe-a and Orvez Stepanov. Stepanov, a transliteration of the Russian surname Steya Pe-a and Orvez Stepanov. Stepanovi, a trigonal mineral containing carbon, hydrogen, iron, magnesium, oxygen, and sodium. Stepens, plural of Stepan. Stepanian, a surname from Armenian equivalent to English Stephenson or Stevenson. Stepanians, plural of Stepanian. Stepasai, a village, a southern suburb of Dublin, Ireland. Stepaunt, the sister of one step-parent. Stepaunts, plural of stepaunt. Step-back, a piece of furniture whose upper section is further back than the lower part, forming a flat shelf or step between them. Stepbacks, plural of stepback. Stepbairn, a stepchild. Stepbairns, plural of stepbairn. Stepbarn, alternative form of stepbairn. Stepbarns, plural of stepbarn. Stepbrethren, plural of stepbrother. Stepbro, a stepbrother. Stepbros, plural of stepbro. Stepbrother, the son of one's stepparent by a previous relationship. Stepbrotherhood, the condition of being a stepbrother. Stepbrotherly, of or befitting a stepbrother. Stepbrothers, plural of stepbrother. Stepses, step-in-cess. Stepshare, a chair that has an inbuilt set of steps, allowing its use as a stepladder or a child's high chair with the child climbing the steps. Stepshares, plural of stepshare. Stepchart, alternative spelling of stepchart. Stepcharts, plural of stepchart. Stepchild, the child of one's spouse from a previous relationship. Stepchildhood, the state or relationship of being a stepchild. Stepchildren, plural of stepchild. Stepcousin, a nephew or niece of someone's stepparent, a child of someone's stepaunt or stepuncle in the sense of a sibling of someone's stepparent. Stepcousins, plural of stepcousin. Stepdad, a stepfather. Stepdades, plural of stepdaddy. Stepdaddy, stepfather. Stepdads, plural of stepdad. Stepdame, a stepmother. Stepdames, plural of stepdame. Stepdance, alternative form of stepdance. Stepdancer, someone who dances the step dance. Stepdancers, plural of stepdancer. Stepdances, plural of stepdance. Stepdaughter, the daughter of one's spouse from a previous relationship. Stepdaughters, plural of stepdaughter. Step down, used to decrease the secondary voltage relative to the primary voltage. Step downs, plural of step down. Stepfamilies, plural of stepfamily. Stepfamily, any family having one or more stepchildren or stepparents. Stepfather, the husband of one's biological mother after her initial marriage to or relationship with one's biological father. Stepfather-in-law, a stepfather of one's spouse. Stepfatherhood, the state or relationship of being a stepfather. Stepfatherly, like or befitting a stepfather. Stepfathers, plural of stepfather. Stepfathers-in-law, plural of stepfather-in-law. Stepford, a surname. Stepford wife, a woman who unquestioningly submits to and serves her male partner, and does not seem to have interests, wishes, or pursuits of her own. Stepford wives, plural of Stepford wife. Stepfordask, synonym of Stepfordian. Stepfordian, resembling or characteristic of a Stepford wife, lacking personality or agency. Docile. Stepfords, plural of Stepford. Stepfriend, a friend whose association is conferred to that of a mutual friend, being oftentimes obligatory. Stepfriends, plural of stepfriend. Step-grandchild, the stepchild of one's own child. Step-grandchildren, plural of step-grandchild. Step-granddaughter, the daughter of one's stepchild. Step-granddaughters, plural of step-granddaughter. Step-grandfather, the stepfather of one's mother or father and the husband of one's grandmother, and not one's biological grandfather, especially following the divorce of one's grandparents or the death of one's grandfather. Step-grandfathers, plural of step-grandfather. Step-grandmother, the stepmother of one's father or mother and the wife of one's grandfather, usually a woman that one's grandfather marries after the divorce of one's grandparents or the death of one's grandmother. Step-grandmothers, plural of step-grandmother. Step-grandparent, a step-grandfather or step-grandmother. Step-grandparents, plural of step-grandparent. Step-grandson, the grandson of one's step-grandfather's wife or step-grandmother's husband from previous marriage, or the stepson of one's child. Step-grandsons, plural of step-grandson. Steph, a diminutive of the female given name Stephanie. Staphylococcus, any of a group of antitumor alkaloids isolated from the fungus Aspergillus acraceus. Staphylogen, an aporphine alkaloid present in the fruit of Annona crassiflora. Stathon, an unincorporated community in Hyde County, South Dakota. Stephana, a female given name from Latin. Stephanandra, any of the genus Stephanandra of deciduous shrubs with wavy margin leaves. Stephanandras, plural of Stephanandra. Stephae, an ancient Greek headdress like a coronet. Stephanes, plural of Stephane. Stephani, a surname. Stephaniel, relating to the Stephanian. Stephanid, any wasp in the family Stephanidae. Stephanids, plural of Stephanid. Stephanie, a female given name from French. Stephanies, plural of Stephanie. Stephanian, the point on the side of the skull where the upper temporal line, or upper edge of the temporal fossa, crosses the coronal suture. Stephanians, plural of Stephanian. Stephanies, plural of Stephani. Stephani, a member of the Order of Hospitaller Canons Regular of St. Stephen. Stephanites, plural of Stephanite. Stephano, a moon of Uranus. Stephano, resembling a wreath. Stephanograce, any pricklefish in the family Stephanogracidae. Stephanogracids, plural of Stephanogracid. Stephanograciform, any fish of the order Stephanograciforms. Stephanograciforms, plural of Stephanograciform. Stephanosratid, any ammonite in the family Stephanosratidae. Stephanosratids, plural of Stephanosratid. Stephanosratoi, a member of the Stephanosratoidea superfamily of cephalopods. Stephanosratoids, plural of Stephanosratoi. Stephanocercid, any flea in the family Stephanocercidae. Stephanocercids, plural of Stephanocercid. Stephanocalpae, having more than 3 calpi around its equator. Stephanocalparae, having more than 3 colpori. Stephanocytic, relating to or characteristic of brown algae of the genus Stephanocystes. Stephanodonty, the presence of a pattern of longitudinal crests on the molars, typical of murine rodents. Stephanops, Staphylococcus. Infection with Staphylococcus parasites. Staphylococcus. Having a subapical ring of short flagella that are uniform in length. Staphylocontin. Belonging to the Staphylococcus. Staphyloconte. Staphylococcus. Plural of Staphyloconte. Stephanonian. Of or relating to the Neptunian moon named for Stephano. Stephanoperae. Having more than three pores around its equator. Stephanopoulos. A surname from Greek. Stephanosi. A particular steroid glycoside. Stephanodes. Any of the genus Stephanodes of climbing Asclepiadaceous shrubs with large white waxy flowers in cymes. Stephanodizes. Plural of Stephanodes. Stephanes letter. A standard reference letter, either A, B, C, D, or E for a 1/5 equal parts subdivision of a given section denoted by the preceding Stephanes number of a given Platonic dialogue. Stephanes letters. Plural of Stephanes letter. Stephanes number. A standard reference number for a section of a given Platonic dialogue, referring to a page in the 1578 translation of Plato's Dialogues by Henricus Stephanus. Stephanes numbers. Plural of Stephanes number. Stephanie. A female given name from French, a less common spelling of Stephanie. The first Christian martyr. Stephen Kingish. Reminiscent of the style of Stephen King 1947, American author of horror, supernatural fiction, and fantasy. Stephanie. A female given name, variant of Stephanie. Steepening. Alternative form of steeping. Stevenings. Plural of stevening. Steoens. A surname transferred from the given name. Stevens County. One of 159 counties in Georgia, United States. County seat, Toccoa, named after Alexander H. Stephens. Stevens Island Wren. Synonym of Lyell's Wren Traversia lyelli. Stevens Island Wrens. Plural of Stevens Island Wren. Stephensian. Of or relating to James Francis Stevens 1792-1852, English entomologist and naturalist. Stephenson. An English and Scottish surname originating as a patronymic. Stephenson County. One of 102 counties in Illinois, United States. County seat, Freeport. Stephensonian. Of or relating to George Stephenson 1781-1848, English engineer who built the first public intercity railway line to use steam locomotives. Stephensons. Plural of Stephenson. Stephenville. A town in Labrador, Newfoundland and Labrador. Stephenville Crossing. A town in Labrador, Newfoundland and Labrador. Steffi. A diminutive of the female given name Stephanie. Stephalidy. A chemical compound with antipsychotic activity, found in the herb Stephania intermedia. Stepian. A surname from Polish. Stepians. Plural of Stepian. Stephen. Obsolete form of steeping. Steepings. Plural of steeping. Stebensky. A surname from Polish. Stebenskis. Plural of Stepinski. Stepdad. Stepchild. Stepkids. Plural of stepkid. Stepletter. Alternative form of stepladder. Stepletters. Plural of stepletter. Stepple. Obsolete form of steeple tower, spire. Step length, the length of a step or of a stride. Step lengths, plural of step length. Steples, plural of steple. Stepless, without a step or steps. Steplessly, in a stepless manner. Steplessness, absence of steps. Step-like, resembling or characteristic of a step. Steply, misspelling of steeply. Stepwa, stepwiller. Stepman, stepwiller. Stepmama, stepwiller. Stepmamas, plural of stepmama. Stepmama, stepwiller. Stepmamas, plural of stepmama. Stepmams, plural of stepmem. Stepes, plural of stepma. Stepriel, one step at a time, step by step, gradually, by degrees. Stepmom, stepwiller. Stepmama, stepwiller. Stepmamas, plural of stepmama. Stepmames, plural of stepmommy. Stepmommy, stepwiller. Stepmoms, plural of stepmom. Stepwiller, the wife of one's biological father, other than one's biological mother. Stepmother's blessing. A widow. Stepmother-in-law, a stepmother of one's spouse. Stepmotherhood, the state of being a stepmother. Stepmotherless, without a stepmother. Stepmotherliness, the quality of being stepmotherly. Stepmotherly, like or befitting a stepmother. Stepmothers, plural of stepmother. Stepmothers-in-law, plural of stepmother-in-law. Stepmom, stepwiller. Stepmomes, plural of stepmommy. Stepmommy, stepwiller. Stepmoms, plural of stepmom. Stepnephew, the son of one's stepbrother or stepsister. Stepnephews, plural of stepnephew. Stepney, an urban area of London in the borough of Tower Hamlets, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3581. Stepney Green, a neighborhood, ward, and urban green space in Stepney, borough of Tower Hamlets, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3581. Stepmegate, the 2007 Formula One espionage controversy. Stepes, plural of Stepney. Stepmecca, a town in West Pomeranian Voivodeship, Poland. Stepniece, the stepdaughter of one's sibling. Stepnieces, plural of stepniece. Stephanie, obsolete form of Stephanie. Stephanie, a cooling drink made with raisins and sugar. Stepover, alternative form of step over. Stepovers, plural of stepover. Step, a surname. Stepable, capable of being traversed or controlled by steps. Stetage, a high stepping gait sometimes used to compensate for foot drop. Step-parent, one's parent spouse who is not one's biological parent. Step-parental, relating to a step-parent. Step-parenthood. The state or relationship of being a step-parent. Step-parenting. The role of a step-parent. Step-parents. Plural of step-parent. Steppe. The grasslands of Eastern Europe and Asia, similar to North American prairie and African savanna. Steppe bison. An extinct species of bison, Bison priscus, that was found around Mammoth steppe. Steppe cat. Synonym of manual. Steppe cats. Plural of steppe cat. Steppe eagle. Aquila nepalensis, a bird of prey of the family Accipitridae, previously considered to be closely related to the non-migratory tawny eagle Aquila rapax, and the two forms have previously been treated as conspecific. Steppe eagles. Plural of steppe eagle. Steppe fox. Synonym of Corsac fox. Steppe foxes. Plural of steppe fox. Steppe lemming. Lagurus lagures, a small rodent. Steppe lemmings. Plural of steppe lemming. Steppe lion. A cave lion. Steppe lions. Plural of steppe lion. Steppe mammoth. An extinct species of mammoth, Malathus trabonthuriae or Malathus armeniacus from Pleistocene Eurasia. Steppe mammoths. Plural of steppe mammoth. Steppe murray. Rinderpest. Steppe vole. Synonym of steppe lemming. Steppe voles. Plural of steppe vole. Steppe wisent. The steppe bison. Steppe wisents. Plural of steppe wisent. Steppe tundra. A very cold dry climate vegetation type consisting of mostly treeless open herbaceous vegetation, widespread during Pleistocene times at mid-latitudes of Eurasia and during some phases in North America. Steppe tundras. Plural of steppe tundra. Steppe witch. Synonym of tumbleweed loose plant driven by the wind. Steppe witches. Plural of steppe witch. Stepped. Simple past and past participle of step. Stepped aside. Simple past and past participle of step aside. Stepped back. Simple past and past participle of step back. Stepped between. Simple past and past participle of step between. Step cycle track. Synonym of hybrid cycle track. Stepped down. Simple past and past participle of step down. Stepped foot. Simple past and past participle of step foot. Stepped forward. Simple past and past participle of step forward. Stepped in. Simple past and past participle of step in. Stepped into. Simple past and past participle of step into. Stepped into someone's shoes. Simple past and past participle of step into someone's shoes. Stepped into the breach. Simple past and past participle of step into the breach. Stepped lively. Simple past and past participle of step lively. Stepped off. Simple past and past participle of step off. Stepped on. Simple past and past participle of step on. Stepped on a rake. Simple past and past participle of step on a rake. Stepped on it. Simple past and past participle of step on it. Stepped on someone's toes. Simple past and past participle of step on someone's toes. Stepped out. Simple past and past participle of step out. Stepped out of line. Simple past and past participle of step out of line. Stepped out on someone. Simple past and past participle of step out on someone. Stepped over. Simple past and past participle of step over. Stepped pyramid. Alternative form of step pyramid. Stepped pyramids. Plural of stepped pyramid. Stepped reckoner. A very early mechanical calculator completed in 1694, invented by Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz. Stepped reckoners. Plural of stepped reckoner. Stepped to. Simple past and past participle of step to. Stepped up. Simple past and past participle of step up. Stepped up one's game. Simple past and past participle of step up one's game. Stepped up to the plate. Simple past and past participle of step up to the plate. Stepped up. Increased, heightened. Step at. Second person singular simple past indicative of step. Steppeland. The land comprising the steppe. Steppelands. Plural of steppeland. Steppli. Resembling or characteristic of a step. Stubber. A person or animal that steps, especially energetically or high. Statters. Plural of stepper. Steps. Plural of step. Steppest. Second person singular simple present indicative of step. Steppe. Third person singular simple present indicative of step. Steppe. Pertaining to a step. Stepification. The process of becoming a step. Steppen. Pronunciation spelling of stepping. Stepping. Present participle and gerund of step. Stepping aside. Present participle and gerund of step aside. Stepping back. Present participle and gerund of step back. Stepping between. Present participle and gerund of step between. Stepping feet illusion. An optical illusion of motion perception involving two buses rectangles, one blue and one yellow, moving horizontally across a street of black and white stripes. Although both buses move at a constant speed, their perceived speed varies dramatically because of differing contrast levels. Stepping foot. Present participle and gerund of step foot. Stepping forward. Present participle and gerund of step forward. Stepping in. Present participle and gerund of step in. Stepping into. Present participle and gerund of step into. Stepping into someone's shoes. Present participle and gerund of step into someone's shoes. Stepping lively. Present participle and gerund of step lively. Stepping motor. An electromagnetic actuator that converts digital pulses of input into analog rotary motion, the degree of rotation being proportional to the number of pulses received. Stepping motors. Plural of stepping motor. Stepping off. Present participle and gerund of step off. Stepping on. Present participle and gerund of step on. Stepping on a rake. Present participle and gerund of step on a rake. Stepping on it. Present participle and gerund of step on it. Stepping on someone's toes. Present participle and gerund of step on someone's toes. Stepping out. Present participle and gerund of step out. Stepping out of line. Present participle and gerund of step out of line. Stepping out on someone. present participle and gerund of step out on someone. Stepping over, present participle and gerund of step over. Stepping razor, a dangerous person who is not to be messed with. Stepping razors, plural of stepping razor. Stepping stone, a stone that can be stepped on in crossing something, especially a marsh or creek. Stepping stones, plural of stepping stone. Stepping switch, an electromechanical device which connects an input to one of a number of outputs according to how many electrical pulses it has received on its input. Stepping switches, plural of stepping switch. Stepping to, present participle and gerund of step to. Stepping up, present participle and gerund of step up. Stepping up one's game, present participle and gerund of step up one's game. Stepping up to the plate, present participle and gerund of step up to the plate. Stepping stone, alternative form of stepping stone. Stepping stones, plural of stepping stone. Steppingly, a village and civil parish in central Bedfordshire district, Bedfordshire, England. OS grid FTL 0135. Steppings, plural of stepping. Stepping stone, alternative form of stepping stone. Stepping stones, plural of stepping stone, an alternative form of stepping stone. Stepogenin, an organic compound found in the tree Artocarpus. Steps, a settlement in North Lanarkshire Council area, Scotland. OS grid ref NS 6568. Step relation, anybody in a step relationship, a step-parent, stepchild, step-sibling, etc. Step relations, plural of step relation. Step relationship, a relationship between immediate family members not related by blood, such as step-parent and stepchild. Step relationships, plural of step relationship. Step relative, any person identified as a non-blood relative but who is related through the marriage of a parent. Step relatives, plural of step relative. Stepronin, a particular mucolytic. Steps, plural of step. Stepsicide, third person singular simple present indicative of stepsicide. Steps back, third person singular simple present indicative of step back. Steps between, third person singular simple present indicative of step between. Steps down, third person singular simple present indicative of step down. Steps foot, third person singular simple present indicative of step foot. Steps forward, third person singular simple present indicative of step forward. Steps in, third person singular simple present indicative of step in. Steps into, third person singular simple present indicative of step into. Steps into someone's shoes, third person singular simple present indicative of step into someone's shoes. Steps into the breach, third person singular simple present indicative of step into the breach. Steps lively, third person singular simple present indicative of step lively. Step soft, third person singular simple present indicative of step off. Steps on, third person singular simple present indicative of step on. Steps on a rake, third person singular simple present indicative of step on a rake. Steps on it, third person singular simple present indicative of step on it. Steps on someone's toes, third person singular simple present indicative of step on someone's toes. Steps out. Third person singular simple present indicative of step out. Steps out of line. Third person singular simple present indicative of step out of line. Steps out on someone. Third person singular simple present indicative of step out on someone. Steps over. Third person singular simple present indicative of step over. Steps to. Third person singular simple present indicative of step to. Steps up. Third person singular simple present indicative of step up. Steps up one's game. Third person singular simple present indicative of step up one's game. Steps up to the plate. Third person singular simple present indicative of step up to the plate. Steps of. A step-sibling. Step-sibling. The child of one's step-parent by a previous relationship. Step-siblings. Plural of step-sibling. Stepsids. Plural of stepsib. Stepsi. With the fenders and wheel wells outside of the main body shell. Stepsis. A stepsister. Stepsizes. Plural of stepsis. Stepsister. The daughter of one's step-parent by a previous relationship. Stepsisterhood. The condition of being a stepsister. Stepsisterly. Of, or befitting, a stepsister. Stepsisters. Plural of stepsister. Step size. The size of a step. Step sizes. Plural of step size. Stepson. The son of one's spouse from a previous relationship. Stepsons. Plural of stepson. Stepstone. A stone laid before a door as a stair to step on when entering or leaving the house, a doorstep. Stepstones. Plural of stepstone. Stepstool. A stool with built-in steps for climbing onto it, used for reaching high objects. Stepstools. Plural of stepstool. Stepped. Simple past and past participle of step. Steptavidin. A protein having a structure containing 4 cavities that has a high affinity for biotin. Stepteen. A teenaged stepchild. Stepteens. Plural of stepteen. Stepter. A surname. Steppers. Plural of stepter. Stepto. A surname. Stepuncle. The brother of one's mother's husband, stepfather, or father's wife, stepmother. Stepuncles. Plural of stepuncle. Stepway. Synonym of stairway. Stepways. Plural of stepway. Stepwedge. An aluminium block of varying thickness used to standardize radiographic exposures. Stepwedges. Plural of stepwedge. Stepwell. A well in which the water can be reached by descending a set of steps. Stepwells. Plural of stepwell. Stepwife. The ex-wife of one's spouse. Stepwise. One small step or stage at a time, gradual, piecemeal. Stepwisely. In a stepwise manner, step by step. Stepwives. Plural of stepwife. Stepwer. A construction in the form of step. Steradian. In the International System of Units, the derived unit of solid angle, the solid angle subtended at the center of a sphere of radius r by a portion of the surface of the sphere that has area r2. Symbol SR. Stadienses, plural of stadiensi. Stadiensi, the rate of radiation transfer from a surface for each steradian of solid angle in a specified direction per unit area of cross-section of the radiation perpendicular to that direction. Steradians, plural of steradian. Sterae, a tetracyclic hydrocarbon related to the steroids. Sterans, plural of sterane. Sterva, a surname from Czech. Sterbes, plural of Sterba. Sterbfritz, a community in Sintel-Hesse, Germany. Stercobilin, a tetrapyrrolic bile pigment, one of the end products of heme catabolism, responsible for the brown color of human feces. Stercobilinogen, a degradation product of bilirubin from which stercobilin is produced by dehydrogenation. Stercolen, cerulin, stercorin, stercolet, fecolet. Stercolis, plural of stercolith. Stercomer, a mass of stercomata in an organic tube. Stercomers, plural of stercomer. Stercomata, plural of stercum. Stercome, an extracellular pellet of waste material produced by some groups of foraminiferans. Stercums, plural of stercum. Stercophagic, eating. Stercophagus, eating. Stercoraceous, consisting of, resembling or pertaining to feces. Stercoral, stercoraceous, thecal. Stercoral pocket, a pouch diverticulum of the hind intestine of a spider that serves as a reservoir for fecal material. Stercoral pockets, plural of stercoral pocket. Stercoranism, the belief or doctrine of Stercoranists. Stercoranus, one who believes that the Eucharist undergoes the process of digestion in and eventually elimination from the body of the recipient, not just in the empirical accidents of its elements, but as the body and blood of Christ. Stercoranists, plural of stercoranists. Stercorarian, synonym of stercoranist. Stercorarians, plural of stercorarian. Stercorarid, alternative form of stercoraria. Stercorarids, plural of stercorarid. Stercoraries, plural of stercorary. Stercorariid, any seabird in the family Stercorariidae, Escua. Stercorariids, plural of stercorariid. Stercorarius, of or relating to dung. Stercorary, a sheltered place for storing dung. Stercory, excrement, bar. Stercorata, simple past and past participle of stercory. Stercorates, third person singular simple present indicative of stercory. Stercorating, present participle and gerund of stercorate. Stercoration, manuring with dung. Stercorations, plural of stercoration. Stercorianism, the doctrine or belief of the Stercoranists. Stercoracoas, inhabiting deposits of excrement. Stercorin, cerulin. Stercori, a triclinic pinaquidal mineral containing hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, and sodium. Stercoroma, synonym of fecaloma. Stercoromas, plural of stercoroma. Stercoromata, plural of stercoroma. Stercorous, fecal, manure-like. Stercory, excrement, dar. Stercorous. Ed. Sterculate, any salt or ester of sterculic acid. Sterculates, plural of sterculate. Sterculia, any of a number of tropical trees and shrubs of the genus Sterculia, many of which bear commercially important oil-rich seeds. Sterculiaceous, of or relating to the family Sterculiaceae, a former name for Malvaceae of polypetalous exogenous plants, mostly tropical, including the cocoa plant. Sterculias, plural of sterculia. Sterciole, of or pertaining to sterculic acid or its derivatives. Sterculic acid, the cyclopropene fatty acid 8,2-octylcyclopropenyl octanoic acid found in some tropical vegetable oils. Sterculies, the god of manure or fertilizer. Sturden, a village and gmina in Sokolopodlaski County, Masovian Voivodeship, Poland. There, a measure of volume used, for example, for cut wood, equal to 1 cubic meter. Athorias, of or relating to the Steraceae. Sterae, a plant cell with thickened cell walls providing mechanical support. Sterades, plural of sterae. Starar, the ship of characters Stiles Stalinsky and Derek Hale from the television series Teen Wolf. Stereo, a solar observation mission consisting of 2 identical spacecraft that will provide stereoscopic imaging of the sun. Stereo, a system of recording or reproducing sound that uses 2 channels each, playing a portion of the original sound in such a way as to create the illusion of locating the sound at a particular position, each offset from the other, thereby more accurately imitating the location of the original sound when the recorded or reproduced sound is heard. Stereocamera, a camera fitted with 2 lenses that can produce stereoscopic photographs. Stereocameras, plural of stereocamera. Stereocinematography, alternative form of stereocinematography. Stereomicroscope, alternative form of stereomicroscope. Stereomicroscopes, plural of stereomicroscope. Stereo, solid, 3-dimensional. Stereocinematography, 3-dimensional cinematography. Stereoröntgen cinematography, 3-dimensional Röntgen cinematography. Stereoacuities, plural of stereoacuity. Stereoacuity. Stereoscopic acuity. Stereography. Stereoscopic angiography. Stereoanomaly, a defect in stereopsis. Stereobase, the foundation, typically of a stone building. Stereobates, plural of stereobate. Stereobatic, of or relating to a stereobate. Stereobinocular, stereoscopic and binocular. Stereomicroscope, relating to stereobiomicroscopy. Stereoblastula, a blastula without a clear central cavity. Stereoblastulae, plural of stereoblastula. Stereoblastulas, plural of stereoblastula. Stereoblind, unable to use stereopsis for depth perception. Stereoblindness, the inability to use stereopsis for depth perception. Stereoblock, describing a stereoregular block polymer. Stereobond, a graphic representation of the steric nature of a bond, usually by employing the form of a wedge or a dash. Stereobonds, plural of stereobond. Stereocamera, alternative form of stereocamera. Stereocameras, plural of stereocamera. Stereochalacious, or relating to the stereochalaceae. Stereocenter, alternative spelling of stereocenter. Stereocenters, plural of stereocenter. Stereocenter, any atom in a molecule such that the interchange of two of its substituent groups leads to the formation of a stereoisomer. Stereocenters, plural of stereocenter. Stereochemy, of or pertaining to stereochemistry. Stereochemical, of or pertaining to stereochemistry. Stereochemically, in a stereochemical manner. Stereochemist, a chemist involved in the field of stereochemistry. Stereochemistries, plural of stereochemistry. Stereochemistry, the branch of chemistry that involves the spatial arrangement of the atoms of molecules and studies how this affects the physical and chemical properties of such species. Stereochemists, plural of stereochemists. Stereochrome, a picture produced by stereochromy. Stereochromes, plural of stereochrome. Stereochromy, relating to stereochromy. Stereochromically, by means of stereochromy. Stereochromy, the painting of murals using pigments mixed with water glass. Stereocilia, plural of stereocilium. Stereocilial, of or pertaining to stereocilia. Stereocili, relating to the stereocilium. Stereociliae, of or pertaining to the stereocilia. Stereocili, a protein associated with the stereocilia of the inner ear. Stereocilium, any of many non-motile cellular structures resembling long microvilli. Those of the inner ear are responsible for auditory transduction. Stereocinematography, alternative form of stereocinematography. Stereocomparograph, an instrument with a stereoscope, a drawing attachment, etc. that exploits the principle of parallax used in mapmaking. Stereocomparagraphs, plural of stereocomparagraph. Stereocomparator, a stereoscopic viewing instrument used in the creation of accurate maps based on multiple aerial photographs. Stereocomparators, plural of stereocomparator. Stereoconfocal, stereoscopic and confocal. Stereocontrol, control of the stereochemistry of reaction. Stereocontrol, describing a reaction in which the stereochemistry of the product is controlled in some manner. Stereocontrolling, that controls the stereochemistry of reaction. Stereoconvergence, in a chemical reaction, the predominant formation of the same stereoisomer or enantiomer of reaction product when two different stereoisomers of the reaction are used in the same reaction. Stereoconvergences, plural of stereoconvergence. Stereoconvergen, that leads to or is characterized by stereoconvergence. Stereoconversion, the conversion of a stereoisomer into its enantiomer. Stereoconversions, plural of stereoconversion. Stereocorrelation, the correlation of features in a pair of stereo images in order to calculate their distance. Stereocorrelations, plural of stereocorrelation. Stereodefect, a heterotactic part of an otherwise isotactic polymer molecule. Stereodefects, plural of stereodefect. Stereodefined, having a defined stereochemical structure. Stereodependence, stereochemical dependence. Stereodependences, plural of stereodependence. Stereodescriptor, a prefix, typically R and S or E and Z, used to specify the configuration, absolute or relative, or conformation of a molecule. Stereodescriptors, plural of stereodescriptor. Stereodeterminant, any group whose presence or position determines the stereochemistry of a molecule. Stereodeterminants, plural of stereodeterminant. Stereodetermining, that determines the stereochemistry of reaction product. Stereodiagram, a stereoscopic diagram. Stereodiagrams, plural of stereodiagram. Stereodeact, to direct the stereochemistry of reaction. Stereodeacted, simple past and past participle of stereodirect. Stereodirecting, present participle and gerund of stereodirect. Stereodirection, the process of stereodirecting. Stereodacts, third person singular simple present indicative of stereodirect. Stereodisparity, the disparity between a pair of stereoscopic images. Stereodissecting, describing a stereomicroscope that is used in dissection. Stereodissection, dissection with the help of a stereomicroscope. Stereodissections, plural of stereodissection. Stereodivergency, the condition of being stereodivergent. Stereodivergent, that produces different chiral forms of the same compound. Stereodiversify, having a diversified stereochemistry. Stereodynamic, of stereochemical properties varying according to circumstances. Stereodynamics, the dynamics of stereochemical reactions or behavior. Stereo, simple past and past participle of stereo. Stereolective, synonym of an endosynetric. Stereoelectric, of or pertaining to the generation of electricity by means of solid bodies alone, without the use of liquid. Stereoelectroencephalographic, relating to stereoelectroencephalography. Stereoelectroencephalographically, in terms of or by means of stereoelectroencephalography. Stereoelectroencephalography, the practice of recording electroencephalographic signals via electrodes surgically implanted into the brain tissue. Stereoelectronic, of or pertaining to the dependence of certain molecular properties upon the relative nuclear geometry in a given electron state. Stereoelectronically, in a stereoelectronic way. Stereoelectronics, the study of the relationship between the electronic structure of molecules and their geometry. Stereoelement, a stereogenic grouping within a molecule, a stereogen. Stereoelements, plural of stereoelement. Stereoencephalogram, a stereoscopic encephalogram. Stereoencephalograms, plural of stereoencephalogram. Stereoencephalography, stereoscopic encephalography. Stereofidelic, a retro 1980s font designed by Ray Larabi. Stereophi, of an audio recording converted to stereo. Stereofluorescence. Fluorescent illumination in stereomicroscopy. Stereofluorescent. Describing stereofluorescent microscopy or the equipment used in this technique. Stereofluoroscopic. Relating to stereofluoroscopy. Stereoformula. A two-dimensional representation of a three-dimensional molecular structure that indicates the spatial arrangement of bonds. A stereochemical formula. Stereoformulae. Plural of stereoformula. Stereoformulas. Plural of stereoformula. Stereofusion. The fusion of a pair of stereoscopic images to form a three-dimensional image. Stereogen. A stereogenic grouping within a molecule, a stereoelement. Stereogenic. Describing a grouping of atoms in a molecule. Stereogenicities. Plural of stereogenicity. Stereogenicity. The condition of being stereogenic or of having a stereogenic grouping of atoms. Stereogens. Plural of stereogen. Stereogeometry. Of art relating to stereogeometry. Stereogeometrically. By means of or in terms of stereogeometry. Stereogeometries. Plural of stereogeometry. Stereogeometry. The geometry of atoms with molecules. Stereognosia. Stereognosis. Stereognosis. The ability to perceive the form of an object by using the sense of touch. Stereogmeste. Relating to stereognosis. Stereograph. An early stereophonic music center containing a gramophone and radio and often storage space for records. Stereograms. Plural of stereogram. Stereograph. A pair of stereoscopic images that give a three-dimensional effect when viewed through a stereoscope or similar device, a stereogram. Stereograph. Simple past and past participle of stereograph. Stereographer. One who produces works in the medium of stereography. Stereographers. Plural of stereographer. Stereographic. Of or pertaining to stereography. Stereographic projection. A function that maps a sphere onto a plane, especially the map generated by projecting each point of the sphere from the sphere's designated north pole to a point on the plane tangent to the south pole. Stereographic projections. Plural of stereographic projection. Stereographical. Stereographic. Stereographically. In a stereographic manner, by stereography / Stereographies. Plural of stereography. Stereography. Present participle and gerund of stereograph. Stereographs. Plural of stereograph. Stereography. Any technique for representing solid objects in two dimensions. Stereoheterotopic. Ionotopic idea stereotopic. Stereoheterotopicity. Stereohistological. Relating to stereohistology. Stereohistology. Histology using a stereomicroscope. Stereohomosequence. A homosequence in which the configuration is defined at all sites of stereoisomerism. Stereohomosequences. Plural of stereohomosequence. Stereo. Resembling the fungi of the genus Stereomium. Stereodiogenesis. Misspelling of steroidogenesis. Stereodiogeny. Misspelling of steroidogenic. Stereoimage. A stereoscopic image. Stereo images, plural of stereo image. Stereo imaging, stereoscopic imaging. Stereo induction, the stereo control of a reaction as a result of a chiral feature present in the substrate, reagent, catalyst, or environment. Stereo inductions, plural of stereo induction. Stereo, present participle and gerund of stereo. Stereo inversion, any reaction that inverts the chiral center of a compound. Stereo inversions, plural of stereo inversion. Stereoinvert, causes stereo inversion. Stereo or regular, having irregular stereochemistry. Stereoisoform, synonym of stereoisomer. Stereoisoforms, plural of stereoisoform. Stereoisomer, one of a set of the isomers of a compound that exhibits stereoisomerism. Stereoisomeric, of or pertaining to stereoisomers. Stereoisomerical, alternative form of stereoisomeric. Stereoisomerically, in a stereoisomeric manner. Stereoisomerism, a form of isomerism in which atoms are arranged differently about a chiral center or center of asymmetry. They exhibit optical activity, and in a molecule with a single chiral center, the two isomers and enantiomers are mirror images of each other, whereas in a molecule with multiple chiral centers, the isomers diastereoisomers are not normally mirror images. Stereoisomerisms, plural of stereoisomerism. Stereoisomization, isomerization between stereoisomers. Stereoisomerizations, plural of stereoisomization. Stereoisomers, plural of stereoisomer. Stereoization, the conversion of a signal or recording to stereo. Stereoize, to convert a signal or recording to stereo. Stereoize, simple past and past participle of stereoize. Stereoizer, a device or a computer program that enhances monophonic sound with stereo effects. Stereoizers, plural of stereoizer. Stereoizes, third person singular simple present indicative of stereoize. Stereoizing, present participle and gerund of stereoize. Stereokinesis, a change in the movement of an organism or cell following contact stimulus. Stereolabile, the tendency to form enantiomers or diastereoisomers. Stereoless, with stereos. Stereolithograph, the object produced by stereolithography. Stereolithographic, relating to stereolithography. Stereolithographically, in a stereolithographic manner. Stereolithographs, plural of stereolithograph. Stereolithography, a means of rapid prototyping in which a laser hardens successive layers of a photopolymer to create a part with a shape defined by a computer model. Stereologic, alternative form of stereological. Stereological, of or pertaining to stereology. Stereologically, by means of or in terms of stereology. Stereologist, a practitioner of stereology. Stereologists, plural of stereologists. Stereology, any technique used to obtain three-dimensional information from two-dimensional images. Stereo, a calcium carbonate material which makes up the internal skeletons of echinoderms. Stereo, a section of sclerenchyma at the base of a filary in some members of the Asteraceae. Stereomes, plural of stereome. Stereomaterial. Any metamaterial whose properties depend on its three-dimensional structure, especially any chiral metamaterial. Stereomaterials. Plural of stereomaterial. Stereometer. An instrument for measuring the solid contents of a body or the capacity of a vessel, a voluminometer. Stereometers. Plural of stereometer. Stereometric. Of or relating to stereometry, performed or attained by stereometry. Stereometrical. Synonym of stereometric. Stereometrically. By means of or in terms of stereometry. Stereometrician. One who studies or carries out stereometry. Stereometricians. Plural of stereometrician. Stereometics. The science of stereometry. Stereometry. The science of measuring the volume of solids or solid bodies. Stereomicrograph. A stereoscopic micrograph. Stereomicrographs. Plural of stereomicrograph. Stereomicrography. Stereoscopic micrography. Stereomicroscope. A microscope with two eyepieces used for observing stereoscopic images. Stereomicroscopes. Plural of stereomicroscope. Stereomicroscopic. Oath pertaining to or produced using stereomicroscopy or is stereomicroscope. Stereomicroscopically. By means of stereomicroscopy. Stereomicroscopy. Microscopy by means of a stereomicroscope. Stereomonoscope. An instrument with two lenses by which an image of a single picture projected on a screen of ground glass is made to present an appearance of relief and may be viewed by several persons at once. Stereomonoscopes. Plural of stereomonoscope. Stereomorphological. Relating to stereomorphology. Stereomotion. Motion of an object across the field of view detected by binocular vision. Stereomutate. To cause or to undergo stereomutation. Stereomutated. Simple past and past participle of stereomutate. Stereomutates. Third person singular simple present indicative of stereomutate. Stereomutating. Present participle and gerund of stereomutate. Stereomutation. Any change in the stereochemical configuration of a molecule. Stereomutations. Plural of stereomutation. Stereonegative. Either of a pair of negatives used to make stereoscopic photographs. Stereonegatives. Plural of stereonegative. Stereonet. A special kind of graph paper for drawing stereographic projections. Stereonets. Plural of stereonet. Stereopair. A pair of stereoisomers. Stereopairs. Plural of stereopair. Stereopant. A parent compound whose name implies stereochemistry that need not be explicitly stated. Stereopants. Plural of stereoparent. Stereophone. Headphones. Stereophones. Plural of stereophone. Stereophone. Of or pertaining to sound reproduction using two channels to give a more natural two-dimensional sound distribution. Stereophonically. In a stereophonic way. Stereophony. The reproduction of stereophonic sound. Stereophoto. A stereophone Stereophotograph. Stereophotogram. A stereoscopic photogram. Stereophotogrammetry. Of or pertaining to stereophotogrammetry. Stereophotogrammetrical. Of or pertaining to stereophotogrammetry. Stereophotogrammetrically. By means of or in terms of stereophotogrammetry. Stereophotogrammetry. The construction of a three-dimensional model based on the positions of recognizable points or landmarks in several different photographs. Stereophotograms. Plural of stereophotogram. Stereophotograph. A stereophotographic image. Stereophotographer. A creator of stereophotographic images. Stereophotographers. Plural of stereophotographer. Stereophotographic. Relating to stereophotography. Stereophotographs. Plural of stereophotograph. Stereophotography. The creation of stereophotographic images. Stereophotomicroscope. A stereoscopic photomicroscope. Stereophotomicroscopes. Plural of stereophotomicroscope. Stereophotomicroscopy. Microscopy by means of a stereophotomicroscope. Stereophotos. Plural of stereophoto. Stereophysical. Describing physical aspects that vary with orientation. Stereoplanograph. An instrument for producing maps in conjunction with data gathered from a stereocomparator. Stereoplanographs. Plural of stereoplanograph. Stereoplasm. The solid or insoluble portion of the cell protoplasm. Stereoplate. A stereotape. Stereoplates. Plural of stereoplate. Stereoplotter. A device that generates contour lines on maps directly from pairs of stereophotographs. Stereoplotters. Plural of stereoplotter. Stereoplotting. The use of a stereoplotter. Stereopreference. A preference for a particular stereochemical orientation. Stereopreferences. Plural of stereopreference. Stereopsis. Stereoscopic vision. Stereoptic. Involving the simultaneous use of both eyes to obtain a three-dimensional image. Stereoptical. Alternative form of stereoptic. Stereoptically. In a stereoptic manner, using both eyes to obtain a three-dimensional image. Stereopticon. Alternative form of stereopticon. Stereopticons. Plural of stereoptic. Stereoptician. The person who operates a stereopticon. Stereopticians. Plural of stereoptician. Stereopticon. A magic lantern, especially one with two projectors arranged so as to produce dissolving views or combinations of images. Stereopticons. Plural of stereopticon. Stereopure. Containing only one stereoisomer. Stereopurity. The condition of being stereopure. Stereodiogram. A diagnostic image produced by stereoradiography. Stereodiograms. Plural of stereodiogram. Stereodiograph. A stereoscopic radiograph. Stereodiography. Relating to stereoradiography. Stereodiographically. In terms or by means of stereoradiography. Stereoradiograph. Plural of stereoradiograph. Stereoradiography. Stereoscopic radiography. Plural of stereoradiograph. Stereoradiography. Stereoscopic radiography using either two X-ray sources or two detectors. Stereoregular. Having small, regularly oriented units in a single sequential arrangement. Stereoregularities. Plural of stereoregularity. Stereoregularity. The condition of being stereoregular. Stereoeating, whose stereochemical configuration repeats along the chain. Stereoresolution. Stereoscopic resolution, typically the resolution of a stereo microscope. Stereoresolutions. Plural of stereoresolution. Stereochemistry of reactions in the final product of reaction. Stereorentgenography. The use of an X-ray to obtain a three-dimensional picture by combining two two-dimensional images. Stereos. Plural of stereo. Stereoscope. An instrument used for viewing pairs of stereoscopic photographs. Stereoscopes. Plural of stereoscope. Stereoscope. Of or relating to stereoscopy, three-dimensional. Stereoscopical. Alternative form of stereoscopic. Stereoscopically. In a stereoscopic manner. Stereoscopics. The use of stereoscopy. Stereoscopies. Plural of stereoscopy. Stereoscopism. Stereoscopic vision, stereoscopy. Stereoscopists. Someone skilled in the use or construction of stereoscopes. Stereoscopists. Plural of stereoscopist. Stereoscopy. The manufacture and viewing of stereoscopic images, 3D imaging. Stereoselective. A chemical reaction in which the production of one stereoisomer is favored over all others. Stereoselectively. In a stereoselective manner, through the use of stereoselectivity. Stereoselectivities. Plural of stereoselectivity. Stereoselectivity. The condition of being stereoselective, or a measure of the extent to which a reaction is stereoselective. Stereosequence. A sequence of the main chain of a polymer in which all sites of stereoisomerism have a defined configuration. Stereosequences. Plural of stereosequence. Stereosonic. Producing or relating to stereo sound. Stereospecific. Showing stereospecificity. Stereospecific catalysts. A catalyst that preferentially catalyzes the formation of one of a pair of stereoisomers or one of a set of stereoisomeric polymers. Stereospecific catalysts. Plural of stereospecific catalysts. Stereospecific polymer. A polymer that has a specific spatial arrangement of its constituent atoms, leading to an almost crystalline structure. Stereospecific polymers. Plural of stereospecific polymer. Stereospecific syntheses. Plural of stereospecific synthesis. Stereospecific synthesis. The synthesis of a specific chosen stereoisomer. Stereospecifically. In a stereospecific manner. Stereospecificities. Plural of stereospecificity. Stereospecificity. The property of a chemical reaction that yields specific stereoisomers as products. Stereospindle. Any amphibian of the suborder Stereospindae. Stereospindylomorph. Any extinct Themis bundle of the clade Stereospindylomorpha. Stereospindylomorphs. Plural of stereospindylomorph. Stereospondylus, relating to the stereospondylum ars. Stereospondyls, plural of stereospondyle. Stereostatic, geostatic. Stereostructural, of or pertaining to stereostructure. Stereostructure, stereochemical structure. Stereostructures, plural of stereostructure. Stereotactic, stereotaxy. Stereotactical, stereotactic. Stereotactically, in a stereotactic manner with regard to or by means of stereotaxis. Stereotape, a stereophonic audio tape. Stereotapes, plural of stereotape. Stereotaxial, alternative form of stereotactical. Stereotaxially, alternative form of stereotaxically. Stereotaxy, of or pertaining to stereotaxis. Stereotaxical, alternative form of stereotaxic. Stereotaxically, in a stereotaxic manner. Stereotaxis, plural of stereotaxy. Stereotaxis, any of several techniques that use computer data from medical imaging to direct the motion of equipment so as to deliver some therapy such as radiotherapy, radioablation, laser ablation, or others to a precise anatomic location. Stereotaxy, stereotaxic surgery, surgery that uses a three-dimensional coordinate system to locate small targets inside the body. Stereotist, a stereotaxic surgery, surgery that uses a three-dimensional coordinate system to locate small targets inside the body. Stereotist, a test for stereopsis. Stereotists, plural of stereotist. Stereofacial, a threshold of stereoscopic acuity below which no depth information is visible. Stereofacials, plural of stereofacial. Stereotomy, of or relating to stereotomy. Stereotomical, alternative form of stereotomic. Stereotomist, one who studies or carries out stereotomy. Stereotomists, plural of stereotomists. Stereotomy, the cutting or dissection of solids. Stereotaxy, the spelling of stereotaxic. Stereotoid, a pair of closely spaced microelectrodes used for probing brain activity. Stereotodes, plural of stereotrode. Stereotope, an optical instrument by which an object is brought into relief and made to appear as if in motion. Stereotopes, plural of stereotrope. Stereotropism, synonym of thigmotropism. Stereotypable, able to be stereotyped. Stereotype, a conventional, formulaic, and often oversimplified or exaggerated conception, opinion, or image of a person or a group of people. Stereotype tax, a disadvantage that affects a person due to a stereotype about them held and acted upon by others. Stereotype taxes, plural of stereotype tax. Stereotype threat, a situational predicament in which people are or feel themselves to be at risk of conforming to stereotypes about their social group. Stereotate, simple past and past participle of stereotype. Stereotyper, one who makes stereotype plates or works in a stereotype foundry. Stereotypers, plural of stereotyper. Stereotypes, plural of stereotype. Stereotype, of pertaining to or characteristic of a stereotype, stereotypical. Stereotypical, pertaining to a stereotype, conventional. Stereotypicality, the condition of being stereotypical. Stereotypically, in a stereotypical manner or way. Stereotypies, plural of stereotypy. Stereotyping, present participle and gerund of stereotype. Stereotypings, plural of stereotyping. Stereotypist, one who makes stereotype plates or works in a stereotype foundry. Stereotypists, plural of stereotypists. Stereotypographer, stereotype printer. Stereotypographers, plural of stereotypographer. Stereotypography, the act or technique of printing from stereotype plates. Stereotypy, excessive repetition, especially of meaningless gestures. Stereoview, a stereoscopic view, usually a pair of pictures to be viewed through a special apparatus. Stereoviewer, synonym of stereoscope. Stereoviewers, plural of stereoviewer. Stereoviews, plural of stereoview. Stereovola, synonym of stereocilial. Stereovili, plural of stereovillum. Stereovillum, synonym of stereocilium. Stereovision, three-dimensional visual perception. Stereozoom, having both stereo and zoom capabilities. Either, plural of steer. Stir hydraulic, producing pressure or motion by the introduction of a solid substance such as a long rod or a cord wound on a roller into a cylinder previously filled with a liquid. Steric, relating to or involving the arrangement of atoms in space. Steric hindrance, any of several effects most common in organic chemistry in which the structure or reactivity of a molecule is affected by the physical size and proximity of neighboring parts of the molecule. Steric hindrances, plural of steric hindrance. Sterical, sterically, in a steric manner. Sterics, steric effects in chemistry or the study of such effects. Sterigma, a slim projecting part of the basidium of some species of fungi that carries the basidiospore. Sterigmas, plural of sterigma. Sterigmata, plural of sterigma. Sterigmate, having a sterigma. Sterigmatic, relating to a sterigma. Sterigmaticestin, a dermatoxin found in the fungus genus Aspergillus. Sterigmaticestins, plural of sterigmaticestin. Sterigmatum, alternative form of sterigma. Sterilant, any substance used to sterilize something. Sterilants, plural of sterilant. Sterile, unable to reproduce or procreate. Sterile neutrino, a type of neutrino and potentially dark matter that may be supermassive, which has right-handed chirality and only interacts with other particles via gravity. Sterile neutrinos, plural of sterile neutrino. Sterile oat, animated oat, wild red oat, or winter wild oat Avena sterilis. Sterile oats, plural of sterile oat. Sterilely, in a sterile manner. Sterileness, the state or condition of being sterile. Sterilizable, alternative spelling of sterilizable. Sterilization, alternative spelling of sterilization. Sterilizations, plural of sterilization. Sterilize, alternative spelling of sterilize. Sterilize. Simple past and past participle of sterilize. Sterilizer. Alternative spelling of sterilizer. Sterilizers. Plural of sterilizer. Sterilizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of sterilize. Sterilizing. Present participle and gerund of sterilize. Sterilities. Plural of sterility. Sterility. The state or quality of being sterile. Sterilizability. The condition of being sterilizable. Sterilizable. Able to be sterilized, able to go through sterilization. Sterilizated. Sterilize. Sterilization. A monetary policy operation used to offset a foreign exchange intervention. Sterilizations. Plural of sterilization. Sterilize. To deprive the ability to procreate. Sterilize. Simple past and past participle of sterilize. Sterilizee. One who has undergone sterilization. Sterilizes. Plural of sterilizee. Sterilizer. A device used to sterilize, killing pathogens by means such as heat, UV light, chemicals, etc. Sterilizers. Plural of sterilizer. Sterilizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of sterilize. Sterilizing. Present participle and gerund of sterilize. Sterino. Sterile Dirac fermion. Sterinos. Plural of sterino. Sterility. Misspelling of stereology. Steripipette. A sterile, disposable pipette. Steripipettes. Plural of steripipette. Steristrip. A thin adhesive bandage used to close a wound. Steristrips. Plural of steristrip. Pthor. A surname. Sterkel. A surname from German. Sterkels. Plural of sterkel. A Berk. Plural of stirk. Sterlet. A smaller, common Eurasian sturgeon of the species Acypenser ruthinus. Sterlets. Plural of sterlet. Stirling. A Scottish surname. Variant of Stirling. Stirling City. A small city, the county seat of Sterling County, Texas, United States. Sterling County. One of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Sterling City. Sterling Heights. A suburban city of Detroit, Michigan with a population of nearly 130,000. Sterling Professor. A professor with the highest academic title at Yale University. Sterling Professors. Plural of Sterling Professor. Sterling Silver. An alloy containing not less than 92.5% silver, the remainder usually being copper. Sterling Hillite. A monoclinic mineral containing arsenic, hydrogen, manganese, and oxygen. Sterlingly. Finely, excellently, with high quality. Sterlingness. The quality of being sterling. Sterlings. Plural of sterling. Sterlitamak. A city in Bashkortostan, Russia. Stir. A surname. Stern chase. A chase in which one ship follows directly in the wake of another. Stern chaser. A gun or cannon mounted on the stern of a ship for firing at a pursuing vessel. Stern chasers, plural of stern chaser. Stern chases, plural of stern chase. Stern frame, the stern post, transoms, and fashion pieces of a ship's stern. Stern frames, plural of stern frame. Stern plane, a diving plane mounted on or near the stern of a submarine. Stern planes, plural of stern plane. Stern sex, men generally. Stern sheets, alternative form of stern sheets. Stir, alternative form of sterno, used before a vowel. Sternbrokat tree, an infinite complete binary tree whose vertices correspond one-for-one to the positive rational numbers whose values are ordered from the left to the right as in a search tree. Sternbrokat trees, plural of Sternbrokat tree. Stern-Gerlach experiment, an experiment demonstrating that the spatial orientation of angular momentum is quantized, and thus an atomic scale system has intrinsically quantum properties. Sternwheeler, alternative form of sternwheeler. Sternwheelers, plural of sternwheeler. Sterno, plural of sternum. Sternacostal, alternative form of sternocostal. Steerage, the stern of a vessel. Stermal, of, relating to, or near the sternum. Sternal angle, the synarthrotic joint formed by the articulation of the manubrium and the body of the sternum. Sternal angles, plural of sternal angle. Sternalgia, pain around the sternum, especially angina pectoris. Sternalgic, relating to sternalgia. Sternalis, a muscle that runs along the anterior aspects of the body of the sternum. Sternally, in terms of or upon the sternum. Sternbach, a surname from German. Sternbach, plural of Sternbach. Sternber, a surname. Sternberg task, a task in psychology experiments where the subject is asked to memorize a list of items and then identify whether a particular item was present in the list, the subject's response time being recorded. Sternberg tasks, plural of Sternberg task. Sternbergia, any of the genus Sternbergia of Eurasian and North African plants in the Amaryllis family. Sternbergen, relating to Joseph von Sternberg, born Jonas Sternberg, 1894–1969, Austrian-American film director. Sternbergias, plural of Sternbergia. Sternbergite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal light brown mineral containing iron, silver, and sulfur. Sternbord, backward motion of a ship. Loss of way in tacking. Sternboards, plural of sternboard. Sterncastle, and aftcastle. Sterncastles, plural of sterncastle. Sterndale, a surname. Sterndrive, a form of marine propulsion similar to an outboard motor. Sterndrives, plural of sterndrive. Stir, a surname. Sternian, of or pertaining to Lawrence Stern 1713–1768, Irish-born English novelist. Sternator, synonym of sternibra. Sternators, plural of stern. Sternibber, one of the segments of the sternum. Sternibry, plural of sternibra. Sternibral, relating to the sternibry. Sternectomies, plural of sternectomy. Sternectomy, excision of the sternum. Stern, having a stern of a particular shape or kind. Sterner, a surname. Sterner sex, alternative form of stern sex men. Sterners, plural of sterner. Sterns, plural of stern. Sternest, superlative form of stern, most stern. Sternfast, a rope or chain for making fast a ship's stern to a wharf, etc. Sternfasts, plural of sternfast. Stern foremost, a stern to the rear. Sternian, of or relating to Lawrence Sterne, Irish novelist. Stern, any bird in the family Sternidae, the terns now considered part of the family Loridae. Sternids, plural of sternid. Sterning, present participle and gerund of stern. Sterni, the ventral plate of each segment of an arthropod. Sternites, plural of sternite. Sternitic, relating to a sternite. Sternity, the quality of being stern. Sternless, without a stern. Sternlier, comparative form of sternly. More sternly. Sternliest, superlative form of sternly. Most sternly. Sternly, in a stern manner. Sternman, a person who sits at the stern or rear of a boat. Sternme, plural of sternman. Sternmost, closest to the stern, furthest sternward. Sternness, the state or quality of being stern. Sternesses, plural of sternness. Stermo, canned heat made using alcohol. Stermo, of or pertaining to the sternum. Sternochondroscapularis, plural of sternochondroscapularis. Sternochondroscapularis, an inconstant muscle arising from the sternum and the first costal cartilage and extending laterally and backward to the upper border of the scapula. Sternoclavicular, relating to the sternum and clavicle. Sternoclay, of or pertaining to the sternum and the clavicle. Sternoclade mastoid, relating to or involving the sternum, the clavicle, and the mastoid process of the temporal bone. Sternoclade mastoid muscle, a long, thick superficial muscles on each side of the anterior neck which arises by one head from the first segment of the sternum and by a second from the inner part of the clavicle that inserts into the mastoid process of the temporal bone and that acts especially to bend, flex, rotate, and extend the head. Sternoclade mastoid muscles, plural of sternoclade mastoid muscle. Sternocleidomastoide, plural of sternocleidomastoideus. Sternocleidomastoideus, alternative form of sternocleidomastoid muscle. Sternocleidomastoids, plural of sternocleidomastoid. Sternocoracoid, of or pertaining to the sternum and the coracoid. Sternocostal, of or pertaining to both the sternum and the ribs. Sternocostal triangle, small zones lying between the costal and sternal attachments of the thoracic diaphragm. Sternocostal triangles. Plural of sternocostal triangle. Sternocost epiphyses. Plural of sternocost apophysis. Sternocost apophysis. Sternocostal apophysis. Sternocostoclavicular. Sternocostal and costoclavicular. Sternoaoid. Of or relating to the sternum and the hyoid bone. Sternoaoid muscle. An infrahyoid muscle on each side of the midline that arises from the medial end of the clavicle and the first segment of the sternum inserts into the body of the hyoid bone and acts to depress the hyoid bone and the larynx. Sternoaoid muscles. Plural of sternoaoid muscle. Sternoaoidae. Plural of sternoidoides. Sternoides. Alternative form of sternoaoid muscle. Sternomastoi. Of or pertaining to the sternum and the mastoid process. Sternomastoidae. Plural of sternomastoides. Sternomastoides. The sternomastoid muscle. Sternomental. Relating to the sternum and chin. Sternomsal. Sternal and mesal. Sternoprecardial. Relating to or connecting the sternum and the pericardium. Sternophore. Any pseudoscorpion in the family Sternophoridae. Sternophorids. Plural of sternophord. Sternophrenic. Relating to the sternum and the diaphragm. Sternoplura. Plural of sternopluran. Sternoplural. Relating to the sternopluran or to the sternum and the pleura. Sternoplurals. Plural of sternoplural. Sternopluran. Synonym of catepisternum. Sternoptychid. Any fish in the family Sternoptychidae marine hatchetfishes. Sternoptychids. Plural of sternoptychid. Sternopychid. Any knifefish in the family Sternopygidae. Sternopygids. Plural of sternopygid. Sternorhynchian. Any insect of the suborder Sternorhyncha. Sternorhynchians. Plural of Sternorhynchian. Sternorhynchus. Pertaining to the suborder Sternorhyncha of insects. Sternoscapular. Of or pertaining to both the sternum and the scapula. Sternothoracic. Sternal and thoracic. Sternotheroi. Relating to the sternum and the thyroid cartilage. Sternothyroid muscle. An infrahyoid muscle on each side of the body below the sternoaoid muscle that arises from the sternum and from the cartilage of the first and sometimes of the second ribs, inserts into the thyroid cartilage and acts to draw the larynx downward by depressing the thyroid cartilage. Sternothyroid muscles. Plural of sternothyroid muscle. Sternothyroidae. Plural of sternothyroides. Sternothyroides. Alternative form of sternothyroid muscle. Sternothyroids. Plural of sternothyroid. Sternotomies. Plural of sternotomy. Sternotomize. To perform a sternotomy. Sternotomized. Simple past and past participle of sternotomize. Sternotomy. An incision into the sternum. Sternotracheal. Of a muscle connecting the trachea to the sternum. Sternotrebal. Of a flower, having the anthers arranged so as to dust their pollen on the underpart of the thorax of insects that visit it. Sternoshria. Synonym of sternotribal. Stermovertebral. Relating to the sternum and the vertebra. Sternpicker. A gillnet boat that deploys the net from the stern of the boat. Sternpickers. Plural of sternpicker. Sternport. An opening in the rear part of a vessel. Sternports. Plural of sternport. Stern boasts. A timber or steel bar extending from the keel to the main deck at the stern of a vessel. Stern boasts. Plural of stern posts. Sterns. Plural of stern. Stern sheets. The stern area of an open boat. The planking that forms the floor or seating in that area. Sternsman. A steersman. Sternsman. Plural of sternsman. A sternson. The end of a ship's keelson to which the stern post is bolted. Sternsons. Plural of sternson. Sternum. The breastbone consisting of the manubrium gladiolus and xiphoid process. Sternums. Plural of sternum. Sturitate. To expel air as a reflex induced by an irritation in the nose. Sturitate. Simple past and past participle of sternutate. Stermutates. Third person singular simple present indicative of sternutate. Sternutating. Present participle and gerund of sternutate. Sternutation. A sneeze, sneezing especially as a symptom. Sternutations. Plural of sternutation. Sternutado. That provokes sneezing. Stermitatives. Plural of stermitative. Stermitator. Any chemical agent that causes sneezing. Sternutatoric. A sternutatory, a substance that induces sneezing. Sternutatorics. Plural of sternutatoric. Sternutatories. Plural of sternutatory. Sternutators. Plural of sternutator. Sternutatory. That causes or induces sneezing. Sternutative. Sternwalk. A gallery on the stem of a British warship for the use of officers. Sternwalks. Plural of sternwalk. Sternward. Towards the stern, aft. Sternwards. Towards the stern. Sternway. Movement towards the stern, backwards motion of a vessel. Sternways. Plural of sternway. Stern wheel. A paddle wheel positioned at the stern of a vessel. Stern wheeler. A vessel, especially a paddle steamer, propelled by a single paddle wheel positioned at the stern. Stern wheelers. Plural of stern wheeler. Stern wheels. Plural of stern wheel. Steroid. A class of organic compounds having a structure of 17 carbon atoms arranged in 4 rings. They are lipids and occur naturally as sterols, bile acids, adrenal and sex hormones, and some vitamins. Many drugs are synthetic steroids. Steroid dementia. Signs and symptoms of hippocampal and prefrontal cortical dysfunction, such as memory and attention deficits, induced by glucocorticoids. Steroidal. Of being or derived from a steroid. Steroidally. In a steroidal way, as though by means of steroids. Steroid-like. Resembling or characteristic of steroids. Steroidogenesis. Plural of steroidogenesis. Steroidogenesis. The process of steroid hormone production in living organisms. Steroidogenetic. Of or pertaining to steroidogenesis. Steroidogenic. Of or relating to the process of steroidogenesis. Steroidogenically. In a steroidogenic manner. Steroidome. The set of all steroids in a cell or organism. Steroidomes. Plural of steroidome. Steroidomics. The study of the steroidome of an organism or cell. Steroidophobia. Steroidphobia. Steroidphobia. The fear of using therapeutic steroids, often caused by concerns of their side effects. Steroids. Plural of steroid. Sterol. Any steroid that contains a hydroxyl group in the 3 position of the A ring. Sterol esterase. Any enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of a sterol ester, typically of a fatty acid. Sterol esterases. Plural of sterol esterase. Sterolocin. A dehydrogenase present in oil-bearing seeds that bind sterols. Sterolic. Relating to or composed of sterols. Sterolin. Either of 2 proteins and associated genes that regulate sterol absorption and excretion. Sterolane. The romantic pairing of the characters Stefan Salvator and Caroline Forbes from the American television series The Vampire Diaries. Sterolins. Plural of sterolin. Stereolithography. Misspelling of stereolithography. Sterology. Misspelling of stereology. Sterolome. The set of all sterols in a cell or organism. Sterolomes. Plural of sterolome. Sterols. Plural of sterol. Sterop. One of the 6 stars in the Pleiades cluster, faintly visible to the unaided eye. Stereoscope. Misspelling of stereoscope. Stereotactic. Misspelling of stereotactic. Stereotaxic. Misspelling of stereotaxic. Stereotypic. Misspelling of stereotypic. Sterquilinous. Pertaining to a dunghill. Sterquilinous. A Roman god of odor and manure. Steraster. A ball-shaped spicule in certain sponges. Sterasters. Plural of steraster. Estera. A census-designated place in Shelby County, Alabama, United States, named after a local family. Steratite. Synonym of colbicite. Esterits. Plural of sterit. Steric. Alternative form of sterink. Sterynx. Plural of sterink. Sterink. The crab-eater Coelobodon carcinophagus of the Antarctic Ocean. Sterynx. Plural of sterink. Sterumphal. An alloy of copper, zinc, tin, and iron used in making cannon. Phteri. A surname. Saye. An orthorhombic dipyramidal black mineral containing antimony, arsenic. Lead, silver, and sulfur. Star. A small village and civil parish near Devizes, Mid Wiltshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 0359. Starter. The act of snoring, especially heavy snoring. Stertorious. Stertorous. Stertoriously. In a stertorous manner. Stertorous. Sounding like snoring or snorting. Stertorously. With heavy breathing as if snoring in a stertorous manner. Stertorousness. The state or quality of being stertorous. Stertors. Plural of stertor. Stir. Obsolete form of star. Stirb. Simple past and past participle of stirb. Sters. Third person singular simple present indicative of stir. Stirring, present participle and gerund of stir. Stero, a univalent radical derived from esterol. Stesichorn, a or relating to the ancient Greek poet Stesichorus. Stesichorian, alternative form of Stesichorn. Stesichorus, an ancient Greek name, particularly borne by a Greek lyric poet from Hymera in Sicily 640–555 BC. Stesu, a town in Greater Poland Voivodeship, Poland. Is that a symbol used by proofreaders and typesetters to indicate that a word or phrase that was crossed out should still remain? Statdocket, a list of cases maintained by a court or prosecutor that are not to be tried for the time being. Statdocket, plural of Städtdocket. Städtefeld furnace, a metallurgical furnace widely used in the western United States for the roasting of silver ores. Städtefeld furnaces, plural of Städtefeld furnace. Städtefeldtei, an isometric hexahedral mineral containing antimony, hydrogen, oxygen, and silver. Stet, a stethoscope. Stet, alternative form of stetho. Stethacanthed, any holosphal fish in the family Stethacanthidae. Stethacanthids, plural of Stethacanthed. Stel, one of the higher alcohols of the methane series, homologous with ethyl, and found in small quantities as an ethereal salt of stearic acid in spermaceti. Statidium, an insect's thorax. Statho, test. Stethograph, a pneumatograph. Stethographic, relating to the stethograph. Stethographs, plural of stethograph. Stethography, measurement with the stethograph. Stethograph, an instrument for measuring a person's chest. Stethograph, plural of stethograph. Stethometer, an apparatus for measuring the external movements of a given point of the chest wall during respiration. Stethometers, plural of stethometer. Stethoscope, a medical instrument used for listening to sounds produced within the body. Stethoscoped, simple past and past participle of stethoscope. Stethoscopes, plural of stethoscope. Stethoscopic, using a stethoscope. Stethoscopical, stethoscopic. Stethoscopically, by means of a stethoscope. Stethoscoping, present participle and gerund of stethoscope. Stethoscopus, one skilled in the use of the stethoscope. Stethoscopists, plural of stethoscopus. Stethoscopy, the diagnostic use of the stethoscope. Stes, plural of stet. Statendite, a tetragonal cerium silicate mineral. Stetler, a surname. Stetlers, plural of Stetler. That is third person singular simple present indicative of stet. Stetson, a male given name. Stetson, wearing a Stetson. Stetsons, plural of Stetson. Stet, simple past and past participle of stet. Stutter, a surname. Stetter reaction, a process used to form carbon-carbon bonds through a 1,4 addition reaction utilizing a nucleophilic catalyst. Stetter reactions. Plural of Stetter reaction. Stet. Alternative form of Schessen especially, but not exclusively, when it was a German-speaking city, i.e. until 1945. Stetting. Present participle and gerund of Stett. Stettler. A surname. Stettlers. Plural of Stettler. Stettner. A surname from German. Stettners. Plural of Stettner. That is a surname. Stetzel. A surname from German. Stetzels. Plural of Stetzel. Stetzes. Plural of Stetz. Stewart. A male given name, variant of Stuart. Toma. A place in the United States. Steuben County. One of 92 counties in Indiana, United States. County seat, Angola. Steubenville. A city, the county seat of Jefferson County, Ohio, United States. Stuber. A surname from German. Stubers. Plural of Stuber. Oops. The sound made by sucking one's teeth. Idoopst. Simple past and past participle of stoops. Stoopses. Third person singular simple present indicative of stoops. Stoopsing. Present participle and gerund of stoops. Thura. A surname from German. Steras. Plural of Stura. Sthira. A surname. Sthiris. Plural of Stewie. Stevastalin. Any of the family of decepted antibiotics isolated from Penicillium fungi. Stevastalins. Plural of Stevastalin. Stevsix gobi. Goigobius stevsisi, a species of goby fish. An aurora-like light found in southern Canada consistently lower latitude, unlike the aurora borealis, which is generally high latitude, composed of a glowing purple ribbon of light, with green spikes coming off obliquely parallel to each other, moving at about 6.5 km/s east to west. Diminutive of the male given name Stephen and Stephen, also used as a formal male given name. Aid. Simple past and past participle of Steve. Stevedore. A dockworker involved in loading and unloading cargo or in supervising such work. Stevedore's knot. A knot made from a single loop that crosses itself 3 times. Stevedore. Simple past and past participle of stevedore. Stevedores. Plural of stevedore. Stevedoring. Present participle and gerund of stevedore. A male given name from ancient Greek, variant of Stephen. Stephen K. An island of the United States Virgin Islands. Stevenage. A new town and borough in North Hertfordshire, England, part of London's commuter belt O West Grid Ref TL 2324. Steland. Party-colored. Steoner. A surname from German. Steoners. Plural of Stevener. Stephen Graph. A picture woven from silk. Stephen Grass. Plural of Stephen Graph. Steona. The neoflavonoid 6-hydroxy 4,3-hydroxyphenyl 7-methoxychrome 2,1. Stevano. Any of the keynote speeches given by Steve Jobs, former CEO of Apple Inc. Stevanotes. Plural of Stevenote. Stevens. A surname originating as a patronymic derived from the given name Stephen. Stevens County. One of 105 counties in Kansas, United States. County seat, Hugoton, named after Thaddeus Stevens. Stevens Point. A city, the county seat of Portage County, Wisconsin, United States. Stevens-Johnson syndrome. A life-threatening condition affecting the skin in which cell death causes the epidermis to separate from the dermis. Stevensian. Relating to or reminiscent of someone with the surname Stevens, especially the poet Wallace Stevens. Stevensians. Plural of Stevensian. Stevensi. A monoclinic mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, iron, magnesium, oxygen, silicon, and sodium. Stevenson. A surname originating as a patronymic. Stevenson Ranch. A census-designated place in Los Angeles County, California, United States. Stevenson Screen. A standardized shelter that holds meteorological instruments and protects them from directly being influenced by wind, sunlight, and rain. Stevenson Screens. Plural of Stevenson Screen. Stevensonian. Of or relating to Robert Louis Stevenson 1851,894, Scottish writer. Stevensoniana. Items related to the author Robert Louis Stevenson, especially collectibles. Stevensons. Plural of Stevenson. Stevenston. A town in North Ayrshire Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NS 2642. Steventon. A small village and civil parish in Basingstoke and Dean District, Hampshire, England OS Grid Ref SU 5447. Stever. A surname. Steve Areno. A farcical nickname for a person named Stephen/Stephen. Steverer. A surname. Stevermers. Plural of Stevermer. Stevers. Plural of Stever. Steverson. A surname. Steversons. Plural of Steverson. Steve. Plural of Steve. There's. Plural of Steve. Stevenson. A surname. Stevensons. Plural of Stevenson. Stevia. Any of the sweet herbs of genus Stevia, native to tropical and subtropical regions of South America and Western North America. Stevias. Plural of Stevia. Stevie. A diminutive of the male given names Stephen and Stephen. Stevenal. The ship of characters Steven Universe and Spinel from the Steven Universe series. Steving. Present participle and gerund of Steve. Stevington. A village and civil parish in Bedford Borough, Bedfordshire, England OS Grid Ref SB 9853. Stevenson. A census-designated place in Merced County, California, United States. Sterile. A diterpene derived from stevia. Stediles. Plural of stevile. Steviaceae. A glycoside derived from the stevia plant which can be used as a sweetener. Steviacids. Plural of Steviaceae. Steo. Alternative form of Steve nickname, pet form. Stevani. The ship of characters Steven Universe and Connie Maheswaran from the Steven Universe series who combined to create the character Stevani. Steviolac. A surname. Stava, to speak especially loudly or shout. Stevend, simple past and past participle of steven. Stevening, present participle and gerund of steven. Stevens, plural of steven. Ither, a diminutive of the male given name Stuart. Stew in one's juices, to be alone and self-absorbed in an uncomfortable state of mind, especially while experiencing the unpleasant effects of one's own actions. Stew in one's own broth, alternative form of stew in one's juices. Stew in one's own gravy, alternative form of stew in one's juices. Stew in one's own grease, alternative form of stew in one's juices. Stew in one's own juice, alternative form of stew in one's juices. Stew in one's own juices, alternative form of stew in one's juices. Stew on a shingle, synonym of shed on a shingle. Stew pond, alternative form of stew pond. Stew ponds, plural of stew pond. Stew up, to produce by stewing. Staw, suitable for stewing. Ithdur, an English surname originating as an occupation, a variant of Stuart. Stewarded, simple past and past participle of steward. Stewardess, a female flight attendant, a member of the crew of an airplane who is responsible for the comfort and safety of its passengers. Stewardesses, plural of stewardess. Stewardess, plural of stewardess. Stewarding, present participle and gerund of steward. Stewardish, typical of a steward, stewardly. Stewardless, without a steward. Stewardlike, resembling or characteristic of a steward. Stewardly, befitting a steward. Stewardries, plural of stewardry. Stewardry, stewardship, the role of a steward. Stewards, plural of steward. Stewardship, the rank or office of a steward. Stewardships, plural of stewardship. Stewardsman, a steward's mate or mess attendant. Stewardsmen, plural of stewardsmen. Stewardson, a surname. Stewardsons, plural of stewardson. Is a Scottish surname originating as an occupation. Stewart County, one of 159 counties in Georgia, United States. County seat, Lumpkin, named after Daniel Stewart. Stewart Island, an island included in Southland, the southernmost of the larger islands of New Zealand, separated from the south of the South Island by Foveaux Strait. Stewart Island shag, a species of shag, Leuca carbochalcinatus, endemic to New Zealand's South Island and Stewart Island. Stewart Island shags, plural of Stewart Island shag. Stewart's disease, synonym of Stewart's wilt. Stewart's wilt, a disease of corn caused by the bacterium Pentia stewartia. Stewart-Reeves syndrome, the presence of lymphangiosarcoma in a person with chronic lymphedema. Stewart-Orton, an extracellular polymeric substance found in Pentia stewartiae substewartiae. Stewartby, a village and civil parish served by Stewartby and Kempston Hardwick Parish Council in Bedford Borough, Bedfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 0242. Stewartite, a triclinic pinaquidal mineral containing hydrogen, iron, manganese, oxygen, and phosphorus. Stewarton, a locality in the Central Highlands region, Queensland, Australia. Stewartries, plural of stewardry. Stewardry, an overseer or superintendent. Stewardson, a Scottish surname. Stubba, a homeless alcoholic. Stubbums, plural of stewbum. Having been cooked by slowly boiling or simmering sea stew. Stewed in one's juices. Simple past and past participle of stew in one's juice. Stewed in one's own broth. Simple past and past participle of stew in one's own broth. Stewed in one's own gravy. Simple past and past participle of stew in one's own gravy. Stewed in one's own grease. Simple past and past participle of stew in one's own grease. Stewed in one's own juice. Simple past and past participle of stew in one's own juice. Stewed in one's own juices. Simple past and past participle of stew in one's own juices. Stewed up. Simple past and past participle of stew up. Ithur. A bird especially, a chicken suitable for cooking by stewing. Ithurs, plural of stewer. Tuati, a town in Nova Scotia, Canada. Ithur, a diminutive of the male given name Stewart. Stewing, present participle and gerund of stew. Stewing in one's juices. Present participle and gerund of stew in one's juices. Stewing in one's own broth. Present participle and gerund of stew in one's own broth. Stewing in one's own gravy. Present participle and gerund of stew in one's own gravy. Stewing in one's own grease. Present participle and gerund of stew in one's own grease. Stewing in one's own juice. Present participle and gerund of stew in one's own juice. Stewing in one's own juices. Present participle and gerund of stew in one's own juices. Stewing up. Present participle and gerund of stew up. Stewingly, in a stewing manner. Stewings, plural of stewing. Like a stew or thick soup. Stooky blue, an edible cockle Cerastoderma edule found in Stiffkey, Norfolk. Stooky blues, plural of Stooky blue. Stovely, a village and civil parish in Buckinghamshire, England, formerly in Aylesbury Vale District OS Grid Ref SB 8526. Stewai, resembling stew. A thick, chunky soup that is thicker than most soups but thinner than a stew. Stewpan, a saucepan used for stewing. Stewpans, plural of stewpan. Stewpond, synonym of stew, a pool in which fish are kept in preparation for eating. Stewponds, plural of stewpond. Stewpot, a nickname for somebody called Stewart or Stewart as a given name or a surname. Stewpots, plural of stewpot. Ithurus, plural of stoop. Ithurth, plural of stew. Stews in one's juices. Third person singular simple present indicative of stew in one's juice. Stews in one's own broth. Third person singular simple present indicative of stew in one's own broth. Stews in one's own gravy. Third person singular simple present indicative of stew in one's own gravy. Stews in one's own grease. Third person singular simple present indicative of stew in one's own grease. Stews in one's own juice. Third person singular simple present indicative of stew in one's own juice. Stews in one's own juices. Third person singular simple present indicative of stew in one's own juices. Stews up. Third person singular simple present indicative of stew up. Alternative spelling of Stewie. Steyer, a surname. Steyermark, a surname. Steyers. Plural of Steyer. Steyning, a town and civil parish in Horsham District, West Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 1711. Steyes, plural of stay. SAF, abbreviation of scientifiction. SAF, abbreviation of Staffordshire or Stafford. ST fan, fan of science fiction. ST fandom, the subculture of science fiction fans. ST fandoms, plural of ST fandom. ST fans, plural of ST fan. ST fantasies, plural of ST fantasy. ST fantasy, the overall field of literature containing the genres of science fiction and fantasy fiction, imaginative fiction, speculative fiction. ST fanzine, an amateur magazine produced by and for fans of science fiction. ST fanzines, plural of ST fanzine. SEFCon, convention of science fiction fans. SEFcons, plural of SDFcon. SEA, initialism of shut the front door. SEA, alternative lettercase form of SDFD. SAF, the subculture of science fiction fans, the community of science fiction writers and fans. SD fan, plural of SD fan. SAF, abbreviation of subtrochanteric femoral fracture. SAF, plural of SDFF. SD failed, the province or domain of science fiction, the area in which science fiction is active. SD fields, plural of SD field. SD film, a film in the science fiction genre. SD films, plural of SD film. SDF now, of or pertaining to scientific fiction or science fiction. SEFnist, a fan or creator of science fiction, one involved in some aspect of science fiction. SEFnists, plural of SDFnist. SASY, the overall genre containing science fiction and fantasy, speculative fiction. SEA, initialism of short time Fourier transform. SEA, plural of SDFT. SEFU, initialism of shut the fuck up. SEFU, initialism of shut the fuck up. SEFLU, initialism of search the fucking web. SEFzine, a science fiction magazine. SEFzines, plural of SDFzine. SDG, initialism of security threat group, a prison gang. SCG, initialism of swear to God. SED, abbreviation of stage. SDDI, abbreviation of stringer horizontal support timber. SADRS, plural of SDGR. STG, plural of STG. SEA, abbreviation of student in theology. SEA, abbreviation of something. SEA, abbreviation of something. Thou, a temple of the Sarna Dhorm religion with abundant sal trees. Thous, plural of thou. Sthanagvasi, a sect of Svetambara Jainism. Asthen, a kilonoton used with the ton as the unit of mass. Asthenes, plural of asthen. Asthenia, strength, vigor, or vitality. Asthenic, characterized by nervous energy, robust, strong. Asthenically, in a asthenic manner. Asthenicity, the quality of being asthenic. Astheno, the eldest and most ferocious of the Gorgons. Asthenolagnia, sexual arousal from displays of strength or muscles. Asthenurine, characteristic of the extinct kangaroo subfamily Asthenurini. Asthenurines, plural of asthenurine. SDHG, abbreviation of something. SE again, abbreviation of southern. SLU, initialism of shut the hell up, emphatic form of shut up. Ithai, initialism of sexually transmitted infection, also SDI. Astai, plural of Stian. Stiasny, a surname from Czech. Stiasny, a surname from Czech. Stiasny, a surname from Czech. So, endemony. Stebebenzene, an organometallic heterocyclic compound formerly derived from benzene by substituting one carbon and hydrogen atom with antimony. Stebebenzenes, plural of stibibenzene. Stibamine, a salt or glucoside of stibanylic acid used to treat several tropical diseases. Stibamines, plural of stibamine. Steban, stibane, SBH3. Stebans, plural of stibane. Stibanylideine, the adaminian autocarina SB. Stibanylideines, plural of stibanylideine. Stebarsen, a trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral mineral containing antimony and arsenic. Stebation, entomination. Stebbington, a village in Sibsing-cum-Stibbington Parish, Huntingdonshire District, Cambridgeshire, England, OSGR RID Ref TL 0898. Stebor, one who cuts the handfuls left by the reaper. Steblers, plural of stibler. Tida, like or having the qualities of antimony, antimonial. Sideleza, antimony, intoxication or poisoning. Steban, antimonian. Tede, combined or impregnated with antimony. Tthede, of or relating to antimony. Stebiconite, an isometric hexactahedral mineral containing antimony, hydrogen, and oxygen. Stebine, stebnite. Stebines, plural of stebine. Stebanidine, stebanylidine. Stebanidines, plural of stebanidine. Stubbornin, an organometallic heterocyclic compound formerly derived from benzene by substituting one carbon and hydrogen atom with antimony. Stibnine, an organometallic heterocyclic compound formerly derived from benzene by substituting one carbon and hydrogen atom with antimony. Stibnines, plural of stibnine. Stibnins, plural of stibnin. Stea, antimony. Stay of Fa, an isometric hexactahedral mineral containing antimony, calcium, hydrogen, niobium, oxygen, tantalum, tin, and titanium. Stereocladide, a very rare mixed arsenic-antimony oxide mineral. Stereocolumbi, an orthorhombic pyramidal mineral containing antimony, niobium, and oxygen. Stereocolusite, an isometric hexatetrahedral bronze mineral containing antimony, arsenic, copper, sulfur, tin, and vanadium. Stereoluzanate, synonym of famatinite. Stereomicrelate, an isometric hexactahedral mineral containing antimony, calcium, hydrogen, niobium, oxygen, sodium, and tantalum. Stereopalatinite, a palladium antimony mineral with the chemical formula Pd5Sb2. Stereopalatinites, plural of stereopalatinite. Stereoantilite, an orthorhombic pyramidal mineral containing antimony, oxygen, and tantalum. Tehet, antimonious. Stebium, antimony. Stebivani, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing antimony, oxygen, and vanadium. Stedni, a gray mineral, Sb2S3, that is the main ore of antimony, in powdered form, used as the cosmetic called coal. Stibnites, plural of stibnite. Stebo, antimony. Stebon, antimonoan. Stebogluconate, any salt or ester of stibogluconic acid. Stibogluconic acid, the conjugate acid of sodium stibogluconate. Stebogram, a graphic record of footprints. Stebograms, plural of stebogram. Stebolane, a saturated heterocycle that has 4 carbon atoms and an antimony atom. Stebolanes, plural of stibolane. Stebol, a theoretical heterocyclic organic compound, a 5-membered ring with the formula C4H4SbH. Stibonium, the univalent H4Sb plus cation derived from stibane. Stebofen, an anthelmintic that inhibits phosphofructokinase and is used to treat schistosomiasis. Stebitantalite, a form of tantalite in which tantalum is wholly or partially replaced by antimony. Steras, of or relating to antimony. Stibogluconate, misspelling of stibogluconate. Staccato, a musical instrument resembling a xylophone. Staccato, alternative form of staccato. Thais, a surname. Stices, plural of stice. Ithid, a surname from German. Tidie, any fish in the family Stachydidae, a prickleback or a shane. Tidius, plural of sticky. Sticharia, plural of sticharian. Sticharian, the outer clerical garb worn by clergy in the Greek Orthodox Church corresponding to the alb in Latin Rite Catholic churches. Sticharians, plural of Sticharian. Stichasteridae, any sea star of the family Stichasteridae. Stichasterids, plural of Stichasterid. Etched, simple past and past participle of stitch. Stitcher, plural of Stitcherin. Stitcheraria, plural of Stitcherarian. Stitcherarian, a hymn book containing the stitchera for the morning and evening services throughout the year. Stitcherin, a hymn often written in cycles and sung in alternation with psalm verses used in the Orthodox Church and those Eastern Catholic churches which follow the Byzantine Rite. Stitcherins, plural of Stitcherin. Describing verse that is not divided into stanzas, but consists of lines all having the same metrical form. Stichidia, plural of Stichidium. Stichidium, a special pod-like or fusiform branch containing tetraspores found in certain red algae. Sticho, concerning rows or lines, such as lines of poetry. Stechicide, any of a group of glandular cells arranged in a row along the posterior portion of the esophagus, each of which communicates by a single pore with the lumen. Stechicites, plural of stichicide. Stichodactylid, any sea anemone of the family Stichodactylidae. Stichodactylids, plural of Stichodactylid. Stichi, plural of Stichos. Sticholicin, any of a group of cytotoxic proteins found in Stichodactyla helianthus. Sticholicins, plural of Sticholicin. Stichomancy, divination by randomly selecting lines or passages from books. Stichometric, alternative form of stichometrical. Stichometrical, of or pertaining to stichometry, characterized by stitches or lines. Stichometrically, in a stichometrical manner. Stichometries, plural of stichometry. Stichometry, the measurement of books in terms of how many lines of text they contain. Stichomythia, a technique in drama or poetry in which alternating lines or half lines are given to alternating characters, voices, or entities. Stichomythias, plural of stichomythia. Stichomythic, of or relating to stichomythia. Stichomythically, in stichomythic fashion. Stichomythes, plural of stichomythy. Stichomythy, alternative form of stichomythia. Stichopodid, any sea cucumber in the family Stichopodidae. Stichopodids, plural of stichopodid. Stichos, a line of ordinary length in a manuscript. Stichosome, a multicellular organ very prominent in some stages of nematodes, consisting of a longitudinal series of stichocytes and believed to be a secretory gland and storage organ. Stichosomes, plural of stichosome. Stichotriche, any ciliate of the subfloss Stichotrichia. Stichotrichine, any ciliate of the subfloss Stichotrichia. Stichotrichines, plural of Stichotrichine. Stichotrichus, relating to or characteristic of the Stichotrichs. Stichotrich, plural of Stichotrich. Stitches, plural of stitch. Stitcher, a surname. Stitchers, plural of stitcher. Stitchti, a mineral with rhombohedral often pink or lilac, Mg6 Cr2Co4H2O. Stitchtites, Plural of Stichtheid. Stichtsevet, a municipality of Utrecht, Netherlands. That a member of the official ARA. Stick 'em up, a command stereotypically given by robbers, particularly when pointing a gun. Put your hands in the air. Surrender. Stick a fork in me, I'm done. I have finished. Stick a fork in something, used to indicate that something or someone is finished or, in a broader sense, defeated or ruined. Stick a needle in my eye, synonym of cross my heart and hope to die. Stick a sock in it, synonym of put a sock in it. Stick and carrot, alternative form of carrot and stick. Stick around, to stay, to linger, to remain. Stick at, to continue practicing a skill, even it is difficult. Stick at nothing, synonym of stop at nothing. Stick boy, a simple drawing of a boy with lines to represent limbs and torso. Stick boys, plural of stick boy. Stick bug, synonym of stick insect. Stick bugs, plural of stick bug. Stick by, to follow or adhere to somebody or something, to remain loyal and unswerving in one's attitude towards somebody or something. Stick by one's guns, alternative form of stick to one's guns. Stick chart, a type of chart used by the Marshallese to represent groundswell patterns. Stick quip, a non-penetrating fastener that is adhered to the waterproofing surface, typically used to retain insulation, drainage panels, etc. against the waterproofing to prevent sliding and displacement. Stick clips, plural of stick clip. Stick deodorant, a type of deodorant that comes in the form of a solid stick. Stick deodorants, plural of stick deodorant. Stick down, to cause to stick to a surface. Stick fat, to persist through a difficult time. Stick figure, a simple drawing, usually representing a human. Stick figures, plural of stick figure. Stick frar, a game similar to Mumbledy Peg. Stick frogs, plural of stick fra. Stick in one's gizzard, to rankle in one's heart. Stick in someone's craw, to cause lasting annoyance, irritation, or hard feelings. Stick in someone's gullet, alternative form of stick in someone's craw. Stick in someone's throat, alternative form of stick in someone's craw. Stick in the mud, a person unwilling to participate in activities, a curmudgeon or party pooper. Stick in the muds, plural of stick in the mud. Stick insect, any of various insects of the order Phasmida that mimic sticks or twigs. Stick insects, plural of stick insect. Stick, synonym of shove it. Sticking out, to persist or continue to the end. Stick it to assert one's power in an attempt to get revenge or prove a point, to show who's boss. Stick it to the man, to take some action intended to defy a source of oppression such as globalization, commercialization, big business, or government on the large scale, or individual leaders and authorities like teachers, bosses, police, or politicians. Stick lack, alternative form of stick lack. Stick letter, Synonym of talking. Stick, a piece of wood as part of or a form of communication. Stick letters, plural of stick letter. Stick like shit, to be very tenacious or be very difficult to get rid of. Stick like shit to a blanket, synonym of stick like shit. Stick man, alternative form of stickman. Stick man, plural of stick man. Stick note, alternative form of sticky note. Stick notes, plural of stick note. Stick nudger, synonym of stick puller. Stick nudgers, plural of stick nudger. Stick of furniture, an inadequate piece of furniture. Stick of gum, synonym of gum stick. Stick caw, to charge someone with an offense. Stick one on, to hit or strike somebody. Stick one's dick in crazy, to have sex with an individual deemed insane. Stick one's foot in it, to put one's foot in it. Stick one's foot in one's mouth, to put one's foot in one's mouth. Stick one's head in the sand, synonym of bury one's head in the sand. Stick one's neck out, to take a risk, putting oneself in a vulnerable position. Stick one's nose in, to be nosy, to meddle or interfere in the affairs of another. Stick one's nose into, to interfere or try to intervene in an issue that does not concern one. Stick one's oar in, to meddle, to stick one's nose into something. Stick one's tongue out, to push one's tongue so that it protrudes from the mouth, especially as a gesture of rudeness. Stick out, to protrude. Stick out a mile, to be plain for all to see, obvious, easy to see, very noticeable. Stick out like a sore thumb, to be very noticeably and undesirably or humorously different, to be prominently out of place, to be particularly obtrusive or conspicuous, usually unintentionally, to attract unwanted attention or notice. Stick out like dog's balls, be very noticeably different, especially in a negative way, to be particularly obtrusive, conspicuous, blatant, or prominent, to attract undue attention or notice. Stick phone, candlestick telephone. Stick phones, plural of stick phone. Stick plaster, alternative form of sticking plaster. Stick plasters, plural of stick plaster. Stick puller, a device that applies aft pressure on the control column when the airplane is approaching the maximum operating speed. Stick pullers, plural of stick puller. Stick pusher, an automated mechanical device connected to the control column of some aircraft, which pushes the column forward, thus decreasing angle of attack if the aircraft is approaching a stall. Stick pushers, plural of stick pusher. Stick season, the part of late autumn in cold climates where trees are bare but snow has not yet covered the landscape. Stick shaker, an automated mechanical device connected to the control column of some aircraft, which shakes the yoke in control column to alert the pilot if the aircraft is approaching a stall. Stick shakers, plural of stick shaker. Stick shift, alternative spelling of stick shift. Stick shifts, plural of stick shift. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it. Alternative form of put that in your pipe and smoke it. Stick the knife in, to say or do something deliberately and unnecessarily malicious. Stick the landing, to complete a gymnastic or other athletic routine involving leaps, vaults, somersaults, etc. by landing firmly, solidly, and flawlessly on one's feet. Stick time, the amount of time that a pilot has spent flying. Stick times, plural of stick time. Stick to persist, to continue to use, do, etc. Stick to business, to concentrate on the important matters which are of present concern, to avoid becoming distracted or sidetracked. Stick to one's guns, to persist in faithfully attending to cannons while under fire. Stick to one's knitting, to concentrate on one's own tasks, affairs, area of expertise, etc., especially in order to avoid distraction, embarrassment, or other needless problems. Stick to one's lasts, to stick to one's knitting, to concentrate on one's own tasks, affairs, area of expertise, etc. Stick to one's own knitting. Alternative form of stick to one's knitting. Stick to one's posts, to remain in a position, especially in a critical situation. Stick to one's text, to limit one's focus to the matter at hand or the primary subject at issue, to avoid diversion. Stick to someone's ribs, to be filling, especially due to having a heavy, meaty, or glutinous consistency. Stick together, to physically combine or join together by adhesion. Stick up, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see stick up, to put or post up by sticking. Stick up for, to speak or act in defense of, to defend or protect. Stick up one's ass, a stiff, stern, uptight, or humorless manner. Stick up one's butt, synonym of stick up one's ass. Stick weld, a weld created by the stick welding process. Stick welded, alternative form of stick welded, pertaining to stick welding. Stick welding, a method of manual electric welding that uses a consumable flux-covered electrode that forms a slag to protect the weld from oxygen degradation. Stick welds, plural of stick weld. Stick with, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see stick with. Stick and carrot, alternative form of carrot and stick, more common in UK than in US. Stick and poke, being or relating to a kind of tattoo made without a machine by dipping a needle into ink and poking dots into the skin. Stick and pokes, plural of stick and poke. Stick-handitiveness, synonym of stick-to-itiveness. Stick fighter, alternative form of stick fighter. Stick fighters, plural of stick fighter. Stick fighting, alternative form of stick fighting. Stick fry, alternative form of stick frog. Stick in the mud, alternative spelling of stick in the mud. Stick in the muds, plural of stick in the mud. Stick nest rat, any of the rodents of the genus Leporellis. Stick nest rats, plural of stick nest rat. Sticker, fastened by means of sticking. Stick shaker, alternative form of stick shaker. Stick shakers, plural of stick shaker. Stick slip, the spontaneous jerking motion that can occur as two objects slide over each other. Stick thin, extremely thin, like a twig. Stick tight, beggars ticks. Stick tights, plural of stick tight. Stick to itiveness, alternative spelling of stick to itiveness. Stick to itiveness, alternative spelling of stick to itiveness. Stick to itness, alternative form of stick to itiveness. Stick up, alternative form of stick up. Stick ups, plural of Stick up. Stick welded, pertaining to stick welding. Stick-with-itness, synonym of stick-to-itiveness. Stickability, the motivation and ability to keep at something in the face of obstacles, determination and persistence. Stickable, capable of being stuck, adhesive. Stickable, the grass synchros etinatus. Stickabers, plural of stickaber. A thicket, the condition or result of something getting stuck. Stickades, plural of stickage. Stickball, a street game similar to baseball, played with a stick, a ball, and various ad hoc materials, found primarily in large cities in the northeastern United States. Stickballer, a stickball player. Stickballers, plural of stickballer. Stickballs, plural of stickball. The obsolete form of stick. Stickay, synonym of spheristic racket sport. The simple past and past participle of stick still used in some senses, archaic in others. Stickall, a surname. Stickles, a surname. Stickalses, plural of stickles. Sticking, past participle of stick. A figure, something or someone that sticks, pierces, or adheres. Sticker book, a booklet of self-adhesive stickers, especially for use as rewards for children. Sticker books, plural of sticker book. Sticker grass, certain burr-producing plants. Sticker price, a price displayed on or near merchandise indicating a price at which the merchandise is offered for sale. Sticker prices, plural of sticker price. Sticker shock, disgust, shock, or fright upon learning the price of an item offered for sale. Sticker shocks, plural of sticker shock. Sticker shocked, affected by sticker shock, dismayed at the high prices of an item for sale. Sticker up, one who sticks up for something, a defender or proponent. Sticker, simple past and past participle of sticker. Stickerer, one who sticks stickers to things. Stickers, plural of sticker. Stickering, present participle and gerund of sticker. Stickerless, without stickers. Stickermania, a craze for decorative adhesive stickers. Stickers, plural of sticker. Sticker, of or pertaining to. Stickers, thigas, second person singular simple present indicative of stick. Sticka, third person singular simple present indicative of stick. Stick fighter, one who competes in stick fighting. Stick fighters, plural of stick fighter. Stick fighting, fighting with a staff or baton, as in certain martial arts. Stick figure, rare form of stick figure. Stick figures, plural of stick figure. Stick frog, alternative form of stick frog. Stickful, as much type as fills a composing stick. Stickfuls, plural of stickful. Stick handle, to maintain individual possession of the puck or ball by controlling it with movements of one's stick, especially to do so in a skillful manner. Stick-handled, Simple past and past participle of stick handle. Stick handler. A player who is skilled in stick handling. Stick handlers. Plural of stick handler. Stick handles. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick handle. Stick handling. Present participle and gerund of stick handle. Sticky. Alternative form of sticky. Sticky. Simple past and past participle of sticky. Sticky. Comparative form of sticky, more sticky. Stickies. Plural of sticky. Sticky. Superlative form of sticky, most sticky. Stickily. In a sticky manner. Thicken. Pronunciation spelling of sticking. Sticking us. The property of sticking or adhering, adhesion. Stickinesses. Plural of stickiness. Sticking. Present participle and gerund of stick. Sticking around. Present participle and gerund of stick around. Sticking at. Present participle and gerund of stick at. Sticking by. Present participle and gerund of stick by. Sticking down. Present participle and gerund of stick down. Sticking fast. Present participle and gerund of stick fat. Sticking in someone's craw. Present participle and gerund of stick in someone's craw. Sticking in someone's gullet. Present participle and gerund of stick in someone's gullet. Sticking in someone's throat. Present participle and gerund of stick in someone's throat. Sticking it out. Present participle and gerund of stick it out. Sticking it to. Present participle and gerund of stick it to. Sticking it to the man. Present participle and gerund of stick it to the man. Sticking one on. Present participle and gerund of stick one on. Sticking one's dick in crazy. Present participle and gerund of stick one's dick in crazy. Sticking one's foot in it. Present participle and gerund of stick one's foot in it. Sticking one's foot in one's mouth. Present participle and gerund of stick one's foot in one's mouth. Sticking one's head in the sand. Present participle and gerund of stick one's head in the sand. Sticking one's neck out. Present participle and gerund of stick one's neck out. Sticking one's nose into. Present participle and gerund of stick one's nose into. Sticking one's oar in. Present participle and gerund of stick one's oar in. Sticking one's tongue out. Present participle and gerund of stick one's tongue out. Sticking out. Present participle and gerund of stick out. Sticking out like a sore thumb. Present participle and gerund of stick out like a sore thumb. Sticking out like dogs. Balls. Present participle and gerund of stick out like dogs' balls. Sticking place. Alternative spelling of sticking place. Sticking places. Plural of sticking place. Sticking plaster. An adhesive bandage used in dressing wounds. Sticking plasters. Plural of sticking plaster. Sticking point. A disputed issue or state of affairs that causes an interruption or outright impasse in progress towards some goal or resolution, especially in negotiation or argumentation. Sticking points. Plural of sticking point. Sticking someone on. Present participle and gerund of stick on. Sticking the knife in. Present participle and gerund of stick the knife in. Sticking the landing. Present participle and gerund of stick the landing. Sticking to. Present participle and gerund of stick to. Sticking to one's guns. Present participle and gerund of stick to one's guns. Sticking to one's knitting. Present participle of stick to one's knitting. Sticking to one's lass. Present participle of stick to one's lass. Sticking to one's text. Present participle and gerund of stick to one's text. Sticking to someone's ribs. Present participle and gerund of stick to someone's ribs. Sticking together. Present participle and gerund of stick together. Sticking up. Present participle and gerund of stick up. Sticking up for. Present participle and gerund of stick up for. Sticking with. Present participle and gerund of stick with. Sticking place. The point at which a process or thing, especially a state of mind or emotion, reaches its greatest strength and remains steadfast. Sticking point. Sticking places. Plural of sticking place. Stick and point. Alternative form of sticking point. Stick and points. Plural of sticking point. Stickings. Plural of sticking. Stick at minister. A candidate for the clerical office who fails, disqualified by incompetency or immorality. Stick at ministers. Plural of stick at minister. Stick jaw. Food that is difficult to chew or swallow, such as toffee or pudding. Stick jaws. Plural of stick jaw. Stick eye. Lack in its natural state, as secreted by an insect and encrusting small twigs. Stickland. A surname. Stickle. A surname. Stickleback. Any one of numerous species of small fish of the family Gasterostidae. The back is armed with 2 or more sharp spines. They inhabit both salt and brackish water and construct nests from weeds. Sticklebacks. Plural of stickleback. Stickleback. Synonym of stickleback. Sticklebags. Plural of stickleback. Stickhold. Simple past and past participle of stickle. Stickler. A surname. Stickler syndrome. A genetic disorder affecting the connective tissue, characterized by facial abnormalities, ocular problems, hearing loss, and joint problems. Sticklerish. Resembling or characteristic of a stickler. Sticklerism. The behavior of a stickler, inflexible adherence to rules. Sticklers. Plural of stickler. Stickles. Plural of stickle. Stickless. Having no stick. Sticklewort. Agrimonia eupatoria agrimony. Stickly. A surname from Old English. Stickleys. Plural of stickly. Stickly. Resembling a stick in form. Stickling. Present participle and gerund of stickle. Stickling Green. A hamlet in Clavering Parish, Uttlesford District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TL 4732. Stickman. A simple drawing of a man with lines to represent limbs and torso. Stickman. Plural of stickman. Stitney. A linear village and civil parish in East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 3456. Stegneys. Plural of stickney. Stickout. A portion of wire extending from an electrode, important in the welding process. Stickat, plural of stickat. Stickpapel, plural of stickperson. Stickerson, a stick figure. Stickersons, plural of stickperson. Stickpin, an ornamented pin used to secure a necktie's end flat against the shirt, a tie tack. Stickpins, plural of stickpin. Stickproof, resistant to sticking. Stickpusher, alternative form of stick pusher. Stickpushers, plural of stickpusher. Evix, plural of stick. Sticks and carrots, plural of stick and carrot. Sticks and stones. Ellipsis of sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Sticks and stones may break my bones. Ellipsis of sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never harm me. Alternative form of sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. A response to taunting proclaiming the speaker's indifference. Sticks and stones will break my bones, but words will never harm me. Alternative form of sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Sticks and stones will break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Alternative form of sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Sticks around. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick around. Sticks at. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick at. Sticks by. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick by. Sticks down. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick down. Sticks fat. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick fat. Sticks in a bundle are unbreakable. A group of people who are cooperating can succeed in a situation where an individual person cannot. Sticks in a bundle can't be broken. Synonym of sticks in a bundle are unbreakable. Sticks in a bundle cannot be broken. Alternative form of sticks in a bundle are unbreakable. Sticks in someone's craw. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick in someone's craw. Sticks in someone's gullet. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick in someone's gullet. Sticks in someone's throat. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick in someone's throat. Sticks in the mud. Plural of stick in the mud. Sticks in out. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick it out. Sticks it to. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick it to. Sticks it to the man. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick it to the man. Sticks of furniture. Plural of stick of furniture. Sticks of gum. Plural of stick of gum. Sticks one on. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick one on. Sticks one stick in crazy. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick one stick in crazy. Sticks one's foot in it. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick one's foot in it. Sticks one's foot in one's mouth. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick one's foot in one's mouth. Sticks one's head in the sand. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick one's head in the sand. Sticks one's neck out. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick one's neck out. Sticks one's nose into. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick one's nose into. Sticks one's oar in. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick one's oar in. Sticks one's tongue out. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick one's tongue out. Sticks out. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick out. Sticks out like a sore thumb. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick out like a sore thumb. Sticks out like dog's balls. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick out like dog's balls. Sticks someone on. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick on. Sticks the knife in. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick the knife in. Sticks the landing. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick the landing. Sticks to. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick to. Sticks to one's guns. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick to one's guns. Sticks to one's knitting. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick to one's knitting. Sticks to one's lass. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick to one's lass. Sticks to one's text. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick to one's text. Sticks to someone's ribs. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick to someone's ribs. Sticks together. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick together. Sticks up. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick up. Sticks up for. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick up for. Sticks way. Third person singular simple present indicative of stick with. Sticks and carrots. Plural of stick and carrot. Sticks in the mud. Plural of stick in the mud. Sticksy. Any of several plants with fruits that stick to hair, fur, or clothes. Stick seeds. Plural of sticksy. Sticksful. Plural of stickful. Stick shaker. Alternative form of stick shaker. Stick shakers. Plural of stick shaker. Stick shed. A shed for firewood in the form of sticks. Stick heads. Plural of stick shed. Stick shift. A manual transmission controlled by a gear lever. Stick shifts. Plural of stick shift. Sticksman. A male drummer. Sticksmanship. The art or skill of a drummer in popular music. Sticksman. Plural of sticksman. Stekua. An obscure or unimportant rural location. Stectite. Hakelia virginiana, a biennial plant native to eastern North America with sticky burrs. Stectites. Plural of stictite. Stiction. The temporary adhesion between a tribometer and a test surface that causes unrealistically high slip resistance readings. Sticktative. Tending to persist or stick to an activity or effort, persistent, determined. Stick-to-itiveness. Persistence, determination. Sticko. Any adhesive residue, any sticky or gummy substance. Stickums. Plural of stickum. Stickup. robbery at gunpoint. Stickabs, plural of stick-up. Stipwater, a solution of proteins and other bionutrients obtained as a co-product in the processing of animal byproducts, typically produced at a slaughterhouse or at rendering facilities which processes fish meal or meat and bone meal. Stickwater is furthermore processed and added to animal feeds as a source of nutrients. Stickweed, any of various unrelated plants that have seeds that stick to clothing. Stickweeds, plural of stickweed. Stickwoman, a simple drawing of a woman with lines to represent limbs and torso. Stickwomen, plural of stickwoman. Stickwer, use of the stick in lacrosse, hockey, etc. Sticky, a member of the official Irish Republican Army. Sticky bead argument, a thought experiment linking general relativity and gravitational waves, based on the idea of two beads sliding freely but with a small amount of friction on a rigid rod. As the wave passes over the rod, atomic forces hold the length of the rod fixed, but the proper distance between the two beads oscillates. Thus, the beads rub against the rod, dissipating heat. Stiddy beat, alternative form of sticky-back. Stiddy beat, simple past and past participle of sticky beak. Sticky beaking, present participle and gerund of sticky beak. Sticky beaks, plural of sticky beak. Sticky bit, a fault in a digital circuit where a signal does not change as expected but remains always in one state. Sticky bits, plural of sticky bit. Sticky bomb, a British hand grenade of World War II, consisting of a glass sphere containing a nitroglycerine-based explosive designed to stick to enemy tanks. Sticky bombs, plural of sticky bomb. Sticky bottle, a water bottle handed from a car occupant to a cyclist during a race, illicitly used to aid the rider as he/she briefly maintains a grasp on the bottle while being carried along by the car. Sticky bottles, plural of sticky bottle. Sticky bun, a bun with a coating of melted sugar on top. Sticky buns, plural of sticky bun. Sticky catch flies, plural of sticky catch fly. Sticky catch fly, any of several species of flowering plants in tribes Silene with sticky parts. Sticky currant, Ribes viscosissimum, a eudicot in the family Grossulariaceae. Sticky dar, synonym of sticky wicket. Sticky dogs, plural of sticky dog. Sticky end, an unpleasant death, demise, or conclusion, especially when deserved or brought about by one's own actions. Stick ends, plural of sticky end. Sticky finger, alternative form of sticky finger steel. Sticky fingers, an inclination to steal. Sticky foam, a mixture of highly tacky and slosh or tenacious materials carried in compressed form with a propellant and used as an incapacitant. Sticky foams, plural of sticky foam. Sticky note, a slip of paper or a chit with a gummy or gluey top that can be moved from place to place, usually as a reminder. Sticky notes, plural of sticky note. Sticky platelet syndrome, a heritable disorder in which platelet hyperaggregation leads to hypercoagulability. Sticky rice, a variety of short-grain rice popular in South and East Asia, known for its stickiness when cooked. Sticky rice wine, synonym of sweet fermented rice. Sticky rice wines, plural of sticky rice wine. Sticky rices, plural of sticky rice. Sticky shed syndrome, a condition where an old magnetic tape cannot be played because of the chemical deterioration of the binders. Sticky situation, a difficult or unfortunate situation. Sticky situations, plural of sticky situation. Sticky skin syndrome, a condition where the skin becomes sticky and objects may adhere to it, sometimes caused by certain pharmaceutical drugs. Sticky tape, adhesive tape. Sticky tapes, plural of sticky tape. Sticky toffee pudding, a British dessert consisting of moist sponge cake made with finely chopped dates, covered in a toffee sauce and often served with vanilla custard or ice cream. Sticky toffee puddings, plural of sticky toffee pudding. Sticky wicket, a pitch that has become wet because of rain and therefore on which the ball bounces unpredictably. Sticky wickets, plural of sticky wicket. Sticky willies, plural of sticky willy. Sticky willy, synonym of Cleaver's gallium aperine. Sticky back plastic, alternative form of sticky backed plastic. Sticky backed plastic, large sheet of thin, soft, colored plastic that is sticky on one side. Sticky, alternative form of sticky back. Sticky beaks, plural of sticky beak. Sticky finger, to steal, to pilfer, to make off with something. Sticky finger, possessing the behavioral trait of stealing, especially of engaging in petty theft while handling money or goods. Sticky fingering, present participle and gerund of sticky finger. Sticky fingers, third person singular simple present indicative of sticky finger. Sticky egg, marijuana. Sticky note, a small sheet of paper from a padded stack, with each sheet of the pad consisting of a strip of non-permanent adhesive on the reverse. Sticky notes, plural of sticky note. Sticky, that sticks out, protruding. Sticky high, sticking out, protruding. Sticky sweet, synonym of sickly sweet. Sticky tape, to affix or attach with sticky tape. Sticky date, simple past and past participle of sticky tape. Sticky tapes, third person singular simple present indicative of sticky tape. Sticky taping, present participle and gerund of sticky tape. Sticky, sticking up or tending to stick up, sticky uppy. Tidye, sticking up or tending to stick up. Stick-a-back, a small photographic portrait with an adhesive backing. Stick-a-backs, plural of stick-a-back. Stick-a-back, an overly inquisitive person, a nosy Parker. Stick-a-bait, simple past and past participle of stick-a-back. Stick-a-baking, present participle and gerund of stick-a-back. Stick-a-backs, plural of stick-a-back. Vidye, present participle and gerund of sticky. Stick-a-jack, synonym of cleavers. Stick-a-wee, a creeping plant of species Gallium aperine, covered in small hooked hairs, known for clinging to clothing. Sticky-willy, alternative form of sticky willy. Stictic acid, an acid found in some lichens. Stictidaceous, of or relating to the Stictidaceae. Estiction, the static friction that needs to be overcome to enable relative motion of stationary objects in contact. Stictional, of or relating to stiction. Stections, plural of stiction. Stichthococcid, any scale insect in the family Stichtococcidae. Stichtococcids, plural of Stichtococcid. Stichthocidine, misspelling of Strictocidine. The initialism of still true if destroyed. Stidi, a smith's anvil. Istida, simple past and past participle of stidi. T, comparative form of stidi, more stidi. Istides, plural of stidi. D, superlative form of stidi, most stidi. Istidi, pronunciation spelling of steady. D, present participle and gerund of steady. Stida, a surname. Stidas, plural of stidem. Sty, obsolete form of sty eye infection. Stator, a surname. Stators, plural of Stieber. Statets, a surname. Statets, plural of Stiebets. Sty, simple past and past participle of sty. Siedet Isaias, synonym of Pellegrinus dieta syndrome. It is a surname from German. Staffel, a surname. Stiefel process, a rotary piercing process similar to the Mannesmann process but using large conical discs instead of convex rollers. It is, plural of Steve. The, a surname from German. Staedtler, a surname. Stieglers, plural of Stiegler. Stieglitz, a surname from German. Stieglitz, a rearrangement reaction involving the 1,2 rearrangement of triethylamine derivatives to triethylamines. Stieglitz rearrangements, plural of Stieglitz rearrangement. Stieglitzes, plural of Stieglitz. Stiers, plural of Stie. Ste, a surname from German. Steels, plural of steel. Steeltjes, a surname from Dutch. Steeltjes constant, any of a certain series of numbers that occur in the Lorentz series expansion of the Riemann zeta function. Steeltjes constants, plural of Steeltjes constant. Steerwalt, a surname. Steerwalts, plural of Steerwalt. Sties, plural of sty. So, plural of stifle. If a gay man seen as exhibiting heterosexual manners or attitudes. Stavato, a Greek stew typically made from rabbit meat, tomatoes, small onions, and herbs. Staffatos, plural of staffato. If a surname. Stiff as a boar, very stiff. Stiff as a poker, very stiff. Stiff cheddar, synonym of hard cheese. Stiff man syndrome, synonym of stiff person syndrome. Stiff neck, discomfort or pain when trying to turn or move the neck. Stiff necks, plural of stiff neck. Stiff peak, singular of stiff peaks. Stiff peaks, firm tips of whipping cream or egg whites which have been beaten and are so aerated that they stand up straight. Stiff person syndrome, a rare neurological disorder characterized by progressive rigidity and stiffness, primarily of the axial musculature, resulting in postural deformities. Stiff porridge, a porridge made with a greater proportion of meal or flour so as to achieve a thicker consistency, similar to dough common in many African cuisines. Stiff porridges, plural of stiff porridge. The stiff shit, an unsympathetic retort to someone suffering misfortune. Stiff sickness, synonym of Stiefzicht. Stiff skin syndrome, a cutaneous condition characterized by thickening of the skin and subcutaneous tissues, limited joint mobility, and mild hypertrichosis in infancy or early childhood. Stiff Street, a hamlet in Bredgar Parish, Swale District, Kent, England. A Westgrid Ref TQ 8761. Stiff up, to apply rubber without oil as part of the French polishing process. Stiff upper lip, the quality of being resolute and showing self-restraint is stereotypically associated with a British, especially as keep a stiff upper lip. Stiff upper lips, plural of stiff upper lip. Stiff arm, straight arm. Stiff armed, simple past and past participle of stiff arm. Stiff arming, present participle and gerund of stiff arm. Stiff arms, third person singular simple present indicative of stiff arm. Stiff back, obstinate. Stiff-hearted, obstinate. Stubborn, contumacious. Stiff-leaf goldenrod, Solidago rigida, native to most of eastern North America. Stiff-lipped, maintaining a stiff upper lip. Stiff-necked, having a stiff neck, suffering from torticollis. Stiff-neckedly, in a stiff-necked manner. Stiff-neckedness, the state or condition of being stiff-necked. Stiff person syndrome, alternative form of stiff person syndrome. Stiff-tailed duck, a duck of the Oxyuanese subfamily. Stiff-tailed ducks, plural of stiff-tailed duck. Stiff upper lip, possessing a stiff upper lip. Stoic, the obsolete spelling of stiff. That, simple past and past participle of stiff. Stiffed up, simple past and past participle of stiff up. Stiffa, to make stiff. Stiffen up, to become rigid, tense, or stiff. Stiffen, simple past and past participle of stiffen. Stiffen up, simple past and past participle of stiffen up. Stiffener, anything added to something in order to stiffen it, such as a support beam or starch for a collar. Stiffeners, plural of stiffener. Stiffeneth, third person singular simple present indicative of stiffen. Stiffening, an item, material, or feature that makes something stiffer. Stiffening order, a permission granted by the Customs Department to take cargo or ballast on board before the old cargo is out in order to steady the ship. Stiffening orders, plural of stiffening order. Stiffening up, present participle and gerund of stiffen up. Stiffenings, plural of stiffening. Stiffens, third person singular simple present indicative of stiffen. Stiffens up, third person singular simple present indicative of stiffen up. Stiffer, comparative form of stiff, more stiff, more rigid, more inflexible, more unbending. Stiffers, plural of stiffer. Idebes, superlative form of stiff, most rigid, most inflexible, most unbending. Stiff-hearted, alternative form of stiff-hearted. Itivi, alternative form of stiffy. Itivis, plural of stiffy. Steve, present participle and gerund of stiff. Stiffing up, present participle and gerund of stiff up. Esterish, somewhat stiff all senses. Stiff he, a village, civil parish, and short river in North Norfolk District on the north coast of Norfolk, England. OS grid ref TF 9743. Steffel, misspelling of stifle. Stifler, a surname. Stiflers, plural of stifler. Stiffly, stiffly, in a stiff manner. Stiff-necked, alternative form of stiff-necked. Stiff-neckedness, alternative form of stiff-neckedness. Steadiness, rigidity or a measure of rigidity. Stiffnesses, plural of stiffness. Stiffs, plural of stiff. Stiffs up, third person singular simple present indicative of stiff up. Stiffshod, too much weight concentrated in the lower holds of a vessel, resulting in excessive stability. Stiff ships, plural of stiff ship. Stefthal, any of various ducks whose tails have stiff feathers, including the ruddy duck. Stiftals, plural of stiftal. Stiffware, software that is inflexible, cannot be customized or upgraded, etc. Ithevi, an erection of the penis. Stifle, to make an animal or person unconscious or cause an animal or person death by preventing breathing, to smother, to suffocate. Stifled, that has been interrupted, suppressed, etc. Stifledly, in a stifled manner. Stifor, one who or that which stifles, one who represses or limits. Stiflers, plural of stifler. Stifles, plural of stifle. Stifleist, second person singular simple present indicative of stifle. Stifleth, third person singular simple present indicative of stifle. Stifling, that stifles. Stiflingly, in a stifling manner, so as to suffocate. Stiflingus, the state or condition of being stifling. Stiflings, plural of stifling. Stefter, a surname from German. Stifters, plural of stifter. Someone from a poor background with poor dress sense. Steo, a transliteration of the Russian surname Estel Egel L. Stigl. Steno, a surname. Stenols, plural of Stigall. Steyr, a surname. Steyers, plural of Steiger. Steyer, a surname. Steyers, plural of Steger. Stay, to found, establish, set. Steden, obsolete. Spelling of Stygian. Stabler, a surname. Stabler's law, the cynical observation that no scientific discovery is named after its original discoverer. Stedglitz, a surname. Steinma, a mark of infamy or disgrace. Stigma, relating to a stigma. Stigmaless, without a stigma. Stigmaria, the fossilized roots of a plant of the genus Sigillaria. Stigmarian, alternative letter case form of Stigmarian. Stigmarias, plural of Stigmaria. Stigmas, plural of stigma. Stigmastane, the steroid hydrocarbon that is the parent compound of citisterol. Stigmastanes, plural of stigmastane. Stigmastanol, a phytosterol found in a variety of plant sources. Stigmasterin, synonym of stigmasterol. Stigmasterol, a phytosterol that occurs in soybeans and similar plants. Stigmasterols, plural of stigmasterol. Stigma, anglicized form of stigma. Stigmata, bodily marks or sores corresponding in location to the crucifixion wounds of Christ, supposed to occur during states of religious ecstasy or hysteria and sometimes reported to bleed periodically. Stigmata-like, resembling or characteristic of stigmata. Stigmate, synonym of stigma. Stigmatoin, a hydroxychromone derivative present in the Myxobacterium stigmatella or antica that inhibits oxidation of cytochrome complexes. Stigmatic, having or relating to a stigma or stigmata. Stigmatical, alternative form of stigmatic. Stigmatically, with a stigma or mark of infamy or deformity. Stigmatics, plural of stigmatic. Stigmatiferous, bearing a stigma. Stigmatiform, resembling a stigma. Stigmatization, alternative spelling of stigmatization. Stigmatizations, plural of stigmatization. Stigmatize, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of stigmatize. Stigmatized, simple past and past participle of stigmatize. Stigmatizes, third person singular simple present indicative of stigmatize. Stigmatizing, present participle and gerund of stigmatize. Stigmatism, image formation property of an optical system which focuses a single point source in object space into a single point in image space. Stigmatisms, plural of stigmatism. Stigmatist, a person whose body is marked by stigmata. Stigmatic. Stigmatists, plural of stigmatist. Stigmatizable, capable of or suitable for being stigmatized. Stigmatization, the process or act of stigmatizing. Stigmatizations, plural of stigmatization. Stigmatize, to characterize as disgraceful or ignominious, to mark with a stigma or stigmata. Stigmatized, simple past and past participle of stigmatize. Stigmatizer, one who stigmatizes. Stigmatizers, plural of stigmatizer. Stigmatizes, third person singular simple present indicative of stigmatize. Stigmatizing, present participle and gerund of stigmatize. Stigmatoi, synonym of stigmatiform. Stigmatophilia, a paraphilia involving sexual arousal from body modifications such as piercings and tattoos. Stigmatophore, the structure that bears the stigmata. Stigmatophores, plural of stigmatophore. Stigmatopleurate, a pleuret of an insect that has a spiracle. Stigmatopleurites, plural of stigmatopleurate. Stigmator, a device in electron microscopes that reduces astigmatism. Stigmators, plural of stigmator. Stigmatose, having a stigma, stigmatic. Stigmatrian, an unsaturated triterpene related to stigmasterol. Stigmat, plural of stigmat. Stigmatepi, a technique of printing with points consisting of their arrangement in pictures. Stigmi, anglicized form of stigma. Stigmalid, any moth in the family Stigmalidae, a synonym of the Nepticillidae. Stigmalids, plural of stigmalid. Stigmergic, of or pertaining to stigmergy. Stigmergically, in a stigmergic manner. Stigmergy, a mechanism of spontaneous, indirect coordination between agents or actions, where the trace left in the environment by an action stimulates the performance of a subsequent action. Stigmas, plural of stigmi. Stigonemataceous, of or relating to the Stigonemataceae. Stegd, plural of stay. Stow, a type of large industrial saw, usually cordless with a petrol motor and a large circular cutting blade. Sty, estanta. Steichleather, a surname from German. Steichleathers, plural of Steichleather. Steigman, a surname. Stykes, plural of Stike. Stickhi, a river in northwestern British Columbia and southeast Alaska. Stower, alternative form of styla relating to the style of a sundial. Stel, a unit of luminance equal to 1 candela per square centimeter. Stilbaceous, of or relating to the Stilbaceae. Stilbene, either of two isomeric hydrocarbons, diphenylethylene, but especially the trans isomer used in the manufacture of dyes and many other compounds. Stilbenes, plural of stilbene. Stilbenic, relating to or composed of stilbene. Stilbenoi, any of various secondary products of heartwood formation in trees, hydroxylated derivatives of stilbene that are capable of acting as phytolexins. Stilbenoids, plural of stilbenoi. Stilbenolignin, a phenolic compound formed from a stilbenoid and a lignin. Stilbenolignans, plural of stilbenolignin. Stilbestrol, synonym of diethylstilbestrol. Stilbestrols, plural of stilbestrol. Stildi, a tectosilicate zeolite mineral consisting of hydrated calcium aluminium silicate, common in volcanic rocks. Stilbites, plural of stilbite. Stilbostrol, UK spelling of stilbestrol. Stilbostrols, plural of stilbostrol. Stilben, the god of the wandering star Hermon or planet Mercury. Stilbone mate, synonym of stilbone matin. Stilbone matids, plural of stilbone matid. Stilbone matin, any nematode of the subfamily Stilbonematinae. Stilbone matine, relating to the stilbone matins. Stilbone matins, plural of stilbone matin. Stelbs, plural of stilb. Style, a set of one or more steps surmounting a fence or wall, or a narrow gate or contrived passage through a fence or wall, which in either case allows people but not livestock to pass. Styles: simple past and past participle of style. Styles: a surname. Stillet: stylet. Stillets: plural of stillet. Stilety: plural of stiletto. Stiletto: a small, slender knife or dagger-like weapon intended for stabbing. Stiletto flies: plural of stiletto fly. Stiletto fly: any of the predatory flies in the family Thervidae. Stiletto heel: a heel of a shoe that is very narrow. The bottom, the base, has less than 1 square centimeter of surface. They are typically 5 to 10 centimeters, 2 to 4 inches high, but can be much higher. Lower ones are sometimes called kitten heels. Stiletto heels: plural of stiletto heel. Stiletto snake: any of various snakes of the family Acertaspinae. Stiletto snakes: plural of stiletto snake. Stile toad: simple past and past participle of stiletto. Stilettos: plural of stiletto. Stilettoing: present participle and gerund of stiletto. Stilettoings: plural of stilettoing. Stiletto-like: resembling or characteristic of a stiletto. Stilettos: plural of stiletto. Stele: plural of stilus. Stiliac: alternative form of Styliaga. Stilia: alternative form of Styliaga. Stiliae: plural of Styliaga. Stylophorid: any parasitic sea snail in the family Stylophoриdae, a synonym of the Eulamidae. Stylophorids: plural of stylophorid. Stylogyrid: any sea slug in the family Stylogiridae, a synonym of the Limmaponteidae. Stylogerids: plural of stylogerid. Styling: present participle and gerund of style. Stylipid: any amphipod in the family Stylipidae. Stylipids: plural of stylipid. Stylish: obsolete form of stylish. Is the a surname. Still alarm: the notification of a fire without sounding a fire alarm, for example by telephone. Still and all: despite the preceding. Still and anon: now and then. Still as a stock. Stock still. Still bay: alternative form of still bay. Still frame: freeze frame. Still frames: plural of still frame. Still got one's communion money. Stingy, frugal. Still life: a work of art depicting an arrangement of inanimate objects. Still lifes: plural of still life. Still lives: plural of still life. Still store: a device that stores and processes still images to insert them into a television broadcast stream. Still stores: plural of still store. Still water: surface water with no current. Still water runs deep: alternative form of still waters run deep. Still waters: plural of still water. Still waters run deep: a person with a calm appearance has or may have considerable inner emotion, character, or intellect. Still wine, a type of table wine produced by a method of vinification that leaves it free from carbon dioxide and therefore not sparkling or effervescent. Still wines, plural of still wine. Still with us, still alive, not dead. Still's disease, a form of arthritis accompanied by fevers and rashes. Still's murmur, a benign heart murmur not associated with cardiac disorder. Still's murmurs, plural of Still's murmur. Stillbirth, alternative spelling of stillbirth. Stillbirths, plural of stillbirth. Stillborn, alternative spelling of stillborn. Still green, synonym of evergreen. Still hunt, to hunt for game in a quiet and cautious manner or under cover, to stalk. Still hunted. Simple past and past participle of still hunt. Still hunting, present participle and gerund of still hunt. Still hunts. Third person singular simple present indicative of still hunt. Still life, alternative form of still life. Stillebauer, a surname from German. Stillet, the residue from the manufacture of alcohol from grain, typically used in animal feed. Stylites, plural of stillage. Stillaguamish, a Lushootseed-speaking people of Northwest Washington, U.S. Stillititious, falling in drops drawn by a still. Stillatories, plural of stillatory. Stillatory, a vessel used for distillation. Stillbay, a Middle Stone Age stone tool manufacturing style, first described from the site of Stillbay in South Africa. Stillbirth, the birth of a dead fetus, the delivery of an infant which is dead at birth. Stillbirths, plural of stillbirth. Stillborn, dead at birth. Stillborns, plural of stillborn. Still reaction, a chemical reaction widely used in organic synthesis involving the coupling of an organotin compound organostannine with a variety of organic electrophiles via palladium-catalyzed coupling reaction. Still reactions, plural of still reaction. Is though brought to a standstill. Stellite, an isometric hexatetrahedral gray mineral containing selenium and zinc. Stellar, a surname. Stilleries, plural of stillery. Stillers, plural of stiller. Stillery, a distillery. Stillless, superlative form of still, most still. Stilla, third person singular simple present indicative of still. Stiletto, obsolete form of stiletto. Stilettos, plural of stiletto. Stilettos, plural of stiletto. Stelli, a surname. Stellis, plural of stilly. Stellad, the head of a distillation still. Stillads, plural of stillhead. Stillhouse, a distillery. Stillhouses, plural of stillhouse. Stiller, alternative form of steelyard portable scale. Tellers, plural of stillier. Stillasai, water falling in drops, especially in a row from the eaves of her roof or from icicles or stalactites. Stillicides, plural of stilici. Stillicidias, falling in drops, dripping. Stillicidium, a morbid trickling. Tower, comparative form of stilly, more stilly. Toit, superlative form of stilly, most stilly. Styliform, having the shape or structure of a drop. Stelling, present participle and gerund of still. Stillingia, any plant of the genus Stillingia. Stillingnias, plural of Stillingia. Stillings, plural of Stilling. Stillington, a village in Stillington and Whitton Parish, Stockton-on-Tees Borough, County Durham, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 3723. Stillington and Whitton, a civil parish in Stockton-on-Tees Borough, County Durham, England, which includes the named places. Stillian, a surname. Stellians, plural of Stillian. Idyllish, somewhat still. Stillman, a surname. Stillman diet, a high-protein, low-carbohydrate diet. Stillman diets, plural of Stillman diet. Stillmans, plural of Stillman. Stillman, plural of Stillman. Stillness, the quality or state of being still. Stillnesses, plural of stillness. Still Organ, a suburb of Dublin, Ireland. Stillroom, a room containing a still for distillation. Stillrooms, plural of stillroom. Didalis, plural of still. Stillsome, marked by stillness, quietsome. Stillson, Stilson wrench, pipe wrench, monkey wrench. Stilson wrench, pipe wrench. Stilson wrenches, plural of Stilson wrench. Stelsons, plural of Stilson. Stillstand, a period of time during which the terminus of a glacier remains stationary. Still standing, present participle and gerund of stillstand. Still stands, plural of still stand. Still, the state, quality, or condition of being still, stillness, tranquility, peace. Stillwagon, a surname. Stillwagon, a surname. Stillwagons, plural of Stillwagon. Stillwater, a number of places in the United States. Stillwater County, one of 56 counties in Montana, United States. County seat, Columbus. Stillwaterite, a trigonal gray mineral containing arsenic and palladium. Stillwell, a surname from place names. Stillwellite, a trigonal pyramidal rare earth borosilicate mineral. Stillwells, plural of Stillwell. Stilly, silent, calm. Stilliard, obsolete form of steelyard. Stilliards, plural of stilliard. Stelp, to move on crutches. Stout, simple past and past participle of stilb. Stover, a person who walks with long strides. Stilvers, plural of stilber. Stilving, present participle and gerund of stilb. Stilled gnome lane, a metamorphic phyllosilicate mineral of the mica group, having the chemical formula Kfe2mgfe3CalOOH. Stilbnomlanes, plural of stilbnomlane. Stilbnosiderite, a brownish-black mineral, a form of limonite. Stilbnosiderites, plural of stilbnosiderite. Stelbs, third-person singular simple present indicative of still. Stilson, a surname. Stelsons, plural of Stilson. Is that either of two poles with footrests that allow someone to stand or walk above the ground, used mostly by entertainers. Stilt bar, a burritid SBP. Stilt bugs, plural of stilt bar. Stilt house, a house raised on stilts or piles over the surface of the soil or a body of water. Stilt houses, plural of stilt house. Stilt palm, a palm tree. Verschaffelsia splendida, native to the Seychelles. Stilt root, a descending root growing from the trunk above ground and sometimes featuring lenticels. Stilt sandpiper, a type of sandpiper, Calidris himantopus. Stilt sandpipers, plural of stilt sandpiper. Stilt walker, alternative form of stilt walker. Stilt bird, the stilt, a wading bird. Stilt birds, plural of stilt bird. Stilted, making use of or possessing a stilt or stilts, or things resembling stilts, raised on stilts. Stilted arch, an arch that does not spring directly from the impost but from horizontal courses of masonry resting on it. Stilted arches, plural of stilted arch. Stiltedly, stiffly or in an unnatural manner. Stiltedness, self-consciousness, out-of-place formality, or forced behavior. Stiltonesses, plural of stiltedness. Stelter, any long-legged wading bird. Stelters, plural of stilter. Stiltgrass, Japanese stiltgrass, an annual grass of species Microstegium viminum, native to East Asia, often considered invasive. Tellier, comparative form of stilty, more stilty. Stilty, superlative form of stilty, most stilty. Stiltify, simple past and past participle of stiltify. Stiltifies, third person singular simple present indicative of stiltify. Stiltify, to raise upon stilts, or as if upon stilts. Stiltifying, present participle and gerund of stiltify. Stilting, present participle and gerund of stilt. Stiltings, plural of stilting. Itheltish, resembling stilts, stilt-like. Stilt-like, resembling or characteristic of a stilt. Stiltner, a surname. Stiltners, plural of Stiltner. Stelton, a village and civil parish in Huntingdonshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 1689. Steltons, plural of Stilton. That's, plural of stilt. Stilt walker, a person who walks on stilts. Stilt walkers, plural of stilt walker. Stilt walking, the skill or art of walking on stilts. Stilty, podas. Stellas, alternative alternative spelling of stylus. Stillwell, a surname. Stillwells, plural of Stillwell. Stillac, alternative form of Stiliaga. Stilia, a member of a youth counterculture from the late 1940s until the early 1960s in the Soviet Union, who followed Western music and fashion. Stiliagas, plural of Stiliaga. Stiliae, plural of Stiliaga. Stiliard, a simple balance for weighing foodstuffs, etc. The thing to be weighed hangs from the short side of a beam. The long side has graduated notches for a standard weight. Stiliards, plural of stiliard. So, sensory stimulation. Stim board, a digital mood board composed of video fragments usually in the form of animated GIFs conveying pleasant or satisfying physical sensation. Stim boards, plural of stim board. Stim pack, a medicine, device, or similar item used to restore health or to relieve fatigue or pain. Stim packs, plural of stim pack. Stim toy, any toy, usually handheld, used for sensory self-stimulation. Stim toys, plural of stim toy. Stimac, a surname from Serbo-Croatian. Stimax, plural of stimac. Stimboard, alternative form of stimboard. Stimboards, plural of stimboard. Stymiling, a surname. Stimthap, to masturbate while under the influence of a stimulant drug. Stimthapped, simple past and past participle of stimfab. Stimfabbing, present participle and gerund of stimfab. Stimfabs, third person singular simple present indicative of stimfab. Stemy, obsolete form of stymie. Stymie, simple past and past participle of stymie. Stymies, plural of stymie. Stimdy, deliberate misspelling of stinky. Stode, simple past and past participle of stim. Stemmel, a surname.